'cause we're better together. Better as one. 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 that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same? Or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too.
Keep running, we coming, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now.
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we'll officially release a new Battle Royale map, Nusa. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. The island is bright and sunny and has beautiful beaches, rolling hills, and dense vegetation. In addition to the natural scenery, it also has many areas that have a unique style and combat characteristics. Without further ado, let's take a closer look now. As a whole, being a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. We can make some comparisons by looking at the data. Erangel is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers in size, and 100 players participate in each match. This means there is an average of 1.56 players per square kilometer. In Nusa, an average of 32 players fight in a 1 square kilometer area. Conflicts are intense, and players will start shooting right after landing. In the southern part of the map is a heart-shaped island. 2 paths connect this island with the gorgeous Pink Beach. The Ferris wheel and hot air balloon are both located on Pink Beach, which highlight the romantic atmosphere of the beach. But keep in mind that the terrain of Pink Beach is rather open and has little cover within a certain area. If players want to move around Pink Beach, they can do so with the help of smoke grenades to obscure enemies' vision, or push the beach balls on the beach and use them as moving cover. But if you do so, remember to keep an eye on their durability. In short, Pink Beach is beautiful and romantic, but you must take care if you plan to spend some time there. Bulan Bay is located in the northwest part of the island, and the coast is quite low there. The cliffs on both sides have a large height difference, and players can move between them with a zip line, utilizing the advantages of high ground. Players at the top can observe where enemies are moving in the bay. Meanwhile, players in the bay need to move around covertly. There is also a cavern connected to the sea in the northern part of Bulan Bay. Players can jump there directly. The cavern extends in all directions, and players can explore this area. In addition to the natural scenery, Nusa also has many urban areas, of which the largest is Telepak Town, which is located in the southeastern part of the map. Buildings are scattered everywhere in the urban area, and close-range street fights can break out at any time. There are premium apartment buildings in Telepak Town. These buildings have elevators that can be used, which adds another dynamic to searching, attacking, and defending in the building. For example, players can set up an ambush in the elevator. By getting in and not selecting a floor, they can then give enemies a surprise when they enter to use the elevator. The rooftops of buildings in Telepack Town are also connected by zip lines, which gives players more flexibility in urban battles. If the zip line is destroyed, it can be repaired with a tactical crossbow. I believe Telepack Town will give players a unique 3D alley combat experience. If you like fast-paced battles and enjoy thrilling shootouts right after landing, you can land at the Science Center at the heart of the map. The design of the modern orbital satellite roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Each floor is spacious and contains lots of supplies, which attracts many players to loot this area. As you can imagine, very intense battles will break out between these floors. At the top of the Science Center is a rooftop with a multi-layer structure. Players can look far into the distance from here for a great visual advantage. However, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. If you want to land directly on the rooftop, you must check if there are enemies nearby to ensure your own safety. In short, if you're confident in your close-range shooting skills, you're welcome to land at the Science Center. Like the Science Center, Flame Village is also located at the center of the map. The terrain is quite low there, and the village is surrounded by mountain slopes. There are many huts in the village, and there are many places where you can stand on the beams of the huts. Players can climb or jump onto the beams to ambush other players. But there's one thing you mustn't forget. A tactical crossbow used with firebolts can set the huts on fire. This will expose the players hiding in them. Of course, firebolts will burn and deal damage to enemies when they are hit. In addition to huts, there are also brick buildings that cannot be set on fire in Flame Village. They occupy a large area, contain plenty of supplies, and are high conflict areas. If you're confident in your shooting skills, you can choose to land at Flame Village or Science Center at the heart of the map. It'll also be convenient for moving to areas along the edge. Other than the previously mentioned areas, this island also has winding and rugged mountain paths, a shipyard where the whistle roars, a regal resort with wide and open terrain, Sunset Street, which is planted with many banana trees, Crystal Bay, which has secret rooms, and more. These are all gorgeous locales that can bring players different gaming experiences. After hearing the above introduction, I'm sure players already understand what makes Nusa so uniquely fun. Lots of supplies for fast looting. The verticality of the terrain increases the strategic depth of battles. And the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer size makes firefights inevitable. What are you waiting for? Gather your friends and enjoy a rowdy vacation on Nusa. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time!
Hey there, fellow PUBG mobile players! Along with the version 2.2 update, we have made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Let's take a look at the improvements. First, improvements to the controls and display. We have increased the display priority of the wheel when the throwing wheel is activated. Now it'll be easier for players to select the items they wish to throw. In this update, a countdown will be displayed whenever the play zone is going to shrink. This way, it will be made more aware of the next play zone, and players can plan their routes more effectively. We've improved the feedback effect of marked items. Whenever you tap and hold to mark an item successfully, the feedback will be more obvious. When the player is aiming down sights, the markings within the scope have been optimized, so the sight is less obscured. When a player jumps, after respawning or deploying an emergency pickup, it's now possible to mark the battleground with light columns. After a team wins, the buttons for MVP likes and summon statue will be combined. Now players can send a like automatically whenever they summon a statue. On the results screen, we have added teammate numbers, so now players can use the number to identify each other and give likes to their favorite teammates. To make spectating more convenient for players, we have tweaked the button size on the spectating screen. This reduces the chance of tapping the button by mistake. I'm sure firearm balancing is a concerning issue for many players. In this update, we have significantly improved the burst shot of both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Perhaps these two firearms will become your weapon of choice after the enhancements. For airdrop weapons, we have made some adjustments to the controls and damage dealt to better balance the airdrop weapons. In the new version, there are lots of new features worth checking out. When you acquire a firearm finish of your liking, you'll definitely want to admire it from time to time. In this update, we've added a firearm inspection feature. Players can now use this to admire their favorite firearm. During combat, players can tap the emote to enter first-person perspective to inspect the current active weapon. A friendly reminder, never inspect your firearm during combat, or you might overlook the enemies before you. Do keep in mind that this feature is currently only available for certain firearms, but it will be gradually rolled out to other firearms in later versions. The recommended layout feature is one of the many new features. When players customize the controls, it's now easier to apply a custom layout recommended by the system with one tap. We've also added a trunk system. Players can now make exchanges while riding vehicles. Use this feature to exchange supplies with teammates. But remember, the size of the trunk depends on the vehicle type. The visual presentation of profile cards have been improved. Players can now set their gender on their profile cards. On the results screen, we have streamlined the results process and improved on the layout, as well as the MVP results emote. On the new results screen, assists will be included in the stats. In future matches, you can try cooperating with your teammates. Even if you don't make the final strike, assists will help boost your results. We have added stationary targets to the training grounds. After firing, the damage dealt and bullet trajectory will be displayed. This helps to more closely recreate situations that players may face in matches. To make it easier for players to practice shooting, the most recently used firearms configuration will be applied by default when entering the training grounds the next time. These are the major improvements for the basic experience in version 2.2. If you want to learn more about this update's content, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome back here to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Fall 2022 season. As Kalaris is ready to go, we're all ready to go because it's finally the time for the finals. We have 3 days of action, which will determine which 8 teams will head over to the regionals. Actually, not 8 teams, it's 6 teams if I'm not mistaken, right, Max?
There's 8.
It is 8. So I was correct the first time. Should never doubt myself. I don't know why I do so, but 8 teams, 8 chances to get into PMGC here for these teams, and it's gonna be a crazy battle ensuing over the next days. But Max, how you doing? You're looking refreshed, you're looking good, looking much better now than you did in rehearsals.
Yeah, because I actually went into a shower between that time, so I'm all refreshed. I'm ready for today, Jason, and I got the biker jacket on, which means my prediction are going to be flawed. No, they're not. Okay, no, I'll try my best though. This is what I can say.
Oh, whoa, Max. Okay, I know not to mess with you. This guy can get crazy. You know, also can get crazy. The man on the end here, who was running, was it a quick marathon here before you got on the show? Man, this is gonna be exciting.
It's a rough time. I ran all the way from Krakow to Istanbul. It was tough. It was tough. I'm excited to not only be in the finals, but also be alongside the pseudo-villain / moonlighting as a pizza chef in Jason Kaplan. I'm very excited for this one.
What does that even mean? I mean, you know, my girlfriend likes the mustache. She told me to keep it. I don't know how I feel about
now.
it.
Look at that.
Yeah, and in 4K, so it looks even worse than it would have looked on my old camera. But gentlemen, I'm also excited to find out how Maxman, at the end of our 3 days, is going to drink his Monster. Because Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL. And Max, can you give us maybe a hint, maybe a little bit of a tip of what you're going to do?
My tip is going to be, who said anything about drinking?
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
If needles are involved, I'm concerned. All right.
Yeah, whoa. I know I've got the biker jacket, but come on, okay? I'm not cosplaying that hardcore. Okay. No.
Okay, that was one way you could go with it, Clarence. I have another way, which I will talk about when we're off air, so people at home can't hear about it. You guys at home, though, you're going to be able to see, I hope, the recap of how Max is going to be drinking his Monster, or maybe not drinking. He didn't say anything about drinking. Or maybe you want to give your suggestions or maybe your ideas of what you think he's going to be doing. You head over to the official social media channels and you guys can post there and we'll check them out as well. But gentlemen, as we do get closer to kicking off the day, let's just kind of jump into our, well, I guess it's so to say, our bonus points when it came to overalls, right? It's going to determine where the teams currently stand going into the finals, and these are points accumulated across 3 different phases, plus a total of all 3 phases as well. And we can see out of 80 points in total, as you pointed out last show day, Max, MADBULLS have 75.
I mean, talk about consistency, right? That's what MADBULLS have been able to embody the entire tournament. And also, being MVP of first phase and also third phase, it is also effect Zerish always close behind. Like, the entire team is an absolute powerhouse when it comes to this tournament. We didn't know what to expect from MADBULLS heading into this tournament, but we knew CIS was going to do relatively well, and MADBULLS completely outdone a lot of our expectations in this tournament. And of course, you got your VPs, your HVVPs behind them, but man, if they do anything remotely close to their performance in the league stage in the finals, give them the trophy right now. Like, yeah, it's done.
They are the championship caliber team that we have to watch and keep our eyes on. Ultra consistent. There is no more that needs to be said about them. And every single day almost, Effect was the MVP when it came to the overalls. So it's going to be a hard task for a lot of these teams to live up to the MADBULLS consistency. However, in a short sprint of a format, maybe haphazardly, they might get caught up to. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, right, obviously first place would be fantastic, but every team should be focusing on this front page, because if you're on the front page, you're getting through to the regional championship to play against the Turkish teams, where you have a chance to get into PMGC, the biggest event of the year. And currently Eastern Stars, well, they failed to do so in PMGC points, as Gamer was the team to qualify for that. However, they are still in 8th place when it comes to overall points. So for them, holding on to top 8 is going to be ultra important. But also right now, I mean, for some teams, Pioneer was a little bit lackluster when it came to phase 3. They've kind of been on a downwards trend. And some teams have been, well, on an upwards trend in the form of TJB.
I think a lot of the teams on a downward trend when it comes to entering phase 3, because MADBULLS got, what was that, 5 chicken dinners out of 6 games? Like, they were not given even a chance to perform in some way. But we did see some improvements a little bit, like, you know, Pioneer and MUERTE being able to actually close off games, which is a good thing to work on heading into the finals. But the thing is, right, as you said, it is a little bit scary seeing how phase 3 went for them. So at least we know what they can do at their peak, but when you have MADBULLS in the lobby, it's going to be hard to reach that peak because MADBULLS are not going to do any kind of like, you know, outlandish plays. They're just going to go by the book, go for the win, and hopefully aim for that first place.
Yeah, and all importantly though, come phase 3, it was nice to see some of our original West Europe teams really fighting back. I mean, teams like Game Lord and Eastern Stars found themselves in a place where I think I didn't really expect to see them after seeing how they were performing in phase 1 and phase 2. So it gives me hope that this finals is going to be quite competitive across the board, not just the top 3 or 4, etc.
Well, I hope so as well, Color. So I'd love to see some other teams step up and really give it to, you know, potentially MADBULLS, make them work for it, though they've been already working for it quite hard and have been able to show those results. But as we talk about maybe the top dogs, let's focus in on our top 3 teams. Take a look at MADBULLS up against VIRTUS.PRO, up against HVVP, and get an idea of how the kind of stats have worked out between all 3 of these teams, because it's important to kind of note all 3 of these teams coming from CIS, coming to Western Europe for the first time here, put up some decent results, and also their stats obviously are going to prove that as well, right?
This is over the entire tournament, right? These averages over the course of an entire event, there's been, like, how many days was that too? Like, you had 18 league stage days, right? Every single time. Consistency, able to get 5, like almost 6 eliminations per game over such a long period of time. I don't think I've seen anything remotely close to this in the past. I think this is potentially a record set by an individual team over the course of an entire league stage. That is how dominant MADBULLS have been, but still got to give a lot of respect to HVVP and also VIRTUS.PRO, because those are also some good stats approaching the 5 elimination per game over a long period of time. That really stacks up and always making it to the 20-minute mark. I mean, Kalara is talking about consistency, right? Always being able to make it to the late game, and very often they are as a 3 or 4-man team. That's why they can close off games so efficiently, because they make it so often there.
Yeah, they're your main 3 contenders here to try and take away the championship, or at least here for Western Europe. And that being said, though, it's really eye-opening to see that even HVVP, as well as VP, still has quite a gap to then catch up with MADBULLS in terms of the consistency they've been able to show. The fact that they are 1 average a limb almost ahead of HVVP is actually ridiculous, considering that the average limbs for HVVP is very respectable, yet somehow MADBULLS then kind of is able to trump that once again.
Well, let's not forget, though, for HVVP, they had a very rough phase 1. Like, they were a shadow of themselves right now. So I kind of wonder, I mean, obviously, you're talking about consistency between MADBULLS and them. If they had a better phase 1, would their stats rival MADBULLS even better? Would they actually kind of be more on par than they already are, which is extremely close anyways to them?
Yeah, they could. As you say, that first phase really felt like a feeling out phase for HVVP. And I think ultimately they didn't mind too much, because that seems like their style, where they're going to go in and assimilate a lot of information about the lobby and stuff like that. So yeah, leave them a little bit behind in that regard, but I think their eyes are completely focused on this next 3 days.
And also you got to keep in mind that since PMGC, like actually in January, you would say, they didn't really play too much competitive. They played a little bit at the start of the spring season, but after that they didn't really play on that stage. I think, like, as you said, like the first phase was more of like a feeling out period of time, which is even so more impressive that MADBULLS did so well in the first phase, because like they started on the same level as the other teams around them. So yeah, but after that first phase, things were getting a little bit more in line, and it came down to the expectations we initially had, right?
Yeah, when it comes to expectations, like into the finals as well, I just want to bring this topic up really quickly. Look at a team like Navi compared to, or it's not Navi, HVVP, sorry, up against MADBULLS. I kind of expect HVVP to do better in the finals just because they've had that like bad week. I find it hard for a team to be consistent across 3 phases and the finals. For MADBULLS to replicate the performance of those last 3 weeks, I think is going to be more impressive to me than to see Navi outperforming them actually in the finals, because that's so hard to do. Just like saying HVVP.
that's the most complicated part. Can't wait to see how John and Blanco are going to tackle that one.
I said like 3 times in like one little segment there. Let's move past that and actually take a look at our top 5 teams really quickly and see how they kind of got here and how everything worked out for them, because I want to get off camera and I want to stop saying that team name. But you can see here the bonus points they ended up getting, but more importantly, the average points per game, 12.15 max, is godly. It's outstanding. I can't even use the right amount of synonyms for how well they've been able to perform.
Yeah, I mean, you said it would be super impressive if they stay remotely close to these stats, right, heading into the finals. And I'm going to go on the limb here and say I would not be that impressed, because I expect this from MADBULLS now. It did not seem forced. Every single day of the league stage, they would get some really good performances, and it was not outlandish. It didn't seem like they were just playing out of their comfort zone. It just seemed normal. And if a team can make this their new normal and just play like this every single game, I'm telling you, I clearly hope that they're going for first place here, and I don't think any team can remotely be close unless MADBULLS has a really, really, really bad finals, which could happen, don't get me wrong. But with how they've been consistent so far, I think the odds are like MADBULLS are going to take it, right?
I will say beyond that, though, looking at Pioneer and Unicorns of Love, these are two teams that I think for Pioneer, they were definitely in the conversation for quite a while, up until they've had this little stumble in Phase 3. And then for Unicorns of Love, they have been the one Western Europe team, in inverted commas, that has been able to try and rival them at some of these top spots as well. And I'm really hoping that, you know, they've kind of gone away back to the lab a little bit, kind of mixed up some concoctions, and are going to approach these games a little bit differently, because if they do get themselves to the late game, the Unicorns of Love is a team that I think can rival a lot of these CIS teams. So let's see how it goes.
Interesting. Unicorns of Love or Crypto can rival these teams? I mean, the fact is Crypto has been performing exceptional within Unicorns of Love, and unlike other teams, it's kind of been the one player on the team for them, whereas other teams we see 2, 3 people stepping up at a given time. But either way, as we're talking about Crypto, we've been talking about MADBULLS, we talked about HVVP, let's take a look at our road to the MVP. And remember, at the end of the finals, the MVP of the whole event will be getting an extra $1,000 for themselves to do whatever they want with it, preferably give it to some of us. But you can see here, Effect is just miles ahead of everyone. Look at the elims. Like that, I don't even look at anything else. Obviously, the damage is ridiculous as well, but 172 elims, Max. The next closest, Crypto at 128. What the hell? How does he have almost 50 more elims than any other player?
Yeah, I mean, talk about beating records. Is this a record of eliminations over the course of an entire league stage? Might just be, actually. I wouldn't be too surprised, but... And also on top of that, the fact that first and second place are Effect and Zeresh, once again, highlights how good the entire team is. It's not just the Effect show, it's the entire MADBULLS show, and we saw skill step up from time to time. Like, the entire team has been there when needed. But yeah, Crypto's been able to, you know, slowly step up behind them from time to time. But yeah, the elimination, the damage lead, the average survival time almost reaching 20 minutes on his lonesome. The entire team has been over 20 minutes, but him at 1948. Yeah, I think it would clearly have to be impossible for any other player to take it away from him. And yeah, it's Effect on top here.
Yeah, I find it really hard as well for another player to catch up. I think the only one in my eyes is maybe a teammate, or maybe Crypto could be the one. But to close that gap, you have to imagine where are they going to make up for those points. It has to be either in survival time or damage. And well, damage and elims kind of go hand in hand. So survival time, and that means you have to get to the late game, and then for you to be doing that, that means you're probably winning matches, which means you're probably in the top 8, and you're going to be getting into the regionals. So it kind of all goes hand in hand here for any other MVP to catch up and close that distance. But maybe we could get a closer look between Effect and Crypto in a head-to-head, to get an idea of how really far between these two players are. I don't know what it is about Effect, but he has just been unleashed, unhinged. I don't know what it is. And to be fair, Crypto, considering how Unicorns of Love have done in some of the phases where they've had some lackluster performances, I feel like he's been putting up some serious numbers as well.
Yeah, I mean, Crypto has looked, let's do a YouTube tier rankings. Crypto has looked A+, right? We've put him in the category A+. You've looked fantastic for Unicorns of Love, but I think the only S tier player has been Effect in this tournament thus far. And it's not down to even just individual performance. We were talking about before we came on air. It's enabling of a player. It's all the team around you to enable them. And MADBULLS has been absolutely spectacular with that. I think if Crypto has been enabled to the same effect as Effect, you know, he could have even risen even higher. There are other choice names that I can think of throughout the tournament as well that you would probably put up there, like GK First, etc., and things like that. But Effect, the fact that he has done 10,000 damage more than Crypto, that doesn't come from just individual skill alone. That comes from a coordinated team effort to allow that turret to pop off left, right, and center.
And also yesterday, we actually put a post on social media saying, like, who do you think is going to be the MVP? And we put like players like, you know, Tixie, Crypto, and you also had Effect. And all the fans were like, hey, King Crypto, but you know what? Effect is also pretty good. to have the entirety of the Crypto fan base saying, Effect is probably going to take it, you know, that is also showing how Effect has been dominant throughout the entire event so far. And as you said, he's enabled by the entire team, and he enables his team too. It's a win-win scenario every single time. And even when they don't get wins, they get like 8, 9, 10 eliminations. Every game is a win in some way, shape, or form for them.
Yeah, you bring up a good point, right, Max? He's enabled by his team. And this is kind of what I dislike about an MVP when it comes to a team esport, right? Because if you put him on, let's just say, on Death Machine, Yeah, he'll probably, do okay. He'll probably get some okay limbs and damage, but he won't be exactly Clarus. He won't be anywhere near as impactful as he's been on this team. And obviously, being set up by your team to make these plays happen is one thing, but also to be able to execute it properly in the heat of the moment, I think is a true testament to how solid of a player he is.
Yeah, PUBG Mobile is an extreme team game. What do I mean by that? I mean, you need... It's extreme! That's right, man. As well. I was expecting him to pop off on the side of me. It's the point where you are setting yourself up barriers. You have to hold a huge swath of area to try and control your next transition into the circle, because if you don't, if you're only in one little spot, well, good luck. You've committed to your shack, your Gitoon, and then from there, you can't flex out at all. You can't react to what's thrown at you, the circle, how other teams are approaching you. So you need so many eyes, so many angles, so many guns, so much ready at your disposal.
Yeah, and right now they've been able to do so. But as we take a look now at our matches coming up today, because we want to get into the matches, right? It is the finals, it is day one, but we are changing things up a bit. It's no longer 5 matches a day. We're heading on over to 6, which means we'll hit every battleground twice. This makes me very excited because I want to see teams like TJB, MUERTE when it comes to Sanhok. Yeah. I want to see Death Machine with no ARB champs over at Picado now, over on Miramar, to see if they can have a cleaner time through. There's a lot of interesting stories when it comes to now being 2 of each battlegrounds and teams being taken away now from the pool.
And if I may, Max, no rotating lobbies.
Exactly.
So this means that ultimately all of these teams are going to be able to hone down exactly on what these teams are going to be doing. They're already going to walked away, done some VOD review, figuring out where people are dropping, because that is going to be consistent. So now you can potentially try and punish that.
That's what I was going to say. Sorry.
Nothing sure you were, Max. Sure you were.
No, okay.
No, I'm kidding. I don't get mad at me, Mr. Biker. Let's take a look, though, at our quiz today. We've had it every single day, and it's going to continue throughout the finals here, which Clarus is currently 2 points in the lead, and it's going to be about Mir coming in for VIRTUS.PRO. Now, the true or false statement is he listens to his national anthem before every match day.
I listened to it. It's actually really cool sounding. You know what?
Oh, you really did some research for this one. Yeah,
I was like, that's cool. If you want to get hyped up before a match, fair enough. But I think it's every single match day. That one's the one that knows. Like, maybe not, but yeah.
Mir's from Kazakhstan, right?
Yes.
So he will be listening to the Kazakhstani national anthem before every game day. For me, that's a bit of a stretch.
Hey, Clarus, you're telling me you don't wake up with the UK flag blasting your national anthem in the mornings?
No,
yeah.
No, no, definitely not.
I'm disappointed now.
I could understand getting hype and listening to music before a match day, but for me, I'd probably listen to the Corn TikTok song.
And you get your bagel.
Excited, ready to go.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Okay. Let's take a look at the answer, though. Let's see if we get some points, because I'm actually curious if it is yes, he does. I would be surprised. Okay. Wow, he does. What?
No way. I don't believe this one for a second.
I mean, hey, I would say go listen to the anthem. It's pretty cool.
Apparently, if you listen to it every day. Yeah.
Well, you know what? At least we all lose in unison here, in solidarity. Let's head over to our commentators, though, because the first match here of the finals is about to kick off, and we're going to bring it to you with none other than John Allen Blank.
Thank you very much, Jason. We're ready for the first match of the day, Blank. We're all pepped up, ready to go. Have you had your monster? Are you sorted?
I've had my bran flakes this morning, actually.
That's fair.
I like to start my day off strong with some, a meal that really requires industrial nasher action to get down. Luckily for me, I do have those industrial nashers, so don't worry about it.
We can sink our teeth instead now into the first game of the day. Playing path coming out from the west to the northeast, so kind of pretty kind to most areas of the map.
Absolutely. I mean, this is going to get most teams into position quite quickly. We'll see where everyone does want to drop. We were not sure just yet. Obviously, coming right off the back of phase 3 into this one, there's a lot of unknown areas. Clarus was mentioning on the desk there that, there is a lot of positions on this map which will now just be set in stone. There might be some areas where some of these teams might want to challenge one another later on in the finals, where things get a little bit more dicey. But right now, most teams will be heading to where they usually drop. You can see MADBULLS already heading their way up towards El Pozo. This is one of their basically only drop spots over on Miramar, so this is fine for them. And HVVP, on the other hand, formerly Na'Vi, now under a different name, will be heading up towards La Cobreria.
Circle drops fairly centrally with Picado just a little bit west of that central area. It's a difficult part of that map. You know, we talk about that area between Picado and Graveyard, and it's very foreboding to players who want to try and move through it. It's difficult rotation paths if you have to try and pass that terrain. But if the circle shifts further down south, it can kind of be alleviated because you can flow around those edges as well.
There's a lot of positions to play, especially on Miramar, and I think the main problem you're going to have a lot of times is those roads, right? Like you were saying, John, because you can set up roadblocks. Teams will be often holding out those rotations. And at this point in time, where you have a long tournament format like this, where you have 6 weeks of action, right, in terms of all phases. I think we had a slight change of pace in terms of, I think it was phase 2, where we had phase 2 into phase 3 back to back, but that was purely because of a patch that came through the game, but still technically 6 weeks of gameplay. You really do get to know these teams, and analysts behind the scenes, coaches behind the scenes will be doing as much homework as possible. You come into the finals, it's now all prep for this singular moment. A lot of these teams were happy in terms of where they were placing in the actual phases. Some of these teams less so than others, not able to get all the bonus points they were wanting, but now you've done the majority of the work you needed to do.
Rolling the slots there. Death Machine in Picado, unchallenged by ARB, no harassment there. Ruthless generally drop sort of split around them, but don't give them too much trouble. Certainly not during the looting phase, so it should be fairly safe right now for Death Machine. You can see a Ruthless player just off in the distance. Big as well. They've donned the purple colours for this phase after having their assigned slot given to them. One of my favourite colours. One of my favourite colours. I do like it. But Big, they need to find some better colours for their performance, I think, in general, because it has been a little bit washed out at the moment. 15th place on the bonus points, 29, so only 1 point ahead of Death Machine. This is not the Big that we know.
It is not the Big that we know, and it's not the Big that we grew to love as well. I mean, they were a lot more potent before. Now things have slightly gone awry for them. MADBULLS over towards El Pozo right now, chilling, seeing what they can make happen. Again, I think Max put it very well on the desk in the sense that, you know, no matter what happens for MADBULLS, after they finish a game, it's a win one way or another. Maybe they don't get a huge placement, but they get a huge amount of frags. Maybe they don't get a huge amount of frags, but they get a huge placement. But who am I kidding? They usually get a huge amount of frags.
They just do it all, you know?
Yeah. It's either low placement, large frags, or high placement, large frags.
Either way, that's a whole side of frags that you're getting every time.
Exactly. They're a 2-for-1 offer. It's absolutely nice. And then some days they're just a 1-for-1 offer, and you're still okay with that because you're getting what you asked for.
Pioneer down in Valle de Mar right now on the southwest side. They will have to move a little bit further east, but they have one of the simpler rotational paths in the lobby right now. Fairly uncontested as well. Only Big in Chumacera that they might need to worry about. Pioneer, a team that in phase 3 kind of fell off just a little bit in terms of our estimations of them, their performance in general. Their phase 2 was astonishingly strong, and their phase 1 was really solid as well. But that phase 3 performance left something to be desired from Pioneer. Maybe they can recoup it here in the finals.
And we typically call them kind of like the silent assassins, really, of the lobby, able to find themselves a fair few elimination points all over the place, and that was in phase 1. And comes into phase 2, they became a lot less silent and then just more the assassins of the lobby. You know, they were getting in, getting the work done. Sure, they were spotted, but they would immediately get away, so it's fine. And then comes phase 3, we became full circle, and we just minus the assassin, and then they were just silent. So it was very curious to watch, to see that happen to Pioneer. We want to see a little bit more from them, but it felt like the confidence did dip massively. They weren't able to take those gunfights as well. I still think a lot of their rotations were fairly decent, and a fair few times it was just a case of getting into team fights where typically they would have won, that they just did not look on form in. And I think that they were still taking those rotational paths, which gave them the most success, but also put them in the direct path of other teams. I think it's an aggressive way to play. It's how MADBULLS play a lot of times as well, where they want a position, they take the position, and oftentimes that means winning a gunfight between them and another team. For Pioneer, playing the same way in terms of getting that chicken dinner, getting those high placements, unfortunately, they're not able to win the gunfights out in the same way in Phase 3. Hopefully, this is something that has been addressed between now and, well, then and now, and we do see Pioneer back to scrubbing action. I think for Big, though, they shouldn't be too worried about them on the north side. This is typically a fight they've done multiple times now, John, and one that they've typically come out on top in. But again, like you're saying, this doesn't happen if they're still not feeling as strong as we're used to them being.
MUERTE moving on that western side. Kind of a similar thing for MUERTE. We really saw a lot and then a little. So hopefully, again, a regroup for them. TJB playing just to the east of Picardo now, moving down south a little bit further. Ahead of the queue against the Eastern Stars rotation. Likely that they could come into contact if the circle shifts central or anywhere to the south. So on average, you are going to see that conflict potentially pop through, unless Eastern Stars go all the way around to the east of La Bendita.
For sure. I think for TJB, there is an interesting thing and dynamic that's been occurring like more recently than not, is that they went from being quite a scared edge team that would sometimes pop off to a very aggressive central team. I still think that they have a little bit of this issue where fights don't always go fully their way, and I think it's difficult to really praise them for that, but they do deserve praise and they are impressive. It's just when you're in a lobby with a team like MADBULLS that makes 4v4s look really simple and typically comes away with really minimal damage to their side, watching a team get maybe 3 eliminations and then lose one of their players and then duke it out for that last elimination, maybe take a knock. It looks messy, but realistically, that's just PUBG Mobile in a nutshell. I think it's just because of how good MADBULLS are that it's kind of skewed our perspective just a little bit. And I would say that TJB now taking this central aggressive position is a really good change for them and something that they've kind of been building upon over the tournament.
Hopefully they can build that tower tall and represent as well. Circle pops just to the north of Los Leones, near La Bendita. So Eastern Stars will have to fend off a lot of rotations around that sort of area.
I think that for Eastern Stars, this has been a bit of an awkward one for them as well, though, because they do find themselves in Minas Generales a lot. They used to take Impala, that was taken up much more by SHOCKWAVE. VP tends to come up that way sometimes. And for Eastern Stars, they found themselves in a position where they were playing like the roadblock a lot of times. They were the caltrops on the road, trying to pop the tires of teams that came through, found themselves a couple of cheeky eliminations where they could, but hasn't quite come to bear a few times, getting a couple of players caught off unawares, maybe on their own, taking a knock, taking an elimination, which is not great. And I think for Eastern Stars now, it has to be a case of much more caution on this side if they want to find themselves a lot of points. Remember, we're playing 6 games a day. You can't really let up now. It's a lot of matches to play, and you're playing in every single one of them, so no longer going from 4 matches a day now to 6. Really is a test of endurance now, this finals.
18 matches in total, right? Which is about, it's well under a third of the matches you've played over the league stage. So you do need to make sure you have that consistent performance, and that's potentially a difference in general, right, for any team. As Tingsker thinks about lining up the shot for Ulysses, thinks better. But that's a general difference for any team who's looking to perform here in the finals, right? Over the long course of 75 matches for some of these teams that they've played during league stage, blank, you can go for more high variance strategies or more aggressive strategies or strategies that will get you killed more often. However, the resulting expected point earning for those plays is higher right, on average. And because you have so many games, you can bank on that average over the longer term. However, you come into a finals where you trim down that number of matches, you need to potentially play for those little bit more passive scenarios, for those lower variants, but only slightly lower point scoring value performances, which could maybe mean that some of, even towards the top of the teams, are going to be a little bit more cautious coming into this one.
You are kind of finding this difficulty of like finding that balance, right? It's like, what is an optimal amount of aggressiveness? Like, how hard do we go this match? Do we pull it back this next one because we got a fair few amount of points last time, keep it consistent? Maybe we need to push a little bit harder here. For some teams, that is absolutely the case in the finals, where they will really have to send things up to the skies in terms of breaking limits, with teams ahead of them with a lot of bonus points here, which would be super useful in terms of keeping their consistency high. MADBULLS, in fact, like, I think that they only dropped 6 points total of the maximum potential, which is crazy.
Yeah, they ended on 75 bonus points, and that was only because they finished in 6th place, right, in phase 2, which gives you 5 points there. I'm still a little bit irked by that. I would have liked to see the clean 80 bonus point finish coming through from a team, but you know what? Can't have it all. And it shows that even the MADBULLS can bleed. They finished 6th in a phase, remember? And that was over a longer set of games than we're going to see here.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. And it's not something we were kind of expecting. Still 248 points in phase 2. Very good, honestly. And you look at their placement points, so elimination points as well, 122 to 126, 4 chicken dinners. I mean, that is still very decent, right? It's consistent. The numbers look nice. There doesn't really seem to be any disparities going on there either. I think that's what makes them just such a nice team to look at. And I think for VP as well, 72 points. We can't ignore them. They play a very different game overall, though. I think, again, just looking at phase 3, 164 placement points to 105. Game Lord ahead of them in 5th place with 108. Everyone around them like up by 20 points off of the MADBULLS at the top there. Someone's 178, 351 on the phase. Again, that is ridiculous. No one hits that number over the MADBULLS.
Yeah, it's a MADBULLS zone. Nobody else is allowed in that zone.
Yeah.
MADBULLS holding the edge. They're holding the edge. Circle. North of Los Leones, TJB Central. HVVP have moved down south. Game Lord to their north side. NEXUS currently holding on the northern hills of Los Leones. There's MUERTE and Big, who went a little bit too far south for this next shift, will be coming on up to swing in behind QODEX.
Yeah, let's take stock of this circle really quickly, because we have done a lot of exposition in terms of these teams, but looking at this circle in particular, you've got that road that splits right through the middle. The moment Ting Skur's holding on that compound towards that roadside, that's dead central. So he's got good sight lines down towards RUTHLESS Esports, down towards PIONER. In the meantime, you've got 3 players up top who are watching out towards any team that's trying to come close to them. In the meantime, though, like I said, Big went a little bit too far south, and now they're forced into an engagement between them and QODEX. And somehow Mickey finds that shot onto Woodson. That might be our first elimination of the final, John.
Really solid spray down there to be able to find that. And Beast follows it up with the flush, nice and quick. So there it is, there's that first elimination. QODEX losing a player first. Vito challenges and wins out with the UMP at close range. Has to turn around for Swape, but it's just too much to bear. Beast will be able to get that res over onto Mickey, and QODEX loses second. However, in comes Moneyken for the backup. Unfortunately, they've already lost 2 for QODEX on the southwest.
Yeah, QODEX is a really nasty team to fight against because they are kind of like bees a lot of times. So they sting once and they really do cause a problem. Yes, they go down in the process, but a lot of times they will take down a player, get an elimination. Luckily for Big, they did take over that compound rather quickly, which means that they did have some cover, in which case the 2 players from QODEX will just have to move away now. MADBULLS towards that west side, we're moving in. HVVP coming down from La Cabrera made their way in a little bit earlier. They're playing towards a ridge on that northwest side. We know that HVVP do very well from these ridge side positions, able to hold them down fairly succinctly a lot of times. PIONER will have to cross the road, and currently TJB with an excellent position towards that center side.
Pioneer getting across that road to the north side, duking it out right now with TJB. With their outpost. And it's really all for TJB to hold off here, Blank. I mean, tricky for teams to move up towards them without being shot from all sides. Unicorns of Love on the northern side, Game Lord close by to them. Crypto has spotted Robs. Do they know that Unicorns of Love are in this compound? I feel like they must do. They must know there's an outpost. The vehicle is hidden, so maybe not.
Robs was scouting down there. Just very briefly though.
Oh.
EP, Pioneer.
Going in. Black-White already down on the flush. There is a trade coming through there. Fash actually doing a lot more over towards VP. We said we wanted to see VP have more confidence in these fights, and now it's down to Yankee and Corker to find Fash. We'll be able to do so, but Yankee's slain down there as well as TJB have a say into the fight. Looking for these reses. Izumitsu comes through, and he's looking to pick up a teammate or two. In come the predictions as well for the first time in the finals. MADBULLS, HVVP, and TJB on the cards.
I mean, fair play to Jason. Honestly, you go with what's worked before. Claris or TJB, again, I think that we'll take a look at that later, but Izumitsu, I think he knew what was going on there. Moneyken appeared like a wraith from the smoke, and he thought he'd seen a ghost, but no, it was an actual player. You do have to react to that.
RUTHLESS holding off against MUERTE as they come careening down the hill on the southwest side, just to the south of Big as well. This is a dangerous push coming through from MUERTE, and they are feeling the brunt of the pain here as well as they try and rush straight on through. Ingush, I think he's the last remaining player for MUERTE now, only the one remaining, and with that, he's going to try and find something. I thought he'd gone down there. It looks like he will be finished out by Nano Baby in the end. MUERTE eliminated.
Out. Game Lord down to just one player, too. Big looking towards RUTHLESS Esports. Effect finds Mickey. That's MADBULLS down on the bottom side. Unfortunately for Mozero, can't quite finish off Skills, who's on the barest amount of HP. Crazy that he gets back into cover, too.
Had to reposition. Beast and Mihi both going down there, and Mazzaro taking some shots meant that they couldn't stick that spray. He was very aware of his team's game state, and that is a really solid decision. It was unfortunate, sure. And hang on a minute, Effect just rolling straight on up, taking no prisoners here, but does get knocked in the process for the MADBULLS. Not ideal, but there is backup in the form of Skills. Zerich holding the back line there. As Big, I think, just down to the one player, SHOCKWAVE on the inside track.
I think for MADBULLS, I don't imagine this goes well. Considering that RUTHLESS Esports are also looking down towards this position, it's going to be difficult for them to move out, especially with SHOCKWAVE maybe holding that position. I do think that the Kalaris call on TJB was a good one. Just look at the amount of open space around this compound. So difficult to get even close to them. And TJB taking that central position early has already paid off. And I think the massive thing that I'm most impressed about from this team is they didn't strike out too early. You saw Tingsker having a little bit of trigger discipline there.
RUTHLESS Esports going in for the fight against that MADBULLS position. Still with the one player from Big on the hillside, Zerich with the backstop there. Skills caught up in the thick of it and unlikely to be able to get away unscathed here. Monkey crawling around in the smoke, trying to hide. Does get flushed out as Meku turns his eyes over that way for HVVP. Big finally spotted, and Zerich has to make the dash. Nano Baby cuts it down.
Yeah, Nano finding that shot was really important, especially for RUTHLESS Esports and a lot of other teams in this lobby, because Skills is not in the best of positions now. And I think Zerich was meant to be that final player that was maybe able to snake it in, with Skills sitting here. Not a bad place to be, but still fairly open.
Take-Aim Gaming, Eastern Stars. Eastern Stars have been holding this La Bendita crater for a long, long time, and finally they have been dethroned here. Mind not in a resable position unless they can do something dramatic here. Eastern Stars really had a broadside here onto two. A really good opener from Athos. Look at that. All of them alive. But Take-Aim Gaming, they turned it around.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy how Eastern Stars lose that fight to just two players. Nexus up top. SHOCKWAVE trying to break through into the circle itself. TJB haven't found a huge amount of eliminations yet. They're more concerned about holding on to this position. RUTHLESS now moving up, and that's when they need to start striking out just a little bit.
Just a tad, just a touch. TJB will have Moneyken That's the first pretender to the position. In the meantime, Nexus and Shockwave have a scrap, and Trazen wins out the duel. Will stay alive as well, getting the flush over onto Doran, hitting the deck, getting that heal off as well, into push for the next two as Redox falls. There's a player hiding behind him as well, but that is not going to last too long. Shockwave roll over Nexus.
Trazen just leading that charge as per usual. Not seen a huge amount out of him recently, but we know how good this guy can be, coming in from several different very, very highbrow teams before we see him here over on Shockwave. VP moves up to TJB's position, just outside, drops some smokes as well, which is decent, but Lin's already there, moved forward with a nade in hand. This is an excellent position from him to get some early damage done.
VIRTUS.PRO losing their forward guard, Old Boy, shot down by Lin in that repositioned area. Nicely done. These smokes not really providing too much cover. TJB on the swivel, and they have allowed themselves to keep all four corners of this compound under control. VIRTUS.PRO, though, may be their main threat right now, and perhaps they've realized that. As Tinksco and GK first start to look to swing out wide and put pressure on. Lin hops on up, falls back to the wall. TJB holding out on the east now as they reposition.
Oh boy, actually got back up on his feet. Circle moves down towards TJB, so now they need to think about finishing off this fight quickly. Now this is a case where you don't want to see TJB get a little bit too over-aggressive here, because I think this is a panic moment for them. Lin steps up, has a really good off angle, there's a move, immediately moves back into cover. He has been a serious nuisance this entire fight.
Nades over the top, over towards VIRTUS.PRO. Yeah, that stun grenade. Just slowing everything down. But that does allow VP to get back to relatively healthy bars there. You can see all of them just filling up as well. And that allows them to have a second go at this crash. I feel like the knock onto Old Boy was the time to go if they wanted to leave. They are still in this next circle. They just need to keep VP from coming into this compound.
Again, though, you've eliminated that smoke cover, so Corker immediately goes down to GK first. And I think that's really all TJB had to do was delay, delay, delay. Again, such open ground towards the north side of them. Chulika tries to move out, but Nightmare's actually the one to find it. Old Boy with a nade over the top. It's going backwards and forwards between this team. It's, again, an extremely important fight here for TJB.
Yeah, they are holding on that south side, a winning position being fought over. Corker down, Yankee and Old Boy alive for the VP squad. They're going to have to skirt around with the blue coming on in. If TJB can hold it, they have a really solid bastion on the south side of this next circle.
Yeah, Xiao moves up towards the northwest side of this compound, immediately realizes that, you know what, now with the circle starting to enclose, we need to worry about the players towards the north. VP most likely going to get taken out on their own, and they eventually do. That's a Shockwave over towards that eastern side. Now you see TJB starting to reposition off that. So good stuff from them. They don't have a huge amount of eliminations, but 4 is 4. That's still good.
Shockwave taking punishment from Death Machine, who are still as 4, but 1, 2 knocks come in, and Shockwave turned the attention that way, immediately dispatched them. Aza, like a laser, takes them down.
Really nice stuff there. Death Machine didn't even know what hit them. Fortunately, Shockwave are now down on bended knee, just a little bit hurting, struggling. TJB, on the other hand, back in towards the building. Feet up on the couch. Looking a little bit more pretty here. Circle does move off towards that south side. Ruthless will have to move in. And I imagine the way this map's looking, if they start to move in just any further, they're going to start cresting the hillside just a little bit, in which case Xiao might have these angles. This is why this is a critical rotation from him early on in that fight to get into position to start taking on these players towards that north side. I think so far, TJB's had some very, very good proactive movements to afford themselves in these fights.
3 players in 1 magazine. That's impressive. I mean, yeah, I'm going to start calling him Aza the Laser. I like it.
Deserves it, man. 100% after that performance. You can't say no. I think this is now the nades, the smokes, the everything over towards HVVP. Unfortunately, they're a little bit out of the way, but again, still not a bad spot for them. 3 eliminations for HVVP so far, still 4 players. Kind of an awkward movement they'll have to make going forward, but they can potentially sweep out the guys from Ruthless.
Oh, Trazen on the front lines there. Nightmare backed off. 1-for-1 trade on the knocks, moving forwards. 2 players down and just the 1 player remaining for Shockwave. Cannot afford to push up. It's going to be a matter of how many first aids have you got, how long can you heal out here. But HVVP taking a knock will slow them down fairly dramatically. I think it was picked up there by a teammate to try and move them forwards into this next zone, but Aza's not done just yet. Last player standing, and it might be a solo spoiler. Certainly taking the wind out of the sails of HVVP. 3 players down. That is brutal.
Might have an instant as well. Now Xiao stands up, double Xiao from TJB. This was the position that was extremely beneficial towards them, and it pays dividends now. In the latter half of the game, for HVVP, it really is now just a case of trying to get back up on their feet, get anything done, but no smokes, no nays. Tinksker finds Tixie.
Now it's just Kitsune. Left last player standing. Spoiled on their approach, and TJB descend from their throne. Will be taking the chicken dinner on Miramar to kick things off here at the finals.
That's a massive win as well from that. I think that was around 12 eliminations towards the end there with the chicken dinner, make that 27.
12, yeah.
So really good stuff from them. But you look at this, in terms of the standings, you have to admit that their little stand-up towards the end of the tournament now was more important than ever, John. Considering that they were on 46 points in terms of bonuses, that 27 is going to bump them massively up the rankings now, in which case they already have a good start to start challenging for the podium finish at the end of the day. I mean, I know it's very early to call, but now in the position to start getting that consistency in and keep themselves in line with the big dogs in the lobby this early into the tournament.
They were sat, I think, 29 points behind MADBULLS at the start of this game, right? That's a massive dent in that gap put in.
Yeah.
Again, as well, a solid performance from HVVP to keep themselves up into second place. I don't think their elimination count was that high, but starting on 68 bonus points, that's going to bump them up nicely as well, coming on through. Really nice stuff, but it was TJB who controlled the ground around them. They exerted their influence, and they stood up in a way that we love to see from TJB.
TJB standing up in ways that Kolaris can't unless he's on top of a box series. He gets his prediction correct here, and TJB get a solid victory in the first match of our finals. Don't be mad at me, Kolaris. You won the prediction. You should be happy.
It was great.
Yeah, of course. You can't hide that smile.
I mean, ultimately, for me, in these kinds of circles, I can't bet against that compound. It is so unbelievably powerful. I would argue it's one of the most powerful compounds on the entire battleground if you're holding it and the circles kind of it doesn't even need to necessarily fall straight on you. You can just be kind of like, you can technically play out of it because you still have a decent cover, and generally you would have come there in vehicles, and you can keep the vehicles kind of safe as well. So there are play out options from it, but very important that they hold the angle as VIRTUS.PRO's moving down towards them on their southeast side. They did a 3-1. I thought maybe it was a little bit of an overcommitment to it, but it worked out, paid off. They got everybody up and good to go, and were able to play out the rest of the game.
Yeah, and Xiao actually got on top of the rooftop that I did not know you could actually get to, so he pulled some shenanigans to make it there, but you cannot escape his gaze. Like, third-person perspective, he has a little wall on top of that rooftop too. He peeks up, like, eliminates most of Ruthless at some point, and he gets the information for the rest of his team. It's so hard to escape his gaze, and this is a big fight, I would say, Kolaris. The moment they clear VP, they're going to 100% flex out and put the 100% focus on the northern side of the compound, and I think that was the game playing, like, the game-winning move. The moment you clear VP, you've got so much more space and focus you can put on other teams that it's just almost impossible to beat that compound, as you already stated.
But as you watch this fight as well, you can see how truly oppressive this compound is, right? You're seeing as VIRTUS.PRO move their way up to a position where they could potentially try and assault the compound, but never mind, they all have to be prone completely whilst all that fight's going on, because there's just no wiggle room for them, whereas TJB has all the wiggle room on their side. So it's a fortress. We've seen in West Europe, we've seen Eastern Stars get themselves victories from this compound when the circle is navigated that way as well. Any team that is proficient, that can hold down this compound, will win games if it comes this way.
Now, the only caveat I would kind of give here is that Azur from Shockwave did punish HVVP quite heavily there to allow TJB to just kind of capitalize on the position, and Azur alone was doing some serious work. As we're actually going to take a look here really quickly, though, before we hop into Azur in particular, to TJB's player stats. Again, this team has had a struggle when it's come to our first 2 weeks of play, but they seem to hit their groove when it came to our third phase, and we can see here it's not just the GK first show anymore.
I mean, we saw actually Lin in Phase 3 actually outdo GKFS in some of the days, so now we're seeing the entire team, and it happened last season. It happened last season, right? League stage, a little bit up and down, a little bit topsy-turvy. Boom, finals, the entire team stepped up, right? We saw Ling and Lang last season do, and now it's like Tingskre and Xiao, and that angle especially, Kalash, right? The moment he flexed over to the eastern side, is the moment you knew HVVP were just not going to make it any further. Smoke roads, cars, doesn't matter. The off angle, you're going to get everyone knocked away. Yeah, so I like it. That was confidence from the entire team, not just GK First. And for the first game of the finals, that's really good confidence to have. And hopefully we can see more of that TJB moving forward.
As you said, the angle that you took, ultra important, because you need to keep the pressure on a team like HPPV. Like, you can't let them kind of go by the wayside, because they will recover. And in a 4 versus 4, then even though there's a terrain advantage for TJB, I don't start favoring TJB, even though they have an advantage in terms of the terrain. So yeah, good that they kept the pressure on.
Yeah, it was a victory for TJB, but again, we saw a couple of teams actually step it up massively. Let's take a look at SHOCKWAVE, a team who's been exceptionally quiet, I feel like, the entire event so far. But we saw Azar in particular just punish teams. He got Death Machine knocked, he got HVVP knocked. Only 714 damage, but he made every single point of that damage count.
I've been saying it since the first of the season. Azar is underrated as a player, okay? Not just saying it because he's a French homie, okay? He's a bro, but he is severely underrated, and I every single time that he does well, like that SHOCKWAVE does well, it tends to be Azar doing really well for the team. So yeah, he just cleared out, as you said, Death Machine, and if he's not there, maybe HVVP have a chance to make it a little bit further in that game. I still don't think you can defeat TJB's position and Xiao's flex out, but I mean, yeah, seeing a step up from Azar is always good to see, and then SHOCKWAVE can close off games we saw in the past, but you know, the competition in the finals here is pretty tough.
Is Hey currently playing a PUBG mobile tournament, or is he auditioning for the next Marvel film? Because what is going on? Has that guy been in the gym 24/7? Anyway, jeez.
Well, it doesn't look like any of us go to the gym. Come on, let's be honest. So none of us would know. But another team who did step up besides SHOCKWAVE was RUTHLESS. Now, Claris, you want to take a look at their stats in particular, because again, this is another team who has been relatively quiet the entire time, but they did have a nice step up here in the first match.
Yeah, the reason I wanted to is because traditionally on a circle exactly like this, they always come from the west side, and they're really well versed at being able to play that west side. There's a few dips and divots there that they've been able to play in past games. I'm thinking back to West Europe tournaments where we've seen them play this location, and the area as a whole acts like a reverse bowl. So as everyone's kind of coming over the crest of this, you can get some nice cheeky little angles on teams as time goes on. And RUTHLESS on this west side, once again, showing that they are very well versed in this terrain, getting themselves into the later stages of the game with a lot of eliminations on the board for a start of a final like this. So really, really good to see.
Yeah, I mean, you saw their strong terrain knowledge there, because the moment they were taking that fight versus MADBULLS, I would say there's no chance for MADBULLS to really take that fight head on, because high ground position for RUTHLESS, having himself a nice little spread. If you push it up, there's no way you're going to survive it. And the main downfall for them is because TJB's spot was so good, and Xiao, actually, I think Xiao got most of the knocks on RUTHLESS at the end, but if no one's in that compound and they were just coming out so strong with so many elims, maybe it's a RUTHLESS win, but when that compound is still in play, it's tough to contest with it.
But the thing is, for a team like RUTHLESS as well, they didn't have the greatest performance when it came to like our bonus points going into the finals. So one result like this, it helps them catch up to quite a few different teams. There should be major shifts actually happening in the standings off of just one match alone. And obviously, as the matches go on throughout the day, we'll get some sort of consistency and some sort of normality to our overall standings. But this is huge for them, huge for TJB, huge for SHOCKWAVE as well. MADBULLS, who were in first place, 2 points. Is it going to be enough to maintain your first place position? However, we still have 5 more matches to come, and Sanhok's coming up right here, right now. So let's bring it back to our casters with John and Blake.
Sanhok, our first dose of the beast, Blank, as we're getting into match number 2 of the finals. We are going to see potentially a little bit more chaos, a little bit more close range engagements, maybe a little bit earlier than we did in the Miramar.
Max is getting the dose of the old monster. We're getting the dose of the old Sanhok. Yes, this is going to be an interesting one for sure. I think for HVVP, I think this is a team that we need to watch out for, though, because after that last game, they're actually on top right now. 84 points total. Yes, they didn't get a huge amount of elimination points. I think it was 4, but getting that second place to 12 placement points, still very, very decent, and that will send you up top side. So good start for HVVP. Bad start for MADBULLS. 2 eliminations, 0 placement points there. Didn't really get too much, but those bonus points will see them through pretty. Third place at the moment. VIRTUS.PRO just behind in second place of HVVP. But again, Sanhok is a map where recently HVVP has struggled, not been able to quite get themselves off that Northern Island. A lot of times that has been because of NEXUS and PIONER, who do crunch them rather heavily on that side of the map. And these are 2 teams that are in our finals. So this is where we do need to see maybe a change up potentially. Maybe they don't drop on the Northwest Island. Maybe they have a different route of exit from the Northwest Island. I'm not sure just yet, John, but I'd be excited to see if there's any changes that they're making coming into this one.
Looking for those changes early doors, but TJB occupy the top of the tables right now for the top players of the finals after their performance over on Miramar, playing as a team, which is really good to see. It's what we want to see more of from the squad, from that roster. Playing path on Sanhok Northern, but should be read.
Yeah, it should be all right for most teams. So HVVP do drop over towards that northwest side. Take Aim Gaming heads down towards Ruins as per usual. Bigs dropped in docks though. Decide not to head towards Camp Alpha, give a little bit more breathing room for themselves. Think this was
4 Romanian men.
4 Romanian men. Yeah, you are correct. So this is 4 Romanian men spots, so they'll pick up that one. We do lose a player early on in Shockwave. That's the TJB, and I think this is usually where we saw Arabian champions drop, in fact.
It's interesting. I think Death Machine just lost a player as well on that southeast side. So a lot more early contact here on Sanhok. Maybe a little bit more malleable as a map. The circle shifts up north. MADBULLS, obviously, in Paradise Resort. Game Lord occupying the split across that across that north bridge. You can see Victor all the way up on that north coast, potentially scouting out for wide rotations from Big, even though they're not in Camp Alpha. Game Lord don't necessarily know that, so they could be waiting for that boat rotation that we know Big sometimes did when they dropped up on that northwestern side. And again, hang on a minute, was that another elimination going through?
Yeah.
Oh dear, HVVP losing a player.
Yeah, nasty punish, actually. So already, with Sanhok being quite a small map, people are looking for these heavy spreads, these positions where people are thinking maybe we can get a little bit more space on the map here. And this is something that's happened throughout the entirety of the tournament. And for HVVP, they've never, ever been challenged on it until now, where QODEX actually send themselves over towards the southwest confluence compound and actually pick up one player from HVVP in Matic. So this is really bad news for HVVP, because not only does that mean they're down to 3 players, but it also gets rid of one of those players, which was very, very important in terms of scouting for them early on. QODEX leaves that position now and will move back up to a spot where maybe they can hold out NEXUS and do some damage over towards PIONER. So again, does feel like there is some serious things for HVVP to consider going forward. And if you can't take that confluence compound as a solo, maybe they have to invest more players into it, which gives them less strength over towards that northwest side. Difficult decisions going forward for them, and now really this map is about placement points for them.
Their choices now in terms of their rotational paths. I mean, normally they have that choice to go south if they want to, but what we've seen from them also is going for the swim across the river, across to just the north of boot camp. But with this circle, it's likely that PIONER is still going to be there, if not QODEX themselves, to play spoiler on that. Could we see the wide boat rotation that Big sometimes go for, as it looks like HVVP are repositioning out to the western side?
Yeah, they moved down towards Camp Alpha. They don't see any shoots down that way, so they assume Big's not there, which means they can get a cheeky bit of loot, extra loot at least. You know, I wouldn't be even surprised to see, you know, that boat rotation that you mentioned, but also maybe just a heal off with all the loot that they've been able to garner from the top of the mountain and now over towards Camp Alpha 2. There's a fair amount of juicy bits of meds over in this area of the map.
True. True, certainly an option. Definitely something to consider. Although, if you're HVVP, you're sat at the top of the tables right now. Don't want to let that one go. Although, to be fair, if you heal off, you get 8 points maybe on the game if you're really lucky. It's solid. It's just good averages, and that's what we talked about at the start of the first game, right?
Yeah.
In terms of teams just wanting consistency.
That's right. I mean, we talked about a balance, which was the main thing that we wanted to consider, which is a case of you have a good game. Now, if things go a little bit sour, the question is of how do you really balance out that curve now, because you don't want to be on that massive upswing and then hit a massive downward swing, because realistically at that point in time you've gained nothing. So now for HVVP, this is just a case of keeping it easy, keeping that line steady, and a heal off might be just the right thing for it.
Vito sprays out, not quite tagging Mind heavy enough there to stop the Take Aim Gaming rotation. Moving in the area between Bootcamp and Quarry, always a notorious funnel point, and it's really good to get past that first barrier, but more danger lies in wait as Shockwave are just around the corner. They did lose Trazen early, and they aren't really going hell for leather into this engagement, but they do have this info. But in the meantime, Take Aim Gaming make a massive northward push, and it works really well.
Getting through, dangerous, to be honest with you, very, very dangerous. A lot of times you can't quite make that same rotation without at least losing a couple of players. TJB hear this movement coming through, and I think they're actually rocking up on this compound, and Lin has a good idea. Unfortunately, all by himself here. Has an M4, which is decent, but I don't think it's good enough for the full 4-man spray down. Luckily, they're immediately headed towards this compound.
Do they know there's a player in here? Is there a vehicle from TJB? I don't think there is.
No, there's no way they could have known either with this long rotate that they made. This is just a case of scouting it out. Perhaps there's a player in here we don't know, but it seems to be clear. There is one building they haven't checked, though. The Tommy gun, at this point in time, he's probably just raging at his teammates. Like, come on, I need your help right now. I heard at least 4 of them. They're scuttling around, mate.
Unicorns of Love, just a little bit further up the hill as well. They do have a little bit of oversight onto this. This is tricky. This is tricky. Do TJB commit to this when they know that they probably have a good inkling that there's Unicorns of Love coming in from that northern side based on their usual drops? They know that that fight is likely to get third-partied. So this info from Lin, it's valuable, but can they act on it?
Again, for TJB, like, if they want to act on this, they're more than likely going to have to stop the vehicle short and walk the rest of the way so they can try and get the drop on them. And again, like you said, John, Unicorns of Love being up towards that northern side, having oversight on this building, is it even worth trying to save Lin at this point in time? Or does Lin just try and leave the building through a window, wander back down towards TJB? With this circle, some point, TJB will have to push through both these teams anyway.
Just looking around the map as well in the meantime. And it's big, moving all the way over from docks towards and past Camp Charlie. Pioneer coming to blows with Death Machine, and Death Machine do fall down. Game Lord are there as well. First team eliminated. South side, the MUERTE still spread all the way out on that southwest side. Big, make that crossing to Camp Charlie. HVVP yet to leave around the Camp Alpha spread. So at the moment, we've got 3 teams playing out in the blue.
And Darev even going down there for Muerte. Bad news. Big actually finding that. I think today is a day of punishment, certainly. I think a lot of these teams are getting a little bit too comfortable with their positions on the map when no one's challenging them, but this is the finals now. You'll pick up points wherever you can. You know that this is a bit of a sprint. If you can grab those points, you absolutely will. MADBULLS looking a little bit more MADBULL-esque as Pioneer start to get dismantled just a little bit.
MADBULLS leave the Paradise Resort. They head out to the west and try and pinch Pioneer against the coast. Seems to be going well to start off with, but they've left Monkey back in Paradise Resort. Is that an adjustment, do you think, that we saw? Because we've seen them leave Paradise Resort and then have to come back before, and they really suffered for that. But now they've left that outpost, they're going to know a lot more information about teams maybe moving in.
I think we've seen a few times when they leave Paradise Resort, it's usually been all the way down towards that southeast side. I think with this, where Paradise Resort is still quite a prominent position in terms of rotational paths for a lot of these teams, it's a good idea to leave Monkey behind. Take Aim Gaming sent away from that compound that Lin was in up towards Unicorns of Love's position, and Lin just stayed extremely still. Didn't let anything on there, in which case TJB might be that unknown factor for both these teams. As Unicorns Love won't have spotted them as they came through. Take Aim Gaming, Zerich finds Hadge as well. Unfortunately, these rapid and kind of reckless rotations coming through from Take Aim Gaming now are starting to kind of come back to bite them just a little bit, John.
Monkey, the outpost near Paradise Resort for MADBULLS. Taking a couple of shots over to the Unicorns of Love, who only have 2 players active right now, Raucus and Icy. Up and going, Crypto flushed out, VIRTUS.PRO. Unicorns of Love had a really, really tough time. VIRTUS.PRO have backfilled them up into Cow, and they've kind of been pushed into this fight in a really unfavorable hillside position.
Yeah, for VP, it was fairly simple movement for them as well, because they just swang past Camp Bravo on the outside of the circle up towards Cow. And again, like you said, because Unicorns of Love moved down from here early, and they do a lot of times, VP takes advantage of this straight away and just sends straight into Cow, knowing that no one's going to be in that position. Unicorns of Love won't be there early. They won't be rotating back. They most likely will have moved down towards the south. So very smart rotation there from VP to get themselves into a fairly decent spot going forward. Unfortunately, Old Boy's just not able to hit too many shots. Happy J, though, is there on the receive.
Gonzo backs the player on the hold off the window. Last player for Take Aim Gaming. Nade out and pretty well placed there. Gonzo was very, very low. Happy, low HP and needs to find a good, well, something. And there's a shot coming through. Game Lord might prove to be the savior. For now, maybe. Is that going to spread? Is that going to tag? Might just find the corner, but no, it seems to have burnt out. Nade in through the window from Raucus. And in comes the Vault. Will be on the broadside, though. Doesn't quite catch it. Unfortunately, not quite ready for that one. Raucus gets the Vault.
I mean, that should have absolutely been a squad wipe there. Well, at least an elimination for Happy J. I don't know how he let that player vault in through the window when he had full sightlines of it, didn't have a vehicle in hand. Maybe a nade held there. It's one of those plays that you don't certainly expect someone to do. It's so crazy, so out of your mind, that Happy J was probably as surprised as we were as he, slid his way into the window like a snake. But fortunately, Happy J will suffer for it. Take Aim Gaming out of the match now. TJB have spotted a fair few teams, but haven't done too much about it. Again, they're being a little bit slower on their plays, less aggressive, less putting themselves in these dangerous scenarios where there really is no exit and they're already found out. They're playing these games slowly and knowing that on the edge side, they want to stay as hidden as possible before they start to move in. Really like this new TJB that we're seeing.
Good adjustments, potentially giving them a really solid chance here in the finals to make their mark. Even if it is quite late in the tournament, it's a really good time to start now. Eastern Stars losing a player on their crash, but Athis in a fairly resible position here for Eastern Stars. If they can make that push up towards the northern side, no one really controlling that right now, as they have backed off Pioneer fairly effectively.
Third zone at the moment, and just as we hit that, you see HVVP towards that northwest side start to move out. They're leaving that blue zone, heading towards the western side, well, the eastern side of the northwest island, looking out towards a lot of these teams who are clustered up very central towards that south side of Tap Mock now. So they haven't taken too much damage from the blue, which is good for them. And with most teams already leaving, they have a lot of time to play with. Yes, they're more than likely going to get caught out on the road crossing, but I think for them, it's more hope that a lot of these teams are preoccupied with one another, that they won't even spot a team coming over the crossing this late into the game.
Always have to keep your eyes out on Sanhok. Unicorns of Love fighting back against VIRTUS.PRO. They got pushed down and backfilled there, but they're not going down without a fight, not just yet. That's on the northern side of the circle. Just to the south of Cow, north of Paradise Resort. TJB moving into the east side now of Paradise Resort. Ruthless potentially looking to try and push up there as well. The MADBULLS did, of course, leave that earlier. Monkey has regrouped with the team since. And since that has happened, NEXUS and TJB now have moved in. NEXUS on the northwest.
We've seen TJB take up this spot a few times, particularly versus VP on the game in Phase 3. If you're watching with us those last 3 days before we head into the finals, we saw TJB take this position alongside VP. Unfortunately, both were facing the MADBULLS, who were on an absolute tear at the end of Phase 3. Unfortunately, were taken out. But this seems to be a fairly typical rotation for TJB. This time around, though, they have been extremely hidden. haven't let the game away too much at all. And for them, they might be able to get the drop on a team like Ruthless, who is almost certain, I'll say 90%, that there's no one on this side of Paris Resort. Might just drop the ball a little bit, in which case TJB will be ready to catch up and snatch it up in terms of a few eliminations over towards Ruthless.
Circle shrinks and it's right onto that junction, right over towards Pioneer. MADBULLS still holding solid position in this next circle. The Paradise Resort teams will have to leave. It's a tricky maneuver. If HVVP want to cross, they could be able to do so now, or are they going to leave Kitsune back? Try and go for that heel off. You can see MUERTE. They lost that AF Shore, but seems like Striker's playing all the way behind in the ruins currently. Picking up every med he can see.
TJB, not a great circle for them, honestly. Moving all the way up towards that western side, but something like this was bound to happen at some point. Yep. So I think that they were fairly ready for this, assuming that they'd be not the greatest of steads. MADBULLS predictions across the board here. This is a position on the map where they have won several times. I think the analysts would be remiss not to predict them here. Even if you don't have all the information, this is a spot that they're super comfortable with over towards Paris Resort. Tixi, though, finds both players from MUERTE as they rotate up. Not suspecting this player whatsoever. And even if HVVP do go for a heal-off now, those two eliminations would be absolutely excellent in terms of getting themselves a couple more points and evening that curve out, as we said earlier.
Yeah, look at that. A whole bunch of utility there, slurped on up by Tixi as well. No first aids, so that implies to me that they weren't carrying any first aids and therefore leaving Striker back, definitely going for that heal strat. TJB now potentially in combat with NEXUS. Doran certainly seems to think they are. Nade over the top, looked well placed. Not really finding too much damage there. Nice scatter from TJB to get away from that one. MADBULLS condense into a compound. Nasty. Oh, that is nasty. Lin puts it right in the sides there. On the flanks of Exo. And will fall. Redux having already gone down leaves NEXUS at 2. A rebound Doran nade off the wall, potentially looking to slow TJB down, and it's really nicely placed there as well. I think that came off the window as well. Tingskirt falls first, but crawls back in and should be safe for now.
That was Speedy coming through from TJB. Unfortunately, they've been spotted once again. That's from Octavian. Afar. TJB tries to get down towards the bottom floor. Again, there's a lot of angles all over the place. Octavian up high. Lin's going to try and toss one up that way. Looks pretty decent. Oh. It is. Across the top, TJB, Lin.
That's 2 for Lin on the nade so far with no vision. Really well played, well placed. The Molotov was out and not quite going to be able to get the gun back in hand in time to handle the rest of TJB. But they lose a player. Tingsker falling down leaves them at 3 on the east side.
Slick movements too. A little bit of parkour to finish off that one. Nice stuff. Ruthless Esports taking down Shockwave in the meantime. MADBULLS keeping it real tight, though, playing it close to the chest. Roll kiss, 600 damage done, but will be finally eliminated there by Game Lord. Cody sat back down from a nade coming through from Pocus.
Teams are falling fast now. Ruthless on the broadside. Lin just dominating these circles recently. You saw him move out of their compound last time around, taking position against VIRTUS.PRO and doing a lot of work there. This time around, similarly powerful. 4 eliminations already for TJB. 5 total, 4 for Lin alone. Seems like we might have a new contender for top dog of TJB.
It's funny, actually, because Lin was one of these players that is very impressive in terms of just gun skill alone. The difference being is that, you know, when we used to see Lin play, one of our major gripes with him as he hits 5 eliminations on the cards here was that his push-outs or his rotations, his expanding of his position on the map was always a little bit too much, a little bit too aggressive, but he's being a little bit more measured with it here in the finals, just slightly pushing out into position, getting these little cheeky off angles that maybe players don't expect him to be in, instead of being completely away from the rest of the team. And it seems to be working out nicely. Salazar here, 13 first aid kits, so he's going to weather the storm regardless of not whether TJB push down onto them. These are some nice long nades though, does quite a bit of damage over towards Lin.
Still quite far forwards for Lin. Hits the deck, wants the challenge with Nano. Doesn't take the damage from the nade. Salazar maybe looking to put another one in. Nano gets the heal off in the meantime. However, Xiao is putting a nade behind the rock. That's well placed, and Nano falls. One more from Salazar. Will this one find? Well, they're looking forward to double. Oh, Salazar ruins the push for TJB. And remember, they're only on 3, which leaves them just at 1. It's GK first, though. And now is the time for him to stand back up for the squad. Can he get his teammates back up? Because they have a long road ahead of them after the next shift.
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly hard to get either of these players back up in action. It would just be a case of trying to carry them through. MADBULLS in the meantime, as 4 will be completely decimating the opposition over towards that western side. 4 eliminations, but they're looking to take it a little bit further. But Pioneer actually fighting back towards them.
Okay, all right. See if TJB can get back on their feet. Salazar, I think, just disengaging from this fight right now.
Is that time?
HVVP, solo heal, MADBULLS, control the circle. QODEX, what can you do?
10 seconds to get these reses off, and Salazar's moving up, doesn't want to let these reses go through. This is bold play from him. Might be able to spray straight for the smoke, but has to hit that first aid kit nice and early here to make sure he can still keep going. That will allow at least one to get up, but the circle moving in extremely fast. At least one first aid kit goes through, but MoneyKen is watching this.
Ooh. That is not fun. Lin does go down to the zone, and TJB somehow weather the bullet storm here. But unfortunately, Salazar is still there. GK first goes down, and Salazar finds them both. TJB is disaster from Ruthless Esports. Just the one player. That was a 1v3 from Salazar, aided by MoneyKen on the suppression there. But now it's QODEX versus MADBULLS.
Still, TJB pretty happy with this game. Decent point score, but yeah, Salazar massively ruined the day with the nades coming over the top side. Again, Lin's still using those stun grenades to its great effect, so the nade comes over the top, and the player's too stunned to even do anything about it. 7 eliminations so far for MADBULLS, but QODEX with 4. Again, this would still be a win regardless of what happens for MADBULLS. They might get a 3rd or a 2nd place, depending how they play this one out. Start to dominate once again in terms of the leaderboards.
Salazar is allowed to push up towards those TJB players as well. That's a load more first aids he can get, but MoneyKen spots it, and outside of the player zone, Salazar will fall. Not a threat anymore. Kitsune and Striker, the 2 healers out in the zone. It's a 4v3 on the inside.
Woodson reluctant to push up at the moment. Monkey, Skills, both with UMPs. MoneyKen's here with the AKM, looking to shut down a player almost immediately with the added damage. That nade goes long. Oh. A little bit too far, though.
I thought that was right on target, but just bounced and went a little bit too far. The arc looked good. Skills repositions away from this. Right now, QODEX have the lion's share of the circle. An opening needing to be found. And Monkey wants to do it with the nade. It's a little bit long on the cook there, just isolating positions close by, though. Still with a little bit more ordnance in the back. MoneyKen. Was that a nade from Monkey? I think it was. Skills wants to put one in as well. They know there's a player behind this rock now, so they need to be careful. PNL puts a nade over towards Skills. Is there a reposition in time? Seems like they got away from it. It faded. MoneyKen, nade out, caught in the burn, unfortunately, and has to reposition, and fast. Look at that. Forced to go for the heal really, really quickly there, and the burn is good, but there's a return knock and a lot of damage sent over towards the MADBULLS. Zerich, low, Skills pushes forwards and does the job he was needing to do there. Finds the 1, but now it's a 1 versus 2, and out in the circle, it's just the 1 player left. Fernie rises from the grass. Zerich is there, and he takes down QODEX in a 1 versus 2, rising up from the undergrowth, and MADBULLS push QODEX aside to take control of the zone. Out in the circle, it's Kitsune and Striker for MUERTE all the way over towards Ruins, but either way, the MADBULLS hold the inside, and they will take the chicken dinner.
It's kind of unbelievable that QODEX let that happen as well, but I think that you look at that Molotov sent through from, I think it was Monkey right at the end, well, actually Zerich, to stop MoneyKen from getting that side angle with the grenade was absolutely the thing they needed, because they kind of just switched that whole thing on its head into a 3v3 whilst MoneyKen tried to get back into the fight, in which case they were able to isolate some 1v1s, and then he's able to stand up from the backside and find a couple more. So QODEX just being completely outplayed by the guys at MADBULLS. The circle is really encroaching now, though. Kitsune only with 2 left. You wonder how many Strikers got left in the back pocket.
A couple more. He had 8 when we checked in, so he should be down to about 6 or maybe down to 5 now. But that's the last one for Kitsune. So that should go down. Striker will outlast. The MADBULLS with 11 eliminations, playing from Paradise Resort MUERTE take that second place with no eliminations and essentially no participation in this game as well. Big took down one of their players early, but they didn't let that bother them. They did lose a couple of their other players, I think, to Tixi from HVVP on that coast side, but really not having an impact other than just staying alive for as long as possible. And with it, you get 12 points.
Yeah, and I think for MUERTE, yeah, they may have won out in terms of the duel, but for HVVP, with the 10 points on the game, including the 6 eliminations they're able to kind of find here and there, that's 16 points on the game for them. So very, very nice stuff from HVVP. MADBULLS, though, taking the chicken dinner. They looked great from this position. The entirety of the desk predicted them. They've won so many times from that spot in the circle. Again, it didn't look like it would go any other way, John, than that. Again, TJB, though, still looking pretty damn good. Unfortunately, Salazar had an arc on that grenade almost as good as some of One Piece's. Unfortunately, it was not meant to be for TJB.
Yeah, unfortunately, theirs was not looking the best, unfortunately, towards the end there, but they still had an impact. I mean, you can see Lin is still going. The guy was on fire. He was actually, I guess, second on most eliminations, unless someone else was getting 6, and Zerich just eked them out in terms of the tiebreakers. But Lin got 5 eliminations for the squad. He was really, really putting pressure out to that side. It was unfortunate, as you say, on their overall position, but still a solid performance, and that's going to be really, really good news for their chase up towards the top. Unfortunately, both MADBULLS and HVVP had a good game, and they were 2 of the teams sat above TJB before this game started. VIRTUS.PRO, though, on the other side, will be catchable for TJB. We'll see if they manage to do it, Blank.
Yeah, I mean, for looking at TJB, though, in this way, though, John, is that you look at them and you think that, you know, how much grief we gave them in Phase 1 and Phase 2. They're now in a spot at the moment where, yeah, they might not get the first place finish at the end of this. But the fact that they are so secure at the moment to go towards the regionals, how did this happen? This is just TJB in a nutshell for you. You think they're not doing great. They slowly turn up the heat more and more and more. We come to the finals. They're a completely different beast. You know, they're definitely those people that perform way better on tests than over on coursework. That pressure really does do good things for them. Other teams kind of break underneath it, but TJB, they see it as an absolute blessing to keep them hungry for those big numbers.
And those 9 graders in those exams. Hopefully, TJB can keep on going, but MADBULLS reprove their dominance once again with a chicken dinner on Sanhok.
Yeah, proven dominance yet again. Well done by MADBULLS. Another time here, able to help us all get our predictions correctly, which of course is what we really care about. But well done by them. I mean, Claris, as we saw the zone shift, or not shift, but the zone kind of settle around that 16-minute mark. I think you and Max both said instantly, like, MADBULLS are winning.
Yeah, difficult to bet against the position that they had in the circle. Once again, they've already shown that they are strong. I think the last time they got themselves a victory here was northeast of this position, northeast of that road. But regardless of the fact, it shows that from the spot that they know exactly how they're going to be playing things out. And even as 3, they were still able to do it. And they're one of the only teams that can do that. Wah!
And they dropped in Paradise Resort, so they barely moved the entire game. They were just fully looted up. They had all the resources to try and close it off. Unfortunately, yes, they do lose effect, but that's a cool thing. Even if effect is not there, the team steps up around it, and they can still close off games in a 3v4. That is why MADBULLS is so consistent all of this tournament, because even when it doesn't seem like they're going to get the game, they get it. 26 points on the game, and like now I think they're currently the first team to breach 100 points so far with their point leads of the league stage, so yeah, no, first game still was a tough one, but when they're in control and when they're in those finishing moments, you know, chances are MADBULLS going to get the win.
Yeah, well, MADBULLS get the win, but we still have to focus heavily on the fact that Ruthless, another decent game out of them with 11 points. TJB, another 11 points for them as well. Unicorns of Love as well, getting 7. Remember, obviously it's a battle for first place, but it's still a major battle for getting top 8 to make it into regionals, and we've seen some teams finally be able to step up just like that, which obviously makes MUERTE's heal strat even more impactful when it comes to the Zeus Sandhawks that we have every single day.
It's the heal strat here for them, they're not going to abandon that anytime soon. There's no reason for them to. They're not being rivaled on this army drop across that whole split where they're staying in the blue for the entirety of the game. They're going to get themselves, if they continue on that trend and don't somehow haphazardly get eliminated on entry or towards the even middle state of circles or towards them, they are going to get over 10 points every single game. Now, how do you remedy that as the other teams? Just be better on the other battlegrounds.
Yeah. And it's going to allow them to make it really far, right? Because you've got 2 Sanhoks every single day, no rotating groups, so they're playing every single one of those Sanhoks, and they were in 7th position entering in this tournament when it comes to the bonus points from the league stage, right? So if they just get decent points every single time and not too many big movements happen in the overall leaderboards, they should make in top 8 without too much of an effort. But yeah, I mean, Same heal strat, it just keeps on working. Other teams tried to do it, tried to make it happen, like HVVP Kitsune tried to go for the heal strat, but you can't be able the healing amount you can pull off from that spot is too good.
It's even, sorry, as we watch this final moments as well, this is ridiculous. It's even more important that you actually do it on a Sanhok compared to any other battleground because it's so volatile is Sanhok. But focusing on this, Max, did you see exactly how that went out?
Well, don't spoil it.
Oh,
We're going to see it in a second anyways.
Oh, we're going to see
the
it
replay
anyway.
of it, don't worry.
Okay.
Max.
I saw, yes.
Well, you know what? Actually, let's just go straight to it then so we can talk about it. Because while we were watching it happen, we were unsure of how MADBULLS was able to finish off QODEX. Zerich in particular, we saw him trying to res a teammate, and we were like, what's happening? Why is he doing that when there's another player left alive? But as we saw there at the very end, and we'll see here in a second, it was close, but really showing really a testament to how good Zerich and MADBULLS are.
Yeah. I mean, if you blink, you might miss it, because I definitely did. But looking back onto it, you actually see Zerich on his angle. He goes a little bit further. So, like, you got the initial fight. Really good molly onto Moneyken, by the way, just forcing him to go for the first aid and actually burns up. And then you're going to see Zerich hides down while Skills is pushing up. Unfortunately, doesn't win the fight. Does get knocked, though, which is great. Puts it down to a 1v2. But the moment Zerich pushes up, you're going to wait. PNL pushes up, instantly gets him, and then he jumps down from the rock and gets 2. They just align almost perfectly. And when you're jumping down, your bloom is even bigger, so you're suffering to hit the shots. He was shooting, but every one of those bullets actually missed, and Zerich just got too easy in one scope.
That is a bit of an oversight by QODEX, I think, given that they're a little bit too much overconfidence there. I feel like that they should have been able to round that out. They did get a little bit unlucky, I think, with the molly going slightly right of his position as he was lying down, because if that hits him, it's over. There's no recovering from that. But yeah, a little bit overzealous for QODEX, because they could have had the win.
Yeah, maybe like Zerich was like semi-baiting his team there in particular just to kind of force them to come in to go for the finish. But well done by him again. Like clutch situation, wins it out for them. And at the end of the day, at the end of the whole event, you never know. That play might have actually got them first place overall if it is actually close at the very end. But speaking about being close here, we haven't been able to check in with our overalls in the finals, but we have a little bit of time. So I want to do that right now because I want to get an idea of where the teams currently stand. MADBULLS, they're in first place, but by 3 points. HVVP haven't given the run for their money, but then again, TJB in 3rd place is huge. RUTHLESS as well, breaching top 8 is another massive team.
TJB's move, considering they were in 9th place with 46 points, that's a big leap for TJB to start things off. So they are definitely now able to contend with those top dogs or top bulls, however you want to categorize it. And likewise, you know, I think MUERTE, obviously, it's one step up, but you know, in the first game they really didn't have much to their name. So now that this is a nice good amount of points for them to continue on this trend.
And also really like it because this is the first season where we have these bonus points after your performance in the league stage heading into the finals, right? And it is sure, a decent amount of points, especially when you got your MADBULLS getting 75 points before getting into the finals. That's a big advantage compared to other teams. But if you ever step up, like we saw with TJB right now, with those 19 eliminations in these first 2 games and a chicken dinner, that lead can be reduced in like a matter of 1 to 2 games. Now they are currently not just in the race for top 8, then race potentially for that first place. And the TJB finals buff is real. It's happening in the 2nd season right now.
I'm curious to see what they can do if they do make it obviously top 8 and they hold on to that. If they potentially even make first place, would be even more amazing. But for me, I'm still not sold until they can get to regionals and perform, because they have yet to do so across the multiple seasons they've been there and across the multiple international events. And I know people out there might be saying, well, Jason, why are you hating on TJB so much? I'm not trying to hate on them. It's just the fact that they haven't been able to perform to that level that we see them be able to do here in Western Europe when it comes to these bigger events. And let's be honest, all 3 of us want to see a Western European team win PMGC. Someone's got to knock Nova off that pedestal, and we'll obviously find out who it's going to be later on in the year. But gentlemen, we're going to be moving into Erangel for the first time today, and this is where things get a little bit interesting to see if we'll have any change in applications. Actually, I don't think we've seen too many, though Sanhok was a little bit different. But I'm curious to see how teams are going to play this out, because again, we're going to be ending things out completely at the end of the finals on this map. But for now, we're only the halfway point here of the first day. So let's go back to John and Blank to bring you the action.
still with a lot of legwork to do for these teams. They are going through their first of each of these maps and making sure that they stake their claim to their drop spots, to their rotational paths, making sure teams know where they are. So I imagine if we're going to see adjustments, it might be in the second half of today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you look at this map in particular, John, Erangel, as Jason said, bringing up that great point that we are going to finish on this map. You know, it'd be good to see who is performing the best here. And although TJP have done very well on Miramar, and then over towards Sanhok didn't do too badly either, I think it was Erangel where we started to see a lot of their turn-ups in terms of performance in Phase 3, taking a lot of these central positions. That's where they kind of got that idea from. That's where they started to develop a lot of that central spot from, that aggressiveness. So I think here is another good chance for TJP, surprisingly. And it's not where I thought we'd see TJP taking a lot of these points home over Miramar and Sanhok, considering Sanhok was completely butchered in terms of their game plan where MUERTE took Sami away from them. They've had to change things up massively over there. But now on Erangel, this is where I expect maybe a good game from them. And I could be surprised here and see TJP go out very early. And instead, we're having another switch up from TJP in terms of what maps they perform well on.
They performed very well so far over the start of today, as has been highlighted numerous times. They closed that gap against the MADBULLS. They're now sat at 19 points behind Blank. That's not very far at all. That's one good performance to try and swing that in their favor. And if MADBULLS take an early dip, or if they lose two of their players early, there definitely is that potential to eat into that gap, and fast. Not only that, we're not seeing a MADBULLS player on the most eliminations just yet. Lin still right at the top with 7.
Tixi taking 12.93 as well after that last game on Sanhok, where he was able to do a lot of work in terms of a few elimination points, which sent them up the ladder slightly. Currently, HVVP sat on 22 points total. Very, very good stuff in terms of placement points, 22 placement points, sorry, and 100 points total, 3 points behind MADBULLS. So HVVP definitely not letting the chase up just yet. Yes, they kind of dropped the ball slightly over towards that final game on Livik with the old heel-off, which didn't work out. I think that's kind of a Hail Mary play, whereas it works out or it doesn't. VP can't get any more points than us. They need to go down early. They don't, and they're not able to jump up in the general rankings to get themselves a few more bonus points. Hasn't mattered too much, though, because so far, HVVP do look fairly decent. Heavy shift down towards the southeast, though, John, down towards MUERTE Power, and with a northern playing path, a lot of these teams will have their work cut out for them going forward in terms of rotations, but Game Lord are going to get themselves nicer situated up towards Yasnaya. And do you know what else is interesting, John? These are the circles where TJP tend to do very well.
Oh, well, be on the lookout, certainly. Doran, plenty of bullets in the mag, and Rollkiss finds out just how fast they could pelt down range, trying to hold out the Crypto with pump action. Mules with it. Octavian not quite speedy enough into the fray, but Exo and Redox push into the ground floor. Icy down on the outside, and Exo wastes no time in taking down Crypto. That's all. 3 of the internal players from Unicorns I loved there taken down. Gonzo not close to this engagement and will be left alone by the rest of the Unicorns.
Doran's the true king out of all of that with the M249. Unbelievable play from the actual top of the stairs there, getting one player through the window at the start there. I think Crypto's not able to swing on the players fast enough coming through from the rest of Nexus there, because he's still trying to deal with Doran on the floor, who is making some weird movements, in which case he's trying to take the shotgun to him, misses 3 shots before he's able to flush him out, just thinking to himself, why won't you die, Doran, please? I need to get resituated with the rest of my team. So unfortunate. Unicorns of Love, like that, down to 1 and 3 eliminations there, go through for Nexus. Unicorns of Love, though, precarious position. This is really not those games where you can be going out early. They have a total of 67 points, tied with MUERTE over in 6th and 7th place at the moment, but it's that 1st to 8th place is so important at the moment, John. Getting into those regional finals. And already, we're seeing Game Lord in 9th place. We're seeing Eastern Stars in 12th place. We're seeing Big in 16th place. Our familiar faces right now are not making it into those regionals. And Unicorns of Love are kind of our final hope for the OGs.
I mean, it's Western European Stormtrooper energy, seemingly, in this.
Yeah.
In these games, and maybe there is that Skywalker over on TJP. We're going to have to wait.
That is correct, absolutely.
They are a new hope, but there's still a long way to go. We've only had 2 games from them, and sure, those 2 have been good, and they have shown marked improvement in their decision-making. But can they stand the test that MADBULLS will undoubtedly lay down before them, that HVVP will completely be willing to give them in a heartbeat?
I do love that we've got this kind of now idea that MADBULLS are Darth Vader and TJB currently Luke Skywalker. In which case, you know, it makes sense. Darth Vader's always been very, very strong, and Luke Skywalker's has his test to go through. And maybe this is the finals where we see TJB in the dark, and then suddenly a blue saber appears and they're ready to perform.
Ooh, I like it. I like where this is going. We'll have to see the strength of the Empire. See how that one's going to go over. But Nexus moving along that south side after losing just Doran, the stalwart holder, against that push from the Unicorns, who did fall for his troubles, past the split from QODEX, and unlikely that QODEX are going to take this full engagement. As Nexus just send on around, figuring out where they can go. Teams starting to migrate out to the east.
A lot of teams already making their way into MUERTE, playing towards MUERTE, nice and early. For MADBULLS, you know, without X team even being in the game here, their rotation from Primosk is even easier. They'll have to pass through Ruthless. Ruthless, however, in Pachinki haven't been too reactive to a lot of these circles. They remain in this position for a long, long time. Again, I'll bring it up. I bring it up every single season, but this is one of the things that I do find a little bit strange from them, in which case they have this central spot on the map, so easy to get to a lot of the circles, but far too often I see them as one of the last players to actually move out and rotate into the circle, which does make things a little bit more difficult for them than it maybe necessarily needs be. You see MADBULLS over towards Paradise Resort, you'll see them flex out nice and early a lot of times. Won't just be looting in Paradise Resort all the time. It is a central spot, it's a great spot to be in. You'll see them move down towards the south on Sanhok. For Pachinki, Ruthless play a completely different game, in which case they'll just sit there and sit there and sit there until they're kind of forced to move out of it, by which time it is just too late.
Potentially. Timekeeping, all important, Blank. You know that all too well. Teams moving in. No more argy-bargy. I was looking at who was dropping where, Blank. Nobody dropped on the military island, and to be fair, the playing path didn't really play well for it. Gonzo has since rotated down to that C block on the north of the military base for the Unicorns of Love. And they normally do drop out towards Novo, but you know, ARB not being in the lobby anymore, that is an open drop spot. But without the opportunity really to go there, we didn't see anyone fill it. Pioneer, South George, HVVP now playing North George. I mean, I say now, still playing North George. They will be leaving fairly late on this circle.
A lot of teams crunched into this area now, though. TJB find themselves very much caught up in the action. Just outside of Lumber Hill. Again, this is a position where mostly you're just listening for rotates coming around the side. It's difficult always to get the bead on these teams, so again, it's one more of an informational play. You don't want to play directly inside Lumber Hill. A lot of times this is just isolating a single side of it, hearing the rotations coming through and then playing off the back of it. At this point of the game, though, with first zone coming through, we're about 8 minutes in at the moment. There's not too much to do. You're still wondering where this next circle could be heading towards. And again, finding these rotations, thinking where enemy players and teams might be is very beneficial, because this still could be a very hard shift up towards that northern side, towards Mansion, in which case VPs maybe sent themselves a little bit too far down towards this eastern side to pick up on this kind of rotate. It is interesting we're seeing such a huge amount of teams down towards the southeast already, because you're kind of blocking yourself in MUERTE power. It's quite difficult to leave sometimes.
Not the easiest. MUERTE skirting on the southeast coast right now. A couple of shots over towards the rear guard, but not too much found, and cover should be fairly accessible as they make their way up into MUERTE for MUERTE. Little bit of a stuck vehicle there. This is a replay. Yeah. Oh, no. Attempt number 3. Third time's a charm. And there we go. It's off.
Nicely done. Death Machine had to call RAC in But all they had was Are Happy. Does his best. And he can't do the auto change for him, but certainly get them out of a tricky situation like that. Next circle, about to pop now, does head heavy east. So although I said before, you're blocking yourself in towards MUERTE Power, sometimes you get a little bit lucky like this, in which case you're now in a fairly decent position, in which case you don't have to worry too much about your 180 on that east side. You can more think about the teams coming in from the west, but there will be a bit of a heavy rotate from these teams already within the circle to get further towards the east, understanding there's going to be a massive amount of teams on this west side pushing in. Speaking of pushing in, MADBULLS have found themselves a little bit of a roadblock here, a little bit of a hurdle that they'll have to pass over here, losing one player straight away on their rotate in, which will delay them, which is not good.
Not ideal, certainly now that the land has become a premium commodity. With about, I would say, only 40% of this next circle maybe being inland, certainly around half, no more. It's really, really going to force these teams to fight a little bit earlier than maybe you usually would see. With 16 teams remaining, it's likely that we're going to see some of them drop now. You can see how tightly packed they are.
Yeah, it's kind of complicated, John, honestly, going forward. These teams are going to have to really battle out to some strong positions, and already TJB losing 2 off the bat, and that's Death Machine pushing in. Xiao's gonna have to stand tall.
Oh no, trying to roll on through. Lin gets caught in the crossfire as well. This is what you've got to be worried about for TJB. Xiao stands up for 1 knock, but taken down across the way. Death Machine sweep out TJB. This is not good news for TJB in terms of their strikeout for the top. But you know what? I feel like you kind of can forgive them here. I feel like they still make that correct decision in terms of rotations. It's just an unfortunate turn of events.
Yeah, they pass up at the Death Machine almost immediately. I do think you see this similar panic that we see beforehand. I think when TJB gets themselves into engagements and they're not prepared for, a lot of times that discipline gets thrown out the window. And you saw that with Lin there making a heavy rotate, trying to take that off angle that he usually loves to play. But at that point in the time, it's a little too late for that kind of thing. In which case he just has to rock up and support Xiao. Immediately gets taken down. So TJB out early on, will be getting more points in this game. Big, on the other hand, in dire straits down towards the bottom of the leaderboard at the moment. 60th place, desperately need to get themselves some points on board now if they want to keep challenging towards the top side. They might just get left behind in the dust because of these additional bonus points that have been thrown into the mix now.
Yeah, I mean, they started today in 16th place. They were 1 point behind, I think, the 15th place team. I think it was Death Machine. At that point, they've earned 6 points total today. That is not good. 5 of those eliminations as well. But now they're in a fight with Game Lord. 2 of the Western Europe's older titans, but for now, both of them struggling in terms of the overall standings. Game Lord with a little bit better slice of the pie. Akashi down, big, losing Beast and Meiki in the firefight, and that's a lovely nade. Oh wait, no, it wasn't lovely. That's not good. I thought that was a knockover towards Game Lord, but instead they take the point away.
Funnily enough, this is something that Game Lord has suffered from a fair few times. I'd love to see the stats and the amount of time Game Lord has naded one of their friendlies. Unfortunately, Big feels that same karma coming to this game. It's kind of rubbed off on them from Game Lord. Again, Rob's the master of the DBS. I love this guy. The fact that he's kind of made that his own throughout this tournament is beautiful to see. Massively coming in clutch a lot of times. Plays this weird, aggressive playstyle with the DBS in hand, the shotgun to get up close and personal. Now, Valo tries to send away. Does take a few hits, though, but will get down low just soon enough.
Attempted to disengage here. I mean, with the circle heading fast south, you do not want to be locked into this fight for too much longer now. Game Lord seems to know about it. They take that elimination and they get on with it. They're going to keep on trucking south as soon as they can. But where do they go? Because you've got Take Aim Gaming and HVVP in your way.
VP, who moved into MUERTE Power very early on, but they're holding the roadside at the moment, just waiting for all these teams coming down from the north. In the meantime, it's Pioneer. Fash stands up, one of the better players, but he's looking the wrong way. Somehow still brings it back.
He's on the swivel, is our Fash. Nice find there on the spray down. Should not have been able to win that one, but does find the knock nonetheless. Keeps Pioneer at 4. This is on the southwest side of prison right now. Game Lord suffering to Big. Big able to catch up on the chase. And they will be given the higher offer there. Game Lord losing 2 and will be going forward with just Victor and Akashi.
Yeah, interesting play to actually leave 2 players out there on the eastern side. I think they could have easily moved down as a 4-man unit and just left Big behind. Instead, Big's able to isolate themselves a 3v2, which shouldn't really have been possible, in my opinion. 3 eliminations, though, for Big. Still a long way to go with limited meds, limited HP, 2 on the board. Pioneer with 2 eliminations with 4 alive. They just took that fight there. Few players. Shockwave, though, were in their distance. Ace the Laser also looking down towards them, so got to be scared of that guy.
Certainly proved himself on the first game of today on the Miramar. Accuracy looking on point today. That's what you want. Coming into the finals, Game Lord skirting around the side of Take Aim Gaming. Just the duo remaining for Game Lord, remember. On that northern side. HVVP take up a solid hill. Just out to the east of Shockwave and Pioneer. But the circle still could move out to the peninsula of Melter Power.
So right now, Lumber Hill, still a pretty hot spot at the moment. HVVP towards that eastern side, playing on the ridge, trying to isolate those angles towards the east, but look out towards the west and try and find a couple of these players. MADBULLS, in the meantime, move their way down towards the south, very, very close to MUERTE. You wonder if it was MUERTE who was able to find some knocks or shots towards them early on. VP, get the circle. Might want to consider regrouping as a 4-man unit.
That could be the play. Shockwave, Pioneer, trapped on the west side of the lumberyard. But disengage and send opposite directions. Of course, Pioneer on 3. Less wanting to go for this. HVVP on the east side of this, of the lumberyard, potentially could come into conflict with Shockwave if they try and move around in too open a spot. Swing into the east side of them. Okay, so Keme got caught there on a rotation. Shots do come out from HVVP towards this rotation from Shockwave. Find a Coney, nearly get Trazen as well. And Tixie's there. Goodness me. Just tears them apart. Shockwave falling down pretty heavily. And actually, hang on a minute. Is that 3 predictions for VP? I feel like that must have come in a lot. Oh, wait, hang on a minute. No, VP, not HVVP. Okay, right in the middle of this next zone. I think that's fair.
Yeah, I mean, they've not regrouped as of yet, and I think that maybe they're waiting for that next circle. They believe themselves that maybe they can hold this out for a little bit longer. If this heads further towards our east, it's a nice position that Yankee and Old Boy are currently holding, but Chulika, as well as Corker, might still be able to hold nice and pretty towards this west side, not have too much damage coming their way. HVVP, though, good shots down towards Shockwave, does keep them at bay. 2 eliminations so far found. Bit of revenge from Miramar early on too, John.
Good place to start to try and rack that debt up. Or bad, rather. Try and collect those debts, rather. Teams towards Melter. MADBULLS. They were all the way out in the southwest. They have swung around now. And looking pretty good to try and sweep through this southeast area. Potential for them to have a lot of control here, but leaving that Melter Power position, you said it before, Blank, can prove to be tricky.
Slightly difficult, honestly. It's just positioning yourself, finding where a lot of these players are. Right now for MADBULLS, though, you do have this position where Akashi, Fash, NEXUS are currently playing. For Akashi and Fash, this is more of a position where you'd go to if there's nothing left for you, right? They lost a lot of their players earlier, as did Pioneer, so MADBULLS kind of sitting around with some of the stragglers, so they're fairly safe. And I think for HVVP, one of the scariest things at the moment, challenging out for that first place position between them and MADBULLS, is just the fact that MADBULLS are so consistent on every single game. You continually having to put up these big numbers, and we know Na'Vi to have these huge pop-off matches, and then maybe dip down on a couple of them as well. So it's kind of that consistency battling out between volatility, and you do need to still remain quite volatile if you want to catch up with that, right? You can't have a moment where the bomb is a bit dud here. You need big explosive matches.
Need to try and keep that pressure up. That AF Putting the pressure onto Ruthless right now. DBS dispatched, close range. Nicely found there with a nade. Over the top onto Poker. Stadev not taken down, but the second one is good. Salazar on point with the nades today, but does go down, unfortunately, to the spray down. Just nano remaining, and Ruthless swept aside on the northern cliffs.
Great stuff there from MUERTE, and you have to really appreciate that. And you said that they had a bit of a drop-off. This is where now you will see the rest of VP send towards the team. This is why it's good to hold these two positions. I think VP made a smart call there. I can appreciate that, and will now send up towards the rest of the team and hold on to this excellent compound they currently control. HVVP will have a big, difficult task in front of them to actually head down towards the position. Smokes will be required, but most likely will be spotted very early on. Not to mention all the other teams that would love to get towards this spot. With still a fair bit of water in this circle, although it looks minimal. I mean, when you expand it out to the amount that's actually in here, it is a fair bit. Around about at least 30% of the zone is circle, is water. Gonzo also nades himself, which is a little bit curious. Maybe he knew he was going down, didn't want to give a point across.
Sure, let's go with that. Either way, does fall. Unfortunate. The circle shifting to the coastline, equally unfortunate for pretty much everybody else. MADBULLS trying to mount up, move forwards with whatever cover they can find. It's PIONER, their last player holding. Might prove to be Spoiler. We've seen a Spoiler already today. Effect and Monkey both leave unaware of this player. And this is a really, really solid spot for the current situation.
This is a spoiler moment. This is 100% a spoiler moment. This is what HVVP have had to deal with all tournament. And now MADBULLS might just come to the same effect, because even if he just gets one elimination, we know MADBULLS can play as 3, but that's enough for another team here with 4 to actually be able to challenge out against MADBULLS. Say that we did just see MADBULLS win a 4v3, sue me, whatever. It's still better than playing against 4 of the MADBULLS. There's one.
Effect gets spotted. That is from Fash on the wall. And looks for another. That's Zerich falling as well. Fash is doing so much to slow the MADBULLS down. They lose Zerich, and now they need to get this res onto effect. Finally able to deal with the snake, the backstab, the spoiler. And we'll hold the ridgeline into this next circle. HVVP's not so lucky. The mad dash going through. Tixie cut down out in the open as well. Nexus trying to leave their position as well. Taking shots from every direction. VIRTUS.PRO need to control all of these teams looking to push forwards, because this is where they need to hold strong. They cannot allow people close.
That was unbelievable work there from VP onto HVVP. Very, very well done. Spot someone as they rotate down. We talked about this earlier, how that would be most likely what would happen. And they hit all the shots that they needed to. Really, really well done. Very accurate coming through from VP. Astounding that they're able to control so much of this zone at the moment, too. And I think that, yeah, deserved win if they're able to make this.
They're in the right position. They regrouped at the right time. The circle shifts out to their east, so they might have to leave the compound soon. But they've guarded so many of these teams and forced them to fight off against each other, Blank, rather than taking that engagement close. Nades pouring on through. Everybody getting bruised and battered in the melee, except for VP, keeping everybody at arm's length.
Remember though, John, biggest issue for VP, we saw in phase 3, was exiting these compounds. How do they open the door? How do they stroll on out? Do they use the smokes? Do they pick up some vehicles? Do they try and find a position with the center of the circle? And this is how MADBULLS were able to take them down towards Mansion over an Erangel 2. You'd imagine VP have had a little bit of a couple talks in the meantime. Calm talks, angry talks, who knows? Whatever gets the job done at the end of the day to figure out a game plan to get out of these sticky situations when your compound looked so good before, but now starts to dwindle in valuable.
Whole load of players from Take Aim Gaming taking the tumble. Just the one left standing. We'll be able to get a res, so potentially 2, but they'll have to swim right under the cliffs of MUERTE and Trazen as well. Death Machine taking shots in the open field from VIRTUS.PRO. You've got a feel for them. No way they're making it across there. Will get flushed on out. Put that nade away. Not going to be needed. NEXUS still going with Redox and getting a flush as well. Take Aim Gaming spotted yet again. Firing squad from MUERTE on that northern shore.
I mean, for Redox, he has been absolutely critical for NEXUS at the moment in terms of getting in towards that 8th place within that bracket to get towards the regionals. Remember, he's a solo. Right now, NEXUS Gaming, 10 eliminations. Ooh. 7 clear of the second highest in the lobby from MUERTE with 7. very, very insane stuff coming through from Redox. We know how good this guy can be, and he's really turning it up here in the finals. UMP in hand, tries to laser down some of these players. Spots maybe Monkey up there on the hillside.
Probably doesn't want to take the shots just yet. Get into the circle. Maybe another spoiler MADBULLS to try and handle. VP now need to think about how do they put forwards, how do they move out. Redox spotted. Reign of Terror ended for Nexus Gaming, 5th place, but still 10 eliminations, as you said. Really, really solid from Nexus. MADBULLS keeping up the consistency. 3 players alive, 2 eliminations, top 4 guaranteed.
This is what we talked about earlier. This is why it's so difficult to catch up with MADBULLS, is that once they start rolling, it is very difficult to put anything in their way which is going to stop their momentum. 3 players, still towards the last 4, very good. SHOCKWAVE, still alive. You can see him all the way on that north coast, waiting for the next circle shift, and there it is, towards the center. Effect moves up, will pick himself up, a nice loot crate. And now VP kind of has to play from this top side, and it's the exiting once again that did not happen. There is some hard cover towards that west side, but Skills already finding Tulika on the knock. There's the barest amount of cover in front of them. 6 smokes for Old Boy. He's going to have to start tossing them now.
They need to try and leverage that position. MUERTE is currently being suppressed by VP as well. As soon as they make that move, you can imagine that MUERTE are going to look to try and crest that ridge and cause problems here. Because they know that it is going to be VP who have to move first. Out come the smokes. Striker putting a smoke out that way, maybe looking to play a little bit closer to VP. The vehicles are here. This is the dash coming through from VP. Their chance at taking a position close by. Yankee leading the charge out the vehicle. Has the vehicle as cover back on into MUERTE, taking a lot of punishment. MADBULLS yet to really enter this fight, as they do not have the top of the ridge blank. They're popping those smokes, they're popping those nades, leaving Corker at the back as well to try and get a cheeky little off angle, leveraging that numbers advantage. Old Boy taken low by a nade from Striker as he puts it over the side of that ridge line. The second one is good, but Corker falls to MUERTE, and now MUERTE have the numbers advantage themselves. 4 players on that northern side, but they do not have the circle. VIRTUS.PRO are in it, but MADBULLS have a really solid angle.
Yeah, Old Boy has to pick up something big here. Still continues to crawl to the side. Striker gets behind, though, through the smoke.
VIRTUS.PRO getting cut down. Last player standing. It's just Tulika left, and he's hiding in the vehicle. Hops out and taken down. Unfortunately, there will fall. VIRTUS.PRO drawn short. SHOCKWAVE eliminated in the meantime as well. MUERTE in a 4 versus 3. Can they do it against the MADBULLS 3-player buff? We'll have to wait and see as the nades start to pour on through. Already 1 found for Monkey. Inga, Striker, Tadev, what can you do? Skills launches one from the back, and Monkey gets a knock onto English. These nades from MADBULLS are brutal, and now they have the 1-player advantage on the old switcheroo. A nade over onto Tadev, and MADBULLS don't even need to see them to take them down. Just Striker remains, and the spray from Monkey is the last thing that they will see in this game. MADBULLS right strong. This team is unstoppable.
I mean, Monkey just comes in there at the end of the day, starts tossing grenades over the top, and it's just curtains for MUERTE at the end, and MADBULLS will pick themselves up a back-to-back chicken dinner here in the finals. Where else to do it? Erangel just finishes it off clean, and again, it's that issue from VP. Exiting those compounds, find the positions to get to afterwards. I mean, you try and set up that position with the vehicles. They'd kept them on board for a long time. Corky even goes for a pretty big sacrifice for himself for the rest of the team. Sits on top of the building and tries to find off angles they come through. I do think there's some good smokes from Striker there on that eastern side as VP tried to come in. There was no sightlines for them because they were on the low ground, in which case Striker was able to go for a good flank. Goodness me, so unfortunate. But again, MADBULLS just from a position where it looks unlikely, where it looks not great, Monkey comes through with 3 grenade eliminations. You can see it right there. Some fantastic stuff from him, accurate on almost every single one of them, and I think MUERTE could have maybe taken the fight to MADBULLS earlier, but I don't know, man. MADBULLS just looking a league of their own.
That was really something special there, and I mean, it shows you just why the MADBULLS are this team that everybody is talking about, that everybody is currently seemingly quite afraid of, because that was brutal. They didn't even take the challenges until right at the end there, and you can't beat when they have 3 players. You just can't beat them, Black.
No, you really can't. It's very difficult. It's the you've got the old. you got the TJB final buff, and now you got the MADBULLS 3-player buff. It's just we've got all sorts of weird scenarios coming out in this finals for the PMPL Western Europe Fall season. I mean, I am really enjoying it though so far, and the chase is still on for a few of these teams. VP got a few more eliminations, which is what we like to see, but again, still thwarted by the fact that they cannot find the handle on the doors so they can actually leave.
3-player power spike for MADBULLS puts them once again at the top for the chicken dinner.
It's really like MADBULLS just don't need 4 players at the end to win matches. They are just destroying teams here left and right. And again, it was all about the nades, opening things up out of them, gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Monkey, 3 nades at the end there. It was such a good plan too, because you and me, Kalash, were talking about it a little bit during that game. MADBULLS' game plan, wait for VP to push, leave the fight happening, and the moment the fight ends, then you get involved. Just nade it up. And even though you don't have the man advantage, just even one nade, you turn into a 3v3, even odds. And they even went further and beyond to get 3 nade eliminations. I mean, it's not even an easy rotation. They drop Primorsk, Kalaris, and they make it in as a 4-man crew at the end. It's mental.
Yeah, they threaded the needle on the rotation as well. I mean, I saw them coming in kind of towards the south side of the mainland as a whole, then going underneath mini Milta Power, being able to flip up into Milta Power itself, and then rotate all the way through that. So a West team for the final circles rotates in from the far east, ? And, you know, they make it work. The position that they had was very well defendable for a long time for them to be able to get this victory. And as you said, patience really was the key here for MADBULLS. I really like that both MADBULLS and MUERTE didn't really contest each other until the VP problem was solved.
The VP problem. I mean, that was our problem. We had them predicted to win this match, but unfortunately, we keep forgetting about MADBULLS. Looking at the rest of the list, though, Ruthless, 0 points. Unicorns of Love, 1 point. So a little bit of a fall-off out of those teams, at least in terms of Ruthless and even TJB here with the progress they've made so far today. But the question is, like, are MADBULLS going to continue playing like this? We already saw the power of MADBULLS in Phase 3, Max, towards the end, when they already knew they were going to be number 1 at the end of the phase. They already knew they had no problems, and they were just having fun with it.
Yeah, I mean, short answer, yes. Long answer, definitely yes. For MADBULLS going to be consistent in the finals. Once again, even in bad circles, they just keep getting there as a 3-4-man crew, and even when they don't have the man advantage, like, I don't really think of a scenario where I can think back into it and say, oh yeah, MADBULLS really like threw that game. That was a given to them. It's just, when there's a chance they're going to get that win, chances are they're going to be the one to get it. And yeah, they only take fights to also make sense of the impression. A lot of the fights, they could have took fights and pushed their way into the circle, but they just avoided it every single step of the way. And the moment they have a fight, okay, this fight versus VP versus MUERTE, this is a fight that, if we time it properly, is the one that will allow us to get the win. Boom. Down to a T, the execution textbook, and you can't deal with them. And those nades, once again, the John and Blank mentioned about the nades from Monkey. And yeah, you just clear everyone, just striker, you can't do anything.
Usually in these kinds of circles, when I look at it and I look at the rest of the lobby, I kind of give them a bit of a pass in terms of, okay, you didn't get that many points. I get it. This was a really rough circle. But when MADBULLS enters the fray and is able to make magic out of nothing, because quite honestly, they could have easily found themselves on the west side of the circle like all of the other teams, coming down from Lumberyard, coming from some of the compounds kind of towards the southwest and not really doing anything with it. But the fact that MADBULLS always knows how to approach the circles, knows that they have to make the far east wrap to find themselves on top of that hill. Either you're there or you're in the MUERTE rocks, and that's how you somehow get close to a win. Anything else was a death sentence for the rest of these teams, and MADBULLS just always knows where to go.
I mean, that's one thing that makes them a CCT that we've been talking about so often, is that they can turn a bad situation into an okay and eventually a good situation for themselves. So taking pretty much no points and turning them into, well, almost a win.
Yeah,
well, I'm looking at win that one.
Yeah, I'm looking at the circle shift exactly. You know, the moment it went north and it was a hard shift north away from MADBULLS, 6 teams were there. In the next 2 to 3 minutes, every single team dead except for one. And it is, you know, of course, MADBULLS, there is just the sole survivor. I was actually MUERTE, I'm saying, like, MUERTE also went for the wrap, but they're one of the sole survivors of the hardest shift of that circle because they just react accordingly to everything.
We can see here the player stats coming in for MADBULLS. Not a ton of eliminations, but they don't need a ton of eliminations to close out the game here. Monkey actually in the charge, and it's nice to see, again, other people stepping up around Effect, around Zerich as well.
Yeah. I still feel like a broken record and say it's not just one player, it's a team effort. Okay, we said, I think that, I'm not sure how many times you said it by now. But yeah, they just avoided all the fights in the south. That's why they took such little damage to and such little like overall damage dealt also to the enemies, because the fights in the south just doesn't make sense to take. You want to avoid as much as possible and get involved at the end, which is why they were able to actually close off that game, because they just didn't suffer casualties too early in that match.
Okay, well, let's actually look into their stats so far today from MADBULLS. I want to see their averages, because at the start of the day, we obviously have to take a look at their average points per game and everything around them and how they've been throughout this entire event. But what about today? Are they meeting their averages? Well, considering they've won 2 out of 3 matches, they should be exceeding those averages and maybe creating a new one for themselves. I don't know what it is about this team, but I really expected them to fall off a bit here in the finals, if I'm perfectly honest with you, just because I feel like it's so hard for a team to be that consistent this many weeks in a row.
Yeah.
But they're proving me wrong, and I don't know what it is, but this is insane.
I would agree. Again, all you need to do is look at the track record of all of our teams that we kind of cover, be it even up to the top, at the very top, at like PMGC level, right? When do you see a team blast out in the group stage in the group stages or the earlier stages and then continue to do it in the final stage? That's very rare in itself, even at a PMGC. But here, MADBULLS somehow, some way keeps doing it. Yep. They are just a phenom. They're an absolute phenom.
And we talked about the fact that now you don't have the rotating lobbies anymore, right? And they still found a strategy to be hyper consistent with the rotating lobbies every single game. You don't have that now. We played 1 map of each. They've already won 2 out of the 3 maps that we've already played. Why would it not continue this way into the entirety of the finals right now? I don't have an answer to that. Like, they're just going to remain on top, and there's no team that's willing to stop that from right now.
Well, I guess the question then becomes, you know, beyond PMPL, can they do it in European regionals? Can they do it in PMGC after that? Can they compete at this same level against teams who are even better than what we're seeing in these lobbies? Teams who are more experienced, who will make the right rotations and will potentially do it quicker than them as well. So obviously questions that we need to be asked and hopefully answered within this year, because we obviously have PMGC coming up in November. But for now, you guys at home who are watching the show, we want to hear some feedback from you guys. You can head over into the YouTube chat and see a link here for a survey. Give us some feedback about the show, everything involved in it. Please do that, because it'll make Max a very happy man and maybe no longer a part of a biker gang.
Wait, what's wrong about that? I'm happy with my biker gang. Like, it's the boys. What do you?
I'm glad you've embraced the biker gang. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
I mean, are you and John in the same biker gang? Is it like the denim biker gang?
No, actually, we're in the math club with John, so it's not at all.
That makes more sense.
How are you in the math club?
No, definitely not. I stayed 1 day, not even a full day, and they just like, no, just no.
The standard deviation of your time in the math club was 0. I don't know. I shouldn't be in the math club either.
Excellent.
I shouldn't be in the math club either.
Yeah.
Well, maybe John himself can do the math for us here, as we're going to go on over to them to go to Miramar here for the second and final time of the day.
Hey, listen here, Slick. Let me tell you about my derivatives. That's what we're going for. That's the maths club. That's the tagline. Let me tell you about my derivatives.
Nice. Okay, so is that like where you come in and you try and get the new recruit? You're like, look, dude, this is good. We're really cool here, honestly. Look, we've got accents and stuff. We've got outfits. we sometimes we cosplay as Einstein.
True.
It's really cool. It's really cool, I promise. And that's about the time when everyone walks out the door as well, including Maxman, apparently.
Oh.
But we are heading into now Miramar. Math is cool, by the way. You should get into it.
Wow.
But like in your own time and make it cool, you know. Use like colored markers and stuff.
That's right. You can do if you like. I mean, I have a long-term fondness for maths. I think you have a relatively newfound fondness for maths. It's what we rely a lot on, actually, to be fair, looking at these statistics. And sometimes it is the only way to really give you proper context to just how strong teams like MADBULLS are, how dominant they are over this lobby. You look at averages and it's easy to sort of think, oh, 12 points average per game. That doesn't sound like a lot. Let me tell you, that is insane over the length of series that we've seen from this team. To be able to put up that sort of a number is absolutely incredible. I think it's unparalleled in pretty much any region in the world right now.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It is quite ridiculous. I mean, if you do look, though, I think it was PMPL Fall for America, right? That was kind of nutty. I think Nova as well as Knights were absolutely battling it out to the bitter end over there. And I think they were like 700 points apiece ahead of everyone else. I think the third place team was at 500 points. That would have been an interesting one to look at. We do have some ridiculous teams throughout the world at the moment, but I do think one of those ridiculous teams is MADBULLS at the moment. You look at that 12-point margin, and just in the perspective of PUBG Mobile and of itself, a second place is 12 points, right? So what you're looking at is a team here that is essentially ending the game 12 at second place every single time without any eliminations, which is, if I saw that throughout an entire tournament, I wouldn't care they weren't getting any eliminations anyway. I'd be like, this is, something's wrong, but also it's working, and I don't like that it's working.
That's fair. I think a while ago, I can't remember the exact numbers, but I did the calculations on the average value of or like the top score of each game, and you're looking at probably somewhere around 28 to 32 points as sort of that, if you're first place in the game in terms of the most points scored on average, and it sort of goes down from there. To get to that 12 points, it's actually fairly quick to drop down that far. So the average value of, I think, about a 4th place puts you around that sort of margin. So if you're averaging 5th place every single game, that's nuts.
Yeah, it's stupid, in fact. It shouldn't be something that's happening, yet we are seeing it here over in the finals and this tournament, just for MADBULLS themselves, who, although it looked a little bit shaky at the start of the day, they quickly rectified that for us and let us know their presence within the finals itself. And, you know, taking a quick look at our overall standings now, which I will tell you in just 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. You'll have to wait though, bear with me.
That's all right.
In the meantime, this circle up towards Torre Armada with its southern playing path does make it a little bit more difficult for these teams to get into position. Remember, this is a large map at the end of the day. But looking at the overall rankings, HVVP only able to get 4 points after that last match, taken up to 104. In the meantime, MADBULLS have extended their lead by 20 there, so 124 points total for them. And VIRTUS.PRO to MUERTE, 3rd and 4th place, with TJB dropping all the way down to 5th after their unfortunate quick and early squad wipe over on Erangel.
GK first, looking to pop some shots over towards Akashi with the pistol. Not quite as accurate. Was that a weapon picked up by Akashi? I think it might have been. Either way, not really too much to do here. So dropping close by TJB and Game Lord. This is out to the north side of Los Leones to try and grab some vehicles, head north. Speaking of grabbing vehicles heading north, Unicorns of Love managed to drop on the western side around where HVVP were dropping, grab 3 or 4 of those vehicles and have sent all the way up towards La Cobraria. They might swing to Torre Hamada, but why go there when you can stop at La Cobraria? HVVP won't have those vehicles in their vicinity as well to make that rotation.
You know, it's actually really not a terrible idea whatsoever. It could be something that comes into play. For Unicorns of Love, though, I'm not sure. There could be just a situation where, you know, they pass through, they pick up some loot. Understand that HVVP might be a little bit slow on that rotate, in which case they can ninja a couple of things from those buildings, leaving HVVP maybe feeling a little bit high and dry there without too much to play around with and coming to their usual drop spot and have being robbed, which is not fun at all.
Bad for business, really.
It is, yeah. They'll have to catch the culprits sooner or later, but you are right. It looks like Unicorns of Love are stopping over towards La Cobraria, so good call from you, in which case Na'Vi have actually decided to hang around and just pick up the trash loot on that western side before they do head in. They will have to pass through quite a few dominant teams, though. When you take that northern side of the map, it's actually quite easy for you now for a team like Unicorns of Love, because you can head towards Torre Armada and then play downwards through basically open space. Yes, you don't have all the information in the world, but you don't really need that in that situation where it's not a huge amount of teams around you. You can start to figure that out towards Zone 3, Zone 4, especially on a map like Miramar, where it's so huge on that side of the map with the playing path. Unlikely you're going to meet anyone for quite some time.
I mean, the counter example to that obviously being the Sanhok game that we saw earlier, but of course it is Sanhok and not Miramar, where Unicorns of Love moved south from Cal and then got backfilled by VIRTUS.PRO. So as long as they are playing edge from that north side, I feel like you're right. There is really not too much info that you need, because you know all of these teams are going to be in that cone in front of you. They're going to be in your 180 to the front.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a good point to bring up on Sanhok because it's much more doable there, which is why you see that backfill happen more often. Because in a vehicle on Sanhok, you can clear leaps and bounds on that map easily. So finding a position behind someone, so much more easier where, you know, even if they do see it happening, very difficult to react to because you get into that position so quickly. Here on Miramar, backfilling someone often just means, you know, you just left in the dust, right? You can't even see the team because they've already moved too far down towards that south side. You're like, oh, well, we want to backfill you, but it seems like you've just left.
It's, you know, it's sometimes you get invited to the party, you turn up on time, no one else is there. What's going on?
It was one
Guess
time.
that's the other way around, right? But, you know, still, equally
It was
cool.
one time. I eventually apologized.
I was sat there for 60 minutes.
I don't think it was it 60? I think it was like 15.
Let's not get into it.
15, 20 minutes.
This is actually, just for anyone watching, this has actually happened, and it's actually...
Yeah. It hurt him badly.
Oh,
It was many moons ago, though, and we put it behind us.
Absolutely.
It's fine. Don't
We
worry.
move past these things.
But if there's a lesson to be learned here, is that, you know, if someone asks you to be somewhere on time, you should probably turn up on time. Or 5 minutes late if you, in my case, in which case most of the time you are late, 5 minutes I think is acceptable.
I mean, it's all right.
It's not ideal.
Look, I'm not going to...
Okay.
Let's not. This is a bad time to talk about this. But TJB, they had a little bit of a bad time in their last game. Despite making maybe a sensible rotation on that eastern coast, they seemed to find what was a decent spot, but unfortunately the circle kind of pushed them out, crunched them together with a lot of teams. A lot of teams actually had the same idea on their rotation as well. So hopefully a return to form for TJB on their cards.
TJB on that silly little bike there, moving through, looking for some more vehicles up towards Hacienda del Patron, which is where they typically play anyway. Death Machine actually towards the south here, though, in fact, dropping Picardo. You've got QODEX actually here. Interesting. So without their good time boys in Arabian Champions, looks like they're not able to comfortably drop over towards Picardo.
Trying to alleviate it, but it seems like they will be men of sorrow for now. Mourning. They're mourning their drop spot, but a lot of space still here. Teams yet to really clash. Only Death Machine losing a player to Ruthless. Could be exacerbated now as Big spot Ruthless's rotation as well on that southwestern side. Potentially looking to pop a shot or two.
Yeah, it's a lot of teams down towards here. You got Nexus, like you say, Ruthless, Big, Pioneer also moving through and heading towards this north side. You know, you either take a pit stop and move up towards the west, towards Ledriera and try and move through Picardo, or you're all just kind of clumping your way through Los Leones, in which case Nexus has some good sight lines down towards you. So already a bit of an awkward rotation, and I think for Ruthless, they kind of jumped the gun here a little bit and actually works in their favor by rotating nice and early up towards Picardo, towards that Death Valley. Most teams now found their way into position. HVVP looting pretty poorly for themselves down towards that west side, but now find their way into Crater Fields. We'll try and see what they can pick up there. They do leave some players towards that high ground just on a ridge before it does dip down, try and get some information gained here in this match. MADBULLS also in their vicinity. And for HVVP, again, this needs to be a good map because for MADBULLS, we know that once they start rolling, and I'll say it again, they don't stop on these types of days. So for HVVP, they want to remain in striking distance because too many times we have seen MADBULLS get so far ahead so early on, and with the bonus points that they were bringing and rocking into this finals, it's very easy for them to become kind of uncatchable.
I mean, they are already 20 points ahead now after the back-to-back. Nexus, Pioneer, in combat. Fash, Exo both going down. And Pioneer have the backup on the position, which means they're likely to be able to stay alive. Doran may be looking to push on in for Exo with Octavian on the overlook. Could slow down this push. Could put a nade over the top as well, and I imagine that's what Pioneer are going to be looking to do. Octavian wants to suppress this angle. Look at the movements from Nexus. They are surrounding this position. They're trying to corral Pioneer into the situation they want. Doran moves forwards. They want to keep this res. They want to keep this one going. Suzumitsu swings around the lowland here. Octavian spots Fash. I think that was a Renok coming through very, very quickly. And Doran potentially looking for this res. It's close by and should be possible.
Izumitsu did have himself a nade in hand, so he's maybe just waiting for the right moment. I think that's Black-White up on high, taking shots down towards Redox, who has a good position there, gives him sight lines over towards side. Might have even spotted Izumitsu here. Exo does go down. There's some nice shots. That's what you need.
Oh, finds two. Redox absolutely right now at the back line. Looks for more as well. Black-White falls, and it's only Havlik, who was the off-angle player, to try and challenge him out. Needs to have a similar performance here, but Redox absolutely rips them a new one there for Pioneer. They are going to suffer the consequences there. Unfortunate, bad scenario for Pioneer. They're going to have to escape with just the one.
Very good setup as well. I mean, that little bit of a rock, I mean, that's just map knowledge overall. VP, on the other hand, Chulika is taken down by one player from TakeAim Gaming. Immediately, the rest of the players come in, try and support their teammates, knowing that, you know, 3 players isn't great, but it's better than 2. TJB, you can see them off in the distance. Not likely to get in on this fight too soon, but it is out in the open, so there might be some free sight lines from afar.
Double flush coming through from Old Boy, picking up the pieces there. TakeAim Gaming also down to 1. No teams out just yet. Pioneer and TakeAim Gaming both on those single players moving forwards, but no one out just yet. That glory has yet to be claimed. Saint Martin center circle.
Hadge still moves through. A quick replay here. This is from Bazzi. Gets Corker on the bat. So they don't even go down to TakeAim Gaming. It's actually Bazzi who's able to pick up that elimination for VP on their rotate through. We know that, you know, Eastern Stars have tried to hold this side for a long, long while, and finally it pays off. First team to go out, TakeAim Gaming, suffer that final knock to Game Lord.
They will suffer that indignity. First eliminated of the Miramar number 2 today. Match number 4. Circle soon to pop. Nobody pushing into center San Martin right now. QODEX on the south side should be fairly healthy in terms of their rotational options. HVVP, nice wide split over on the northwestern edge. Unicorns holding that water treatment. In they go for the circle.
That's not a fun circle. It's not a fun circle at all. You got that valley down towards the south side. Teams really playing there when they absolutely have to. You look up towards the northeast. That's just open fielded area. You saw TJB looking towards Hadge, who was rotating through, immediately got spotted. VP's currently in the center of that in the warehouses. So a bit awkward for them to play. You can see VP actually rotating out of the way of that. In the meantime, you got towards that west side with Death Machine playing a little bit of higher ground there. And then up towards San Martin, where you're going to be isolating a lot of these fights on the western side. Overall, it's a very interesting circle. A lot of different mechanics going on, but still tough to play in, and really you are quite uncertain which bit of the circle do you want to be in. Even if you play center, it doesn't matter for a team like Death Machine, because at some point they might have to crest the hills up towards that west side, heading towards Hacienda del Patron, or even heading towards open ground towards northeast side. It's a very difficult circle to take position in, and I think this is more of a luck-based one. When we head to Zone 4, a team will find themselves in a good position, John, and they'll have to play from it.
Unicorns of Love move a little bit further east and try and go along the road to enter this next circle. Dodging through. Potential re-up on the vehicle there. No, just rolls to the other side of the road. They want an outpost on that side, and that's fair enough. You do want your options open here, because there are a lot of possibilities for this next circle. This is a very difficult one to predict as well, Blank, for the analysts.
100%. The prediction should be coming in about 2 minutes, around about 16 minutes. We see those on the pop of Zone 4. And I mean, again, yeah, I would not want to be in the position of the analysts here. I think we're going to see a spread across the board of whoever thinks which team's going in. But we will certainly need that Zone 4 to really get a good eye on who has some good positions here. MADBULLS currently taking 2-2 split over towards San Martin across the road. Currently holding the teams that are trying to cross the ridge side down towards that southwest, and also holding teams that are playing in Hacienda. We know these teams can play as 2 units very successfully.
Very close neighbors right now for a lot of teams. And Shockwave probably going to feel the major brunt of that east side conflict. VP ahead of them. Unicorns of Love swinging in the back. Eastern Stars potentially ahead of them as well. Big want to hold out the southwest side, but then Muerte have sight lines over towards them. say the big don't have them in return, but QODEX have shots over to Beast as well. Not ideal from the north side of their engagement. Beast does take a tumble. MUERTE given some respite there.
MUERTE after that last game were able to pump up some numbers, getting that second place. Unfortunately, did just fall flat on their face versus MADBULLS. Nasty spot here up towards Hacienda del Patron. A very interesting end towards this game on Miramar, and it's fantastic it comes out here in the old finals. TJB might be looking to even pick up this spot, understanding that this is one of their actual drop spots in the first place. Death Machine looking to get on high very quickly. Again, difficult spot to play around with. I mean, there's so many angles that you could play, even as a team on the outskirts of Hacienda, where there's these little divots and ditches that you can play in. It's interesting for sure. Skills actually takes a tumble here as they try and rotate up. This is HVVP taking shots. Unfortunately, Matic's already down and they've not found themselves a second knock as of yet, but there it is.
And a lot of damage. That's going to force the rotations to come through. Skills does go down. Bled out there. Tixi putting lead down range. Monkey kind of trapped in this scenario. With the off angles there. Double MADBULLS prediction and a TJB wildcard from Colaris. I mean, he has faith in them. Moving in on that north side, and why not? They seem to be on form today. They've made some solid decisions. See if they can hold out for a little bit longer. MUERTE losing one. PNL puts the nade in, or is certainly cooking it. Not sure about that. Was that a smoke? Was that a nade? I think that was a nade, but he dropped it behind him. Didn't put it in instead. Striker close to the window. PNL makes it very close. In with the UMP, and he catches them completely unguarded. PNL in for one, in for two. He's tearing them apart. The MUERTE are crumbling under the pressure that PNL is exerting. Down to the floor, but jump on over, and finally English slows things down. But Dadaev and English now left with a low backup moving on through, and Woodson's in for the fight as well. English around the side of the wall. Not down just yet, but finally Woodson puts that final bullet in. Off angle for the MUERTE, and Dadaev cannot control it. QODEX, 2 players, but what a push from PNL.
PNL made that look very, very nice for the team. Unfortunately, not able to find that final player. Maybe could have even backed off there, wait for his team to come in, but I think he felt the music and was looking for the crescendo. Couldn't quite find it. I don't mind the TJB prediction there, because they've got the northern side of the circle, and a lot of these teams are battling out on this south edge. HVVP, in the meantime, have moved up close towards Hacienda del Patron, but it will be MADBULLS who won't be able to find those rotations, find those pickoffs as they move, considering they're still rezzing a player in the meantime. So great stuff from HVVP to get into position. It's not ideal by any stretch of the word, but unfortunately for MADBULLS, they are kind of left behind. NEXUS, in the meantime, taking heavy punishment from Eastern Stars on the south edge. We always knew it would start to pop off around about Zone 4 as a lot of these teams were crunched into one another.
South side NEXUS suffering. Eastern Stars, they're torturers right now. Locking them in the pit. Having to move further north, not easy, but the roadside for Eastern Stars not pleasant either. So crossing will be necessary in the near future. HVVP, Death Machine, central, near Hacienda already.
Death Machine really haven't posed too much of a threat. I think a lot of teams will be looking their way. Ruthless, on the other hand, spot a threat in the side of Eastern Stars. Bazzi tries to get to cover, but NEXUS can't quite make the second peek out. They have been battling from the blue for a long time. Circle heads down towards the southeast as well. So Eastern Stars, this would be a really good chance for them, but first they have to battle off and hold off the guys from NEXUS.
Redox is suppressing Eastern Stars really quite effectively here, but unfortunately Exo spotted by Kapahala, taken down. There's the players on the back going down as well. Finally, Eastern Stars do contain the threat and sweep it aside. Big further out, actually engaged with QODEX, spotted by Eastern Stars. And the crossing now necessary as the circle pops. VP on the eastern side with Shockwave close by could prove to be an important engagement.
Yeah, there's a fair few compounds here. The one down towards the southwest really isn't of too much interest to a lot of teams, but it can be a place to hide and remain safe for a while before you want to start making your moves. So Eastern Stars could easily pick that one up nice and early, and as they say that, they do. Death Machine still in Hacienda del Patron. Realize they will have to move soon. HVVP with their 3 players might want to make a little bit of a slick rotation. Mozero down to Keme.
Caught out in the open from the building as well. Eastern Stars make that crossing. They make it to the buildings, and on the south side, no one really there to challenge them.
Still more shots ringing out. Nano. See, it looks like Eastern Stars have a good idea where this player is. Nano still looks up towards that top side. Now Valo takes a knock. Fortunate for them, HVVP actually get ahead somehow of Death Machine and will just sit pretty on that eastern side. So again, that slick rotation did have to come through, and it was certainly swift.
HVVP down on 2 players, though, unfortunately, after their engagement with MADBULLS on the west, who, right now, are still yet to make it to this next circle. Will be difficult. TJB, Unicorns of Love, on that northeastern side, coming into conflict now. As teams start to fall pretty swiftly here as well. TJB losing a lot of players. Unicorns low as well. Death Machine just trying to guard everything out. So look at that, TJB actually getting knocked by Tixi and flushed.
Make a rotate down towards the loot crate, lose 2 to Unicorns of Love, and then off the back of that, try and move down from that north side and lose another to HVVP. Surprised he was able to get away with that one, honestly.
Yep. Me too. Should have hit that spray. Unfortunately, didn't quite manage to land the mark, and now MADBULLS can start to move in as well, as Death Machine are worried about the close range engagement. Xiao, last player for TJB, taken out of the mix, so not a strong performance from TJB this time around.
MADBULLS slowly eking their way into this circle with 3 there. Game Lord should have a good idea of where they're playing. Unicorns of Love, Gonzo behind the loot crate. Tixi just continues to pressure down towards him. Death Machine just really don't want anything to do with this fight. Don't think to look out the side of the building. Now start to creep out just a little bit, see what they can find. Tixi starts to move around, realizes that now there's threats coming from Hacienda.
Meku and Tixi on those ridge lines. You said about these foothills of Hacienda, right? There's so many ridges, there's so many little divots that you can play around. And there's a lot of cover to be utilized, and HVVP going to be leveraging that, using Death Machine as their top scout turret. With Game Lord as well flanking on that southwest side of it. Everybody else left out in the cold right now as they have to move forwards.
Robs has a grenade, might be decent as well. Does a fair bit of damage to Zerich. There's another one through the window, and that's one down. Effect tries to make something happen, but Narvalo's there.
Cutting down MADBULLS as they approach now. Just Monkey, we've seen what he can do with the nades before. Spots the player. Narvalo actually already down. Flushed out immediately with the nade as in comes Death Machine to the engagement onto the back of Game Lord as Monkey still going for the squad. Another nade around the side. Puts another of Game Lord down, and now for the challenge with the spray, and it's good. Monkey holds for MADBULLS. Effect is there. Should be resable. Can they keep going with 2?
This guy is disgusting. On today, it has been a different level from Monkey. The nades have been ridiculously good, just continuing to push in towards him as well. And they just suffer from those nades that he's just constantly tossing out. And I think at that point in time, Game Lord maybe need to reassess the situation, take down Effect, and then walk away.
Goodness me, that's unfortunate. MADBULLS do end up going down, but Eastern Stars now on the south side. They've been controlling a lot of the players around. Tixi now last standing for HVVP on the north end of things, but there's third parties coming through and it's just too much. Unicorns of Love take their toll on HVVP. Now, VP on the south, Eastern Stars there as well. Death Machine yet to leave Hacienda.
Not a lot of eliminations found though for HVVP, so not a huge game from them. Death Machine though looking to drag themselves out from the depths of the leaderboard. Bazzi, as it cut out for him versus Chulik, Capala's already down. There's a second knock coming through. It's all down to him now, and there's nades, there's shots coming through, and that will be Eastern Stars sent packing home. And Death Machine taking this high ground and use it to their advantage. Very, very good play from them. Trazen spots Unicorns of Love, and Gonzo will be out too, so huge amounts of action occurring around the map, but now it's down to VP and Death Machine. Who stands victorious here? VP don't have themselves a compound, so they don't have their usual troubles.
Eastern Stars, I mean, speaking of digging yourself out of the tables, Eastern Stars put up a 16-pointer that game. They had 10 eliminations blank. That was really, really solid on the south side.
Yeah, good stuff. I think a lot of that comes down to Bazzi, who's a very unlikely member from the team. Next circle will head up towards Death Machine. This is Death Machine, death sentence for VP. Very difficult to push into that.
Getting rid of the last player from Shockwave, Trazen, around the ridgeline. Needs to land that final shot. Will be able to do so. Now, it's a 3v3 blank. There is divots to play around. Death Machine, sure, they're in this next circle, but they're going to be right on the edge of it. If VP can get up into these foothills, they have a chance.
Chulik just swinging around. There's rocks to play around. to walls here too. Chulika moves downwards, tries to eliminate these angles from them, and actually gets up. And that is just unfortunate for Death Machine. They don't spot this one. Difficult to take shots him as well. Really has a fantastic route ahead for himself. And now Yankee with a slightly burnt out vehicle, so too many shots onto this buggy and it could be game over for Yankee himself. Chulika now has to play kind of guardian to the rest of his team.
Death Machine not moving out and not playing aggressive into this zone, and they're kind of letting VP move forwards and make their ways in. Force it in with smokes, pop those sight lines, and allow this slow encroaching onto territory.
VP are still not into the circle though. Like, that's the biggest issue for them. Still a possibility to get up, and like you said, they've just not been aggressive. Nice smokes though, Bloom. Nice is kind of playing a little bit of a one-way here. Down towards the team of VP. Again though, 4 nades. They're close enough now to start lobbing them over the top, maybe looking for something. A little bit too short though. Meantime, that does actually sit Ultra back and allows Oldboy to move up. So if anything, yeah, it's a failed nade in the sense that it doesn't get a knock, but it does provide time and cover for Oldboy to get into position. You know what? There's a wall here, John. And for Oldboy, that could mean victory.
Ooh, the buggy goes up in flames. No danger there anymore. VP are playing this well. Yankee spots NEXUS on the top of the roof there. That could be crucial. They know there's that wild card, and they know that they can take close range fights as long as they keep those sightlines isolated away from NEXUS. And they're not going just yet. The circle goes outside.
This is good news for VP. Unfortunately, they're playing downhill, which is the issue. Yes, they can peek out, maybe find these players as they try and move out from position, but NEXUS is kind of the one that's going to suffer first here. He has to stand up and jump off the rooftop. Can just sit backwards though, and that's be absolutely fine for him. But he will be giving up ground, right?
Nade over the top. That's a bit of damage sent over towards Death Machine. VP control this ground.
Perfect timing though, actually.
It will slow it down, you're right. Molotov there will control one of those angles of push. Oh boy, actually goes boldly up into the watchtower there. Gets away with it. And the smokes keep back Death Machine. They slow it down and force them to play with the blue at their back. This is good timing from VP. They are controlling this.
They're creating panic, and I think VP at the moment is still trying to figure out what's the best position to play in. Might have been stun grenade or smokes. They're trying to make sure that VP can't see a damn thing as they move their way out. Good smoke onto the top side there. Actually covers a lot of that top side off. That's a really good smoke from Death Machine, but again, they slowed them down enough. They play against the blue, John.
It does cut a lot of sightlines away from Yankee, but he can still suppress the position from NEXUS, who does peek on out, go for some sprays. In comes the push now. Death Machine need to ride strong, but Yankee finds the back line. 1 and 2 fall, though, in response. And now it's just Yankee and Death Machine push on down and take down VP. They hid in the hills. They controlled the tempo, but Death Machine leverage their vision. They leverage their position and take it from Hacienda.
Sure, they got the shift on the circle there. VP did some fantastic work moving up into position, getting themselves into a spot there where maybe, you know, they could have actually taken the win away from them. And again, using those nades, kind of the semi-knocks where it does damage to allow Oldboy to move up as well. Really smart stuff. But I think that smoke coming through from Death Machine, I think they had at least 3 attempts on it onto the watchtower that actually just isolates off the top side of the ridge without actually having to smoke themselves off. It was insane. It's a really good smoke because it allows them to push down through basically vision that they can see, but locks down Yankee on that right side and isolates those 2 players on the back. So I think that, you know, although we don't see a lot of good things coming through from Death Machine, that game there, tactically at least in those last moments, it was smart and it was well done. And I think VP just fall over a little bit. I didn't expect that to happen. I thought they'd put up a bit more of a fight there at the end.
I mean, they did also for Death Machine. You've got to remember they won a 2v2 gunfight straight up with VP, right? There was, sure, there was no suppression, but there was no suppression for either team, right? That was just a dry push coming through from Death Machine to win out a duel against, I think, who was it, Oldboy, and there was another player from VP there close. Yeah,
Oldboy and Chulika. It was always difficult to fight uphill there, honestly, through the railings as well. Difficult stuff. But again, that smoke just blew me out the water. It's just a small thing, but it's a big thing at the end of the day.
And it worked out. Death Machine take a chicken dinner on Miramar.
Feels like it's always been forever since we've been able to talk positively about Death Machine and since they won their last chicken dinner, but they've done it here and a perfect time to do so. The team who showed up in Phase 1 in 4th place and thereafter disappeared off the face of the planet have been able to at least shoot themselves up the leaderboards quite a bit with that victory. Gentlemen, there's not like a ton to break down because the zone just kept going their way and they didn't have to move and they didn't have to really do much.
Yeah.
But still, Death Machine were at least able to close it out when they had everything going their way, which is extremely important.
I don't know if you guys are aware of that meme, you know, like humanity without this thing, and then you see like flying cars and everything, like super high-tech buildings. Like Death Machine when ARB champions are not in the Miramar lobby. Boom, chicken dinner. There you go. That's what you get for them. Death Machine had a really quick rotation, dropped in that Picardo position, instantly went towards the central spot, and then when they saw, okay, the circle is actually centering up on top of Hacienda del Patron, boom, full send it over there. So it was good execution. Of course, that rooftop position was really good, but Kalaris at the end, one main issue with that spot is if you eliminate a team around you, you can't go loot it out. So they were out of utility. Utility there would have been key to close off the game. Of course, they still get it because of that high ground advantage, but that utility would have been key for them to win it off easily.
Yeah, holding Yankee on the box was very, very important, and then being able to come down as a duo and spray out the remaining members of VIRTUS.PRO, important likewise. You don't want to give them any 1v1s in that situation. The only 1v1 that could potentially happen is Nusa over, kind of covering the Yankee position, but even Yankee is very constricted as to what he can do from that box. So nicely done by Death Machine overall. The reason I went for TJB is because I thought that they were going to come in from the north side and take this spot quickly, but Death Machine beat them to it. TJB was very slow on their attempt, so that was my reasoning.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen teams take advantage of teams being, well, slow to rotate, slow to make plays. I mean, MADBULLS is the perfect example of being one of the quickest teams when it comes to these lobbies, of sending it, knowing the right angles to go in. But for TJB's case, yeah, unfortunate, I guess, but either way, at the end of the day, that's how it's going to work out for them here. They still at least will have another Sanhok today to bank some points on going their way. But a couple of other teams we haven't really been able to talk about here. I mean, Game Lord, I do kind of wonder, and we talked about this before we came into the finals on the last day of Phase 3, they're into PMGC. They have no pressure when it comes to that. However, the pressure they do have comes from them needing to step up their game. They haven't played at international level too well. They need to get into regionals here to get that experience before PMGC. So for their sake, I hope they're taking this as seriously as they possibly can because they need that experience.
100%. This is going to be in PMGC the toughest lobby they've ever been like going up against. They played in championships previously, never played on a PMGC stage before. I would say they have to make it top 8. They have to make it to regionals. If they do not have that championship experience going into PMGC, I'm going to say it, they're not going to be ready. I don't know how they could be ready. They struggled already versus Turkish teams. Imagine them going up against your Nova Esports, your teams playing from PEL and such. Like, they will struggle. So their objective, go into championship. Even if you don't perform there, it's still better to get that experience than to like play scrims that don't even get remotely close to what you can expect in PMGC. So yeah, they need to make it the champs. Otherwise, like, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, they need to step up, but to be fair, so do quite a few other teams here as well if they want to make it into the European regionals. But let's hop back to Death Machine really quickly and focus in on their player stats for this last match to get an idea who was really standing out for the team. It's feel like it's been so long since we've been able to talk about them. As you can see here, Ultra leading the way here at 665 damage.
Yeah, this comes back to the notion that they are a decent team on Miramar if they can avoid the early fight of, the Picardo scenario. And they've won out all of that, and now they're here, and now they're playing now they're playing Miramar the way that they have done in the past. Their success in the past came from being able to take a compound and play from there, and this is exactly what they did here, and they won the things out. So not too surprised that Death Machine's able to convert on a game like this.
Yeah, converting again, so key, is so crucial for them. Let's take a look at overalls though and see where people do stand at the moment here. Because again, top 8 at the end of this whole event gets into the European regionals, and they still have obviously 2 days of play yet to come. But MADBULLS will still be in first place. But SHOCKWAVE, 7th place here on the front page. Really well done by them to step up here in the finals.
Yeah, had a big pop-off from Ada, I'm sorry, Azza, not Ada, Azza, that's another player I was thinking about. Yeah, big pop-off in that first game in particular. So yeah, I mean, top 8, a lot of things can still happen because we're looking at the first page. I'd like to see what the lit currently is between, I don't know, like 8th and 9th position, because it is going to be fluctuating quite a bit throughout these next 3 days of action. But we are seeing some good Western European teams on top, and 69 points currently, so it is definitely a very small margin, just one game and they can be up there. It's just the start of the final, so not too many things will change on that side. But man, I still want to see big. Yeah, that's the part that's really hurting me the most. Like, big in 16th position. Are they a 16th position team, Colors? It looks like it right now.
Yeah, it's rough, isn't it? I mean, ultimately, I would say no. Like, I don't think they are, but here we are. So I can't argue with the scores just yet.
Yeah, well, you know what? In the meantime, we have a little bit of a time before we do head into our next match. But to get you guys ready for the next match, as we saw throwables be so key when it came to our matches today, especially on MADBULLS side with those nades, let's help you guys learn a little bit more about them. Maybe you guys can use that in your own games in the future.
Maybe you have a relentless frag power, or you're a gifted sniper. But in Battle Royale, enemies are often hiding behind cover where your bullets can't reach. This is where throwables come into play. PUBG Mobile gives you a diverse set of weapon choices to tackle all sorts of dangers during intense firefights. But none can match the impact of a perfectly tossed grenade that can reverse the momentum of any battle. Frag grenades come with a timer of 8 seconds before they explode and destroy any threat in its proximity. However, it's also pretty easy to outrun its impact area if thrown early. Utilizing nades perfectly is all about timing. By tapping and holding the throw button, you can cook the nade as long as you need, as long as you don't blow yourself up. Cook the nade depending on your distance from the target and time your throw perfectly so that it detonates right after impact. Or you can also throw multiple grenades in the same vicinity to shower your opponents with rapid damage. Consider using the peek or prone button to keep yourself in cover while throwing nades. This will allow you to take out knocks without receiving any damage in return. Molotovs are also used to deal damage to opponents as it bursts into flames right after impact. Molotovs have a huge damage radius and, unlike nades, it deals continuous damage to its targets. If an enemy is caught inside it for more than 2 seconds, nothing can save them from getting knocked. And in worst case scenarios, if the person gets knocked before they manage to escape it, they'll keep burning until there's nothing left but a crate. Molotovs can break through doors and windows. You can also slow down your enemies by using them on stairs or narrow paths. Then there is a stun grenade, which is a rarely used item in the game. If your enemy is backed into a corner, use this to blindside them as you make your push. However, don't rush solely depending on it, as it often leaves little to no impact on enemies. Last but not least, smoke grenades are one of the most demanded items in the competitive meta. Smoke comes with a timer of 7 seconds and, once deployed, creates a smoke screen that no one can see through. While stuck in a rough spot, use these smartly to create cover for yourself and your teammates. Throw them on your knocked teammates to help them reach cover, or go inside the smoke to revive them safely. You can also throw smokes at specific directions or your back from third parties. Using multiple smokes also allows you to have a broader area to move around undetected. Just don't throw all of them in one place. Always remember to coordinate with your teammates while making a smoke play. It's your only ticket to survive the madness of end circles.
Well, there you go. That's how you use those throwables. I mean, to be fair, we've seen quite a diversity of throwables being used. I mean, especially over these last couple of days. I think the stun grenade is maybe a little bit more prevalent now, Blank, coming through into having actually an impact in some of these fights.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I think that you're looking at these stun grenades as being kind of that distraction play whilst the other member of your team tosses a grenade over the top, and it's working out fantastically well recently, and I think a lot of teams are starting to realize the strength of it. It's nice to see. I think that we're having a weird resurgence in PUBG Mobile and then things that teams are able to do and things that they're able to take advantage of. It's weird to say the least, and I think this is because we're getting a lot of fantastic coaches, fantastic analysts that are coming into the scene now. It's weird that it's happening quite late into the scene, but it's great to see. And I think that we've not really seen a lot of these things being used. A lot of people have just thought that they had the meta completely figured out for a long time in terms of, you know, you have your M4, maybe you have a sniper, maybe you're using another AR as well in terms of an AKM maybe. Now we're seeing UMPs used, we're seeing DBSs used, situationally we're seeing DMRs used. It's really, really nice to see. Molotovs becoming more prevalent as well as being able to keep teams at bay whilst you are repositioning. overall, I think the skill level in Western Europe alone, as well as the skill level on a global scale, is just having a massive surge recently, and it's making PUBG Mobile so much more fun to watch. But again, we're going to come back to this because this is the finals for Western Europe. This is our penultimate match of the day. After this, we have an Erangel, in which case we will finish off day one. We'll see where the teams lie in terms of points. Right now, though, it will be MADBULLS still on top, 132 total. And VIRTUS.PRO not far behind, 116, with a little bit of an anomalous result from them, considering they got 24 placement points and 20 eliminations. Looking a lot more aggressive, a lot more clean.
SHOCKWAVE locked in close combat with Chicken Dinner winners previous, Death Machine. Nusa close around, and no one really wanted to go for these early peaks, but that is a quick rattle down. Nice headshot there from SHOCKWAVE. Gets that flush as well. Death Machine stay up at 4. Big, not so lucky. Again, actually, if you cast your mind back to the first Sanhok of today, it was the other way around. Death Machine lost a player too big on that south side.
Awkward, honestly. Very, very awkward for this team, and I think that they were getting a little bit overzealous maybe, like maybe we can get some more eliminations this time though. Death Machine able to find themselves some more elims.
Looking for a spray down. Good on Zamiki. Hamodi though, maybe not so lucky. Big wants some revenge. Actually allowed Hamodi to get the heal off there. Beast might have been able to pick that one out. Doesn't have a helmet, so those headshots will just rip and tear. At this close range, either way, it probably wouldn't matter too much, but Beast dodging and dancing and allowing Death Machine to potentially get a little bit of a backup position going on. Spot each other through the rafters there, under the building. Oh, he wants to hit the deck and try and go for the ankle spray, but it's not going to work. Modi now taking up residence on the inside.
Modi still looking towards Beast. Maybe he's able to find it, but instead opts to go through the door. Beast still seems like he's got a bead on this one. There is a back angle, but looks like they're just going to bring this to forward with 2v1. So most likely going to see Hamodi going down here. Big encircling this one. 2 eliminations found, but Nusa comes in quick for the rescue.
2v2 now. Close range. Hamodi, his position will be known by Mazzara. I think they heard those footsteps. You can see him peek out that way. Nusa wants to isolate the player close to the building. Beast still without a helmet, and Mazzara goes down. So Big now just left as 1. It is a 2 versus 1 for Beast. Last player standing for Big on this southeast side. Hamodi will step up and get rebuffed here by Beast. Nusa wants to try and challenge, maybe even looking to stick that res or try and bait it out either way. Nusa given the swivel, and Beast goes through the building, gets a little bit of damage and a second lick too as well. Beast finally finds what he's looking for in a 2 versus 1. And Big will stay alive as 2 for now, as Death Machine is split 2 and 2.
It's really useful he's actually using the barrel as his other weapon, considering the amount of damage that thing pumps out and how quickly it does it. So if he didn't have that in that situation, Nusa maybe gets around the side, but it's that final bullet that hits and does just about enough damage to lay him down. Big might be able to recuperate with 2 there, in which case, you know, it is, again, a 2v2. So back to square one for them. TJB, see these guys moving down towards Quarry on the south side. SHOCKWAVE have spotted this, and GK first. Leave himself a little bit bare out in the open. I think TJB's done this a few times where they will just randomly roam around in a compound without kind of trying to isolate any angles or even look up towards that top side. Shots do come through, so TJB now have an idea of what's going on. It's nice shots from Tingsker, instant headshot.
On the swivel. Headshot comes through. Do TJB mount an assault on the top of this hill now? Because, I mean, they've got that opening knock. They know it's a fairly isolated position, and in they come straight away. They've cut the player off from the rest of SHOCKWAVE. They swing through. Excellent recon found with that quick roll down, and SHOCKWAVE already just trying to establish their position to try and hold on down, so they know that they're going to be a little bit safer. TJB continue to put the cat amongst the pigeons. GK first in danger. Nightmare gets the spray, wants to find the knock, but the rest of his team locked in combat with the rest of TJB. A lovely off angle for Nightmare, still going, by the way, down in the dirt, but he's still keeping on powerful. Hakoni, the other player, still alive, but Nightmare finally falls. Tingsker is there. GK first is knocked, but that's Resable all the way at the back. Hakoni, last standing for SHOCKWAVE.
We're looking to pick up GK first here. TJB yet to have lost a member as of yet, though, which is good, but Xiao's going a little bit too aggressive. Hakoni should be fairly open here. Seattle seems to have no idea. Does jump spot a little bit. Lin's coming in from behind, though.
There's no way they don't... Okay. Okay, they definitely saw it. Don't know why he didn't go for that first rattle down. Maybe he was waiting for more players to move on through, but as soon as that buggy sound came through on your back right, I feel like you just take the shots forwards and try and take the chance.
Yeah, I think for Xiao, it's kind of easy though, right, for him. Even if he does take shots back at him, Lin's there on the backup and he has the tree available to him to just sling back behind. I mean, for Shockwave, it's just a case of this is done. Even if I take these shots, I don't think I'm finding anything. And you're just looking for any opportunity there. And I get that maybe you try and take some shots, but in your death throws, it's kind of over.
HVVP, I didn't catch if they still went for their split drop initially, but they have regrouped out to the west on Camp Alpha. Because Big has moved down to the southeast side on their drop spot, they have got a lot of position there. That is a pretty dangerous circle for everyone involved. High priority on those compound crossing spots.
We've not seen one of these circles in a long time as well, John, actually, considering this is one of our most hated circles. At least I would imagine the players don't like this one, just because it doesn't really have... It's difficult, right? There's not really a lot of... You don't have any information of where it's going to end. And wherever it ends, you are crossing water to get to it. You just have to hedge your bets somewhere. So for teams like Pioneer, MADBULLS, TJB, most likely going to try and stick around here. I think maybe even for TJB, it might be a good idea to head down towards Painan, maybe. You got an easy crossing. They will have to face off against Nexus, though, are currently all huddled in those buildings. This eastern side is going to get a little bit busy. So might just want to take your chances with that. 4 eliminations so far for them. Again, it would be kind of TJB era if they do head down towards Painan and immediately get wiped out. That would be a very TJB thing to do.
Unicorns of Love, Game Lord, they have spotted each other. They know of each other's presence, but they're not really in a position to take this fight just yet. Unicorns, however, will have to move south, past Game Lord most likely. So opening a gap here would be all important. But Game Lord not wanting to give any inches.
Oh, yeah, Unicorns of Love still have to make their way into the circle, though. Blue's pushing them slightly. MADBULLS do find a player from Pioneer. It's not immediately knocked and flushed, though. So there's still a chance for Pioneer to get back up on their feet and maybe hold out MADBULLS. Again, difficult fight between that team. I think Pioneers may be one of the teams that could stand up towards them.
They've had a good track record in general, but they have been mildly lackluster. 8th place right now on the overalls after their general performance and today's performance. Although, to be fair, today's performance from Pioneer has been worse than Big's, Blank. I mean, they have 3 placement points and 9 elimination points. Big on 3 and 12 right now. So 4 points behind that. I'm just looking around and I feel like they have actually had the worst day of any team today. Only being propped up by those bonus points. They're able to accrue phase 1 and 2 and in general on that overall ranking as well. They have really been given a lot of buffer to play with there, but they started on 66 points, and they're at 78 right now after 4 games today.
It's not ideal, John. Eastern Stars, though, currently locked in combat between them and HVVP. Tixie got nice and close early on, which has allowed a few more of these players from HVVP to get up in towards position. Playing downhill, you can see Athis, though, on the top side, Matic. Jumping around, trying to see if there's any players down below that he might be able to spot out and take a quick knock over towards the weapons he has on hand. Kapahala, only 1 first aid kit though, so really kind of lacking on that side of things. I imagine they will have some nades though, will be really important for them to manage to send those out. In the meantime, MADBULLS still staying pretty tight on that east side, just sitting, not looking to make too many movements early on after they gave away their presence. Nade goes down, won't be far enough though.
Kapahala read that one. Really heads up to be able to get out of the way of that. Looks like they did spot each other's position. No nades finding any damage just yet, but Kapahala did take a bit. Not really finding that response. Not just yet. Oh, hang on a minute. Shots coming through. Could that be the Unicorns?
I don't think so. I think it was just a barest of moments where Matic was able to take some shots down towards him, in which case Kapahalis immediately leaves. Kitsune is kind of out of this fight right now with that circle shift down towards Painan. At least it's not directly on top of the rivers, so a lot of these teams now have an idea of where they will be playing. Good thing for TJP that they don't move too much. They take this compound that is on the roadside. A lot of teams will be looking their way now, though. They are pretty much dead central.
So the fight might have to conclude. Both of these teams need to find a rotational path away from this northwestern island. Continue to move forwards. I feel like it might have been Crypto, actually, with a sightline over towards Kapahala, because you can see they're very worried about that area. After Crypto, I think, took some shots up their way. Minimal sightlines, but did manage to sneak one through. And look at that, Crypto still taking shots over at Kapahala.
This is after they actually moved across the water now, so for Eastern Star, it's a little bit tricky to move out from this area. In the meantime, HVVP moved down towards the south, take this opportunity to put themselves ahead of the game, ahead of the pack, into a position where they can maybe move over the bridge towards the southwest confluence compounds. This is pretty decent for them. I think last game, QODEX immediately moved away from that compound as well, so should be clear. Not sure if Na'Vi will have had the time to really understand that, though. They won't have really seen it after they went out quite early in that game, and in terms of on Sanhok, they just really weren't a part of it, going for the heal off rather than playing into the circle itself, not gathering too much information off the back of that.
Everyone's slowing down now. The Eastern Stars are backed off from HVVP. Painan potentially a crucial crossing for MUERTE, for TKM Gaming. Death Machine going to be overlooking that as well from the south side. QODEX potentially going to have to figure out how to move out to the east, because the majority of this next circle is on the mainland, just south of boot camp.
Again, for NEXUS is a nice spot for them, right? They're looking up towards a lot of these teams that are moving in from the south. They have Painan, they have cover. For RUTHLESS, they're holding that compound towards the eastern side. PIONER holding on the hillsides outside of boot camp. Meantime, MADBULLS are just trying to hedge their bets over towards the eastern side, maybe clearing out. That's what a lot of the times you see on Sanhok. You will see MADBULLS just clear out one area of the map and then kind of sweep from there. Like a death squad.
Gamelord could potentially cross over to the mainland or across the river here. I mean, they didn't want to go around on the eastern mainland island, but could actually swim up to the foothills beneath boot camp and try and get up on the shore that way, with Gamelord not being quite in their way in the same direction as maybe they would have expected. And the Eastern Stars actually have flown around the top side and tried to go where Unicorns of Love, have left. And Gamelord moved through earlier. So potentially, there's a little bit of a fight brewing on that northern side that Unicorns of Love could take advantage of as Gamelord and Eastern Stars clash.
You'd be curious to how aware HVVP are of this. I mean, for Gamelord, Unicorns of Love, they're just going to make the typical crossing over the thinnest part of the river here, down towards boot camp, move across. They are sending a couple of players down towards that bridge on the south side, though. Next circle heads up towards the north, so TJP will have to move. PIONER still holding strong over towards those hillsides. There is a compound towards that north side, though, and TJP, they're pretty aggressive, pretty bold, so I won't be surprised if they just try and head straight up towards it.
This is good news for HVVP, probably the best result they could have hoped for. They will still have to make that crossing, but everyone's going to be preoccupied looking at the southeast now, so maybe a chance for them to find an opening. Unicorns of Love making it across to that mainland as Eastern Stars come into the fight with Gamelord. Crunching into boot camp, not going well for Eastern Stars right now. Definitely the better end of the deal for Gamelord. And the Unicorns of Love make landfall in a really well-timed push. MADBULLS as well coming in from the eastern side, potentially playing that third party around the foot of this rock now on the south side. This is all the way down in the southwest. MUERTE, the heel strat champions right now, in combat with TKM Gaming.
This is a position that they've been held out on many, many times before, so you know that MUERTE is ready and waiting for any push like this, so very prepared, already finding one knock. Unfortunately, though, Happy J comes in with the help of his teammates. English is there, though.
It's in the ballet. You can't be pirouetting like that, unfortunately, as you jump through the smoke. Only Dadaev, actually Striker goes down as well. But these should be resable. They take aim gaming. The zone is not going to take enough where it's going to stop you from healing out in this current zone. But they do need to get a little bit of a move on to keep things alive.
They're going to move up through Painan, over the bridge potentially. HVVP, move up towards QODEX position. This is where they were held out before. One player went down, and then they had to move back. Meku goes down to Moneyken. It's already a bad start for them.
It's an early knock. They are all still on that side of the river and still in the zone as well. They could go back if they take this fight and win it. Going in fast, QODEX. Going down, actually. Goodness me, okay, that was fairly sudden. Taken out by the cross from HVVP. They can stay as 4, they can get across now. It's a really solid rotation, and they're going to be familiar with it.
Yeah, this is good for them. It's the first time they're able to get into the circle this late in the game and actually have a little bit more space for them to play around with. Maxman Kalaris going for the MADBULLS. Pioneer for Jason. Interesting stuff. I mean, they don't think the MADBULLS day is over yet.
They've already had to. How many more do you want? 50% win rate right now, trying to bump that up to a 60. 3 out of 5 ain't bad. MADBULLS actually taking on Pioneer. There we go. Already getting an opening knock up towards the top of the hills. The MADBULLS know the direction they need to move, and they're keeping eyes that way as they guard out the teams in boot camp, making their life difficult as well. MADBULLS do have a knock on their team, but they are looking to keep that one together. Keep it all alive. Next circle pops. Oh, that is brutal. Unicorns of Love on the northwest.
Yeah, they could be happy with this. I mean, they had an awkward crossing, but now they make their way in. VP laid low by Game Lord. Once again, Rob's there with the DBS in close range combat. Very difficult to deal with. MUERTE also similarly dealing with Ruthless. That's after their long push from the south side. Fortunately, they are without one of their members there in Dadaev. I think that's most of the players now from MUERTE down. They do slow Ruthless massively, though.
Oh, shot's not quite getting the knock. A little bit of damage there. Should have spotted Redox as well for Izumitsu as HVVP swinging in on that coast side with that tree cover from the high ground. Pioneer can't quite get sightlines over towards them. Unicorns of Love, potentially the main threat right now for both Nexus and for HVVP, but Pioneer will not let their presence go unnoticed.
4v4 now. Both teams are relatively far in towards the circle. Again, this position's a little bit awkward now for HVVP. Again, as you said before, it will be Unicorns of Love having pipelines down that way. Nice nade from EXO, though. Will get Meku on bended knee, and Matic unlikely to be able to pick him up. Meku just has to wander over towards the position. Guesses where he'll crawl.
More nades potentially coming on through now, Blank, but Matic sticking this res, and I feel like you kind of need to. Pioneer take 1 and 2 as well as MADBULLS right strong into the mix of it. That's from all the way across the way, and now Pioneer's power from the top of that hill severely diminished. Havlik and Black-White, 2 players left standing. Izumitsu bleeding out. I think they might lose at least 1. Nexus spotted. Nice shot from Tixi. Good spray down there. Suppressing the angle. Look at that shift. It is so heavy to that side. Unicorns, sure they have the zone, but everybody's looking their way.
Luckily for them, Tixi's able to get up into that position. Redox back up on his feet, but again, Pioneer still trying to send more bullets, more grenades their way. MADBULLS not finished yet. Really are getting into a lot of these fights, getting stuck in. Robs is down as tries to push over towards Unicorns of Love.
HVVP, yes, yeah, Octavian's been spotted, will get knocked, will get flushed. They need to get across here. Tixi already that forward guard, has their foothold on the other side. Spots out the player remaining from Nexus and deals with it. HVVP looking to move into Gonzo's territory for the Unicorns of Love. 3 players for Unicorns, and Crypto and Icy are nowhere near the center.
The guys from HVVP have to battle through some seriously awful zones at the moment. Black-White manages to pass. That's bad news for them, but hits the tree, and Pioneer not able to make it happen. Immediately, Tixi's back on the swivel, looks towards Havlik.
has got the ping out as well. The rest of the team going to be looking that way. There are plenty of off angles, but in the meantime, losing a player, Meku, on the hillside. Havlik spoils HVVP's day, potentially ruining their run. There is a player on the outside, and that's what you're looking for. Now, Kitsune needs to regroup, come back into the fold, push up that coastline as MADBULLS try and hold out in the zone. I imagine we're going to see quite a few healers coming through. Salazar, Dadaev, Ultra already doing so. MADBULLS might be isolated to it as well as HVVP fight for the cliffside against the Unicorns of Love. Crypto moves forward, smoke blooms, allowing them to move closer to Gonzo as they get dismounted from their position that gave them so much strength, so much survivability. 5 teams remain.
Crypto out in the distance, Icy grenade in hand. 2 very deadly players here from Unicorns of Love, but already 1 grenade does so much of the damage. Kitsune might be able to provide some first aid kits towards the team, because I think his initial notion was to go for the heal off, in which case they recalled him in, and having that backside angle actually helped them massively take down Havlik, which was going to delay them coming into this engagement with Unicorns of Love. So Kitsune, the real hero of the match here for the guys from HVVP. Maybe not the way destined for it to happen right in the forefront, but instead been recalled from the cowardly healing position, but still he gets back into the fight, and that's what matters.
Monkey will be healing out for MADBULLS. First time we've really seen them go for this strat. Normally it's just in, see what you can get done, but they've already managed to net themselves 8 eliminations, a 4th place guaranteed. Dadaev for MUERTE still healing on that southwest side. HVVP have the lion's share of the circle right now. They're covered off on this cliff face. Unicorns of Love, unless they can find a miracle nade or 2, this could be it. And look at that, they're already running dry. 3 first aids for Crypto, no utility. It's going to be
level 1 helmet too. It's bad. I mean, look at Tixi. He's level 3'd out the wazoo. He's absolutely fine. 1 nade for Icy there, though.
Ooh, looking for some shots to trade, Icy. They do get an answer. Tixi will finally find the last player from the Unicorns of Love. Monkey, no first aids left, will fall in the boot camp. And now Dadaev, a 2nd place again for the heel strat champions, MUERTE. 4 eliminations on the game. They will ladder up into 2nd, giving them 16 points total. But HVVP come out the gates with a roaring game on Sanhok. 11 eliminations. And a 1st place will be coming on through in a matter of 7 first aid kits time. Blank, that is a really, really good result for HVVP to keep themselves in the conversation against MADBULLS.
100%. I mean, that is exactly what they needed here on Sanhok as well for HVVP to kind of really bring it back up into speed is great news, considering that they were not exactly finding too much success here on Sanhok and finding that their rotations across towards this eastern island were a little bit short-sighted sometimes, getting caught out by snakes, by teams that are on their south edge. Feels like they've managed to find at least some areas where it's clear or play a little bit more cautiously. They got ahead of the game when they moved down towards the south side, didn't let themselves get caught up in that engagement between them and Eastern Stars. Overall, it's a good game from HVVP. And Kitsune coming in from the blue really catches Pioneer with the proverbial pants down. So very unfortunate there for them. And that will be finally MUERTE going out with HVVP taking the chicken dinner. 26 points on the game there. Really, really good stuff. And like you said, John, that takes them back into the conversation.
But MADBULLS getting into that 3rd position, getting so many eliminations on the game, getting, what was it, 18 points just from that game was... Still, it just makes it so hard. You can have a fantastic game as HVVP did. They made all the right rotations. They put themselves in all the right scenarios. And they still didn't eat into that difference too far. I think, what's that? That's going to shut it by 8 points total for that performance. That is incredible. But MADBULLS are still able to keep that one going. But you can't take that one away from HVVP.
Yeah, it's just never enough for the poor lads, though, unfortunately, for HVVP. They're trying as best they can, but MADBULLS, regardless of whether it's a loss or a win, they're still up there in terms of points. And again, this is what makes them so slippery, so hard to catch up with, is because those points are constantly accumulating for this team, John.
It just doesn't stop. Blank. MADBULLS continue to add up those totals, but HVVP can throw themselves up there to try and land amongst the stars. That's what we're going to be looking for them in the future. But HVVP get a really solid game done on Sanhok before we go into our final match of the day.
Yeah, and for HVVP, I mean, not only getting a victory here is big for them getting into the finals, but also for some potential prospects down the line when it comes to organizations looking at picking them up. So well done by them to close things out and get themselves a comfortable win to help close that gap up against MADBULLS, who are currently in first place. But once again, I mean, obviously we're talking about HVVP a ton, but MUERTE surviving, healing, second place. Another time. How many is that on the day, Max?
That's 3 on the day. Second place, they got the Erangel earlier, the 2 Sanhoks, and I think they're going to have 6 second places on every single Sanhok. I mean, it keeps on working. No, the team is willing to contest it, and he's got, like, before any other team has a chance to even survive in second place, he still has, like, 10 first aids. Like, how... You can't deal with that. No. It's just what... 12 placement points for free every single match.
Yeah.
Easy.
I mean, to be fair, though, to them, I mean, when the circles are this volatile, why would you want to play it? Like, just sit out in the blue and do what you're doing right now, because it's working out in terms of getting you those consistent points. Imagine being any of the bootcamp teams. Imagine being any other team other than HVVP that has found themselves this coastal position, or Unicorns of Love that found a coastal position and then was kind of just quiet and kept their heads down and was very shh, don't come this way. But yeah, HVVP, I like that they eventually controlled the high ground. They eventually rotated to Trifecta, and from there, their options were open to them to a degree on how they were going to approach the light circles, and it went towards the coast for them.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about the zone shifts, and I mean, I think the word troll came up with how they kept shifting over to Unicorns of Love side and half being in the water. I was expecting some fishes to be in there, but again, some of these zones are just gonna be naturally so hard to read when there's this amount of hard shifts that we potentially can have happen. And it's very difficult to be a team like, you know, for instance, MADBULLS, who could be so consistent at always reading each zone. Yeah. And even if it shifts away from you, they still always have like a very successful entry pathway into the zone.
If you're not them, go for a heal strap. It's pretty, that's 101 now for a Sanhok. I mean, of course, you would need to have the certain location for all the meds, but yeah, that's by the by. I mean, looking at all these fights going down in boot camp as well, I think MADBULLS did a tremendous job of being able to win out that scenario, because it can get a bit scrappy there. There were a lot of teams in there, and they did win it out, so that was cool to see from MADBULLS as well.
Yeah. I mean, when they were in this position, MADBULLS were clearly like, we are never going to be able to cross this road, like mission impossible. Yeah. Let's just bank on all the teams inside boot camp. Let's try and eliminate as much as possible, clear that spot, and if we can take shots on teams on the other side of the road, we're going to get a decent amount of elims. And that's what they did. They got 10 placement points in that third place and 8 eliminations. That's what we keep saying. Even when they don't get a win, it's still 18 points on the board coming their way pretty much easily with the very minimal effort. So good execution, and yeah, bad circle. It was tough, but I wanted to see a little bit more from Unicorns of Love. I would have liked to see the Unicorns of Love win, but HVVP got a really good push on them.
Yeah, let's actually take a look at their player stats here for HVVP and get an idea who was, again, really standing out for the team. We know pretty much anyone on the team can do it at any given time, though we typically look towards Tixi as the star player. At least Max loves to look towards Tixi, yes. And look at that. He's going to be the one to focus on. 7 elims and 900 damage is really crazy.
Tixi supremacy is here. Let's go. Okay. Okay, clearly one of my favorite players anyways. But yeah, it's a team effort. As always, we're going to be seeing HVVP put himself in good spots. And I was a little bit scared, though, and I think I also mentioned it to you, Kalaris, during that game, because they did go fight Eastern Stars when we saw the circle was like centering around Trifecta. We know how good they are playing Trifecta, but luckily enough, they understood, okay, this fight doesn't make sense. Let's keep our 4 players alive, leave that fight with Eastern Stars and go Trifecta. Yep. And that was the move that allowed them to actually transfer over to the mainland and then go for the win. They don't do that, they don't win. No chance because of that river crossing. So yeah, yep. Trifecta's good, and they're the team that perfected it.
Yeah, I think I was off picking up a coffee, and I came back to you and said, how long has this stalemate been going on for between Eastern Stars and HVVP? And the reason being is because in those moments, if that does go on for too long, way too long, you're hurting both teams in the long run. Nobody's benefiting from that situation at all. But yeah, they were very cognizant of understanding that they have to be able to move a lot earlier in that game compared to just letting that fully play out and see how this is going to go.
Okay, well, let's take a look at our total damage now, get an idea here in this last map. I'm assuming we're going to see some Sanhok numbers, though again, I should say with HVVP, maybe expected some higher damage. However, they didn't really put up that much beyond what they had, but Sanhok-esque, I'd say.
Yeah, I'd go with Sanhok-esque for this one. Although 11 eliminations is a great little conversion rate here for them. Once you have this kind of coastal line that they had, anybody trying to enter it from there, it just becomes shooting fish in a barrel for HVVP. As the vast majority of the teams were coming from the southeast, whereas Unicorns' Love's position had no contesting whatsoever, so nobody was coming their way, hence really very few eliminations there for them.
I was actually seeing some really smart moves from HVVP where I think they sent Meku and Matic in the water at one point. At least I think there was one player that went in the water, and they were fighting NEXUS. NEXUS right in front of them, kind of serving as that entry point into the circle. Taking the fight head on, you're going to potentially lose players. It's a bit messy. What they do, they send players in the water around behind NEXUS, clamp down on their position, eliminate the entire team, then move on. It's a small detail like that, but using the water to that advantage to then have a different angle on the team is really well played. So yeah, they always get things like a little bit out of the ordinary, which is why I like to see from a team like them.
Okay, well, to wrap things up here with Sanhok, I think we need to take a look at our overalls. We're about to head into our final match of the day. Now, Claris, I know you wanted to look at this in particular here, so let's get an idea of where the teams currently stand, because MADBULLS will still be first place. However, the gap isn't that big.
No, definitely not. HVVP has had a great day so far, all things considered. Likewise, VIRTUS.PRO. We've seen them get themselves into great spots, but it not really materialized. I'm thinking about the Erangel over by Milta Power. That could have quite easily been a go light for them, considering for even more points, because they held a 2-2 for so long when a lot of other teams would have kind of regrouped earlier and then maybe allowed another team to backfill on their position or previous position. So for VIRTUS.PRO, I think I'm just waiting for a win to come their way, and then it'll be very close up towards the top for the top 3.
I was looking at MUERTE on that spot. If they keep doing these heal strats and they keep getting second place, they're going to get a free tick in the championship, like not even taking fights. Like someone needs to do something about this. This is weird it's going to happen, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? And I feel like MUERTE are just going to make it a championship without even shooting a single bullet, maybe.
Well, what about Death Machine, gentlemen? They're in 8th place. Like, they were able to move up from the rankings to get into 8th place overall, which means they would be in the European regionals. And keep in mind, they only had one good phase. It was phase 1 where they finished 4th place overall. The rest of the time, I think they got like 1 or 2 points down towards the bottom of the table. This team has definitely been stepping up here when it comes to the finals in particular.
Yeah, I feel like the rotating lobbies were potentially also hurting Death Machine, should I say, a little bit in the long run. So now that they've got this set lobby, they have a specific game plan in mind. They just got to focus on that one game plan for every single one of these maps. It does help them a lot, and also Miramar in particular, no ARB champions. We saw them get himself a really good game earlier, so it is on the right trajectory where they could make him top 8. I don't think they're aiming for first place, but no, championship is on the board here.
All right, well, championship's on the board, and the last match of the day is on the board as well here. So we're going to round things out on Erangel once again here with John Allen and Blink.
We've got one more Erangel today as we close out the first third of our finals play. Let's head into that last game. You sorted your glasses? We're all on board. We're all ready to go.
Yeah. As you can see, there's also somewhat of an earthquake apparently in my room. I don't know why, but there is. My camera's shaking. It's ready. It's raring to go for this game here. It's an exciting one. Obviously, Erangel, last chance for these teams to make big movements over on the leaderboards and try and catch up and be in position for this podium finishes. But again, we're looking at this one, and yes, there's money on the line here, John. There really is some big finals money on the line, but there's also those regional positions on the line too. And just looking at the standings right now, there is certainly some movement that can happen for those 8th and 7th and 6th places. I think towards that top side, we're really seeing some front runners get away from the pack. But we're looking down towards that bottom side of the Death Machine, currently in 8th place, and not a team that I thought I would see here. Unicorns of Love still holding on to 6th. TJB over in 5th place, and then the numbers start to head upwards from there, with already MADBULLS going from 5th to 1st place, 94 to 150 points total. So a little bit crazy at the moment, John.
Can be pretty difficult to look at that sort of a point gap over 5 games, but definitely surmountable. And I do agree that volatility is really quite interesting towards the middle of the tables right now. It is 1 point right now on the bubble. It separates the 8th and 9th place team, 80 to 79. And it's so close all the way up and down from, was that 5th place, pretty much all the way until 12th, even 13th place is really, actually 14th, I suppose, because both of them are on 65. But it's a really nice volatility for me. This early, after the first third, that's kind of what I like to see. I don't like to see a clear step be sort of instituted at this stage. It's good that all of these teams are still going strong.
100%, and I think you're looking at these teams down towards the bottom, though. Ruthless Esports is one that sticks out like a sore thumb for me at the moment, John, just because we look at them in other seasons, other tournaments, when they were under UDR Killers or Vodafone Giants. This was a team that typically stepped up towards the finals, and they definitely had their step up in terms of performance towards the actual phases. You know, phase 2, 7th place, and then they kind of dropped back down towards 15th place in phase 3 and 16th place in phase 1. So little bit steps up here and there, but unfortunately not seeing that same kind of brilliance that we usually see from them come the finals. So Ruthless Esports very much turned from the norm for me. TJB though, still looking to put up some more points at the end of the day. Started out strong, but kind of let that one dip just a little bit now. For teams on the other side of things though, HVVP 136, definitely closed the gap slightly. It was 20 before, now 14.
A bit of road rage there. Need Mad Max on your team with his biker gang shirt, sorry, his math club shirt, jacket, that's the one. Unfortunately, after taking 2, it is just a crossfire from everybody else. This is not a good scenario for either Nexus or Pioneer.
Not at all. I think everyone's really taking punishment. Nexus find themselves their way into the building. One Molotov there, a black-white. Might toss it through. EXO does get flushed by Havlik. Spots that one. Havlik gets on his feet as well, but will be laid a little bit low.
They know that Redox hopped out that back window. Izumitsu just caught sight of that, so they won't be caught unaware by this. They move into the building, and Black-White will know that he's right there, given the info as well. Ooh, the bump action not quite good for the first knock, and a nice 1-2 punch coming through from Pioneer to actually get that flush as well. Staying on the outside, that was risky, but it does pay off in the end. Pioneer, all 4 of them alive, and now just Doran active for Nexus.
Pine up to 3 points. And again, you mentioned this last game, they were having one of the worst days of their lives so far. So it starts out well for them with 3 eliminations. We'll see how far they can actually take it, but they do need to start looting now. With one rogue player from Nexus still around, that's where things get a little bit tricky.
On the north side, big in this next circle near Severny. Again, a team that has not had the greatest of days. Not really having to put up performances. Hang on a minute, Doran, he's still in the fight. He wants one, but that's all he gets. Black-White shuts it down. Izumitsu, Reserble coming through for Pioneer. And they stay alive. The Gatka Fields rid of the Nexus Gaming pest for Pioneer.
In the meantime, on the rotate through to Ruthless as well. I mean, Pioneer were able to pick up 1 elimination from their side, so 5 elims on the game, all of them going over towards Pioneer. I mean, that's a great start to your game, right? 5 eliminations in the first 4 minutes.
Yeah, no, you know what? That is a good start. Oh, I would go out on a limb and say that's a great start, Blank. And this is how it all kicked off. Look at that. 1 shot. Needed to pop a couple more shells into the chamber. Did manage to load it up, but EXO hitting the tree. That was it. Izumitsu takes it down.
I mean, I'd be panicking too if I saw a terribly angry man with a shotgun chasing me on the backside of a buggy, popping one of my mates out the vehicle as I'm trying to rotate away. Terrifying stuff. MADBULLS sharing once again Yasnaya with Game Lord happened fairly frequently throughout the phases. I think both these teams parted ways on good terms though in Yasnaya. Usually never come to a head here, in which case you'd find both these teams fighting out for Yasnaya. There's a lot of space here. Usually Game Lord has all the time in the world to loot out Yasnaya and still wouldn't have looted all of it up anyway. So MADBULLS happy to jump in on the action. Skills down towards that southwest side. Once again, just playing in one of the compounds in that area and picking up some loot for his own, but also analyzing and feeding back the information of any rotates coming their way, in which case he will have to be prepared for TJB, who is rocking up right directly on top of his spot at the moment.
MADBULLS repositioning, potentially regrouping on the south side. And crunch back on up to their outpost. Skills who's very close to TJB at the moment. Potential danger there. Perhaps they want to regroup up towards the gas station. I'll have to figure it out. because the circle is fairly northern.
I mean, Skills dropped in his vehicle very, very quickly, got out of dodge. TJB, I think, were chasing. It's a good thing Skills was there. I mean, could have been taken out, but I think Skills is very, very good at getting out of tricky, sticky scenarios, in which case he will be able to regroup with the rest of his team as TJB just leaves him alone. More preoccupied with getting across that bridge up towards Big in Severny.
We're on board with Unicorns of Love, who are back in Novo. HVVP took up Sosnovka military base away from ARB, who are no longer in this tournament. Was their regular drop spot, obviously vacating North George and maybe kicking themselves for it. But we'll have to make a northward rotation. Potentially quite a lot of space on that western side for HVVP. The eastern side seems to be a little bit more chock-a-block. There's TJB on that east side, MADBULLS, you've got Game Lord, Take Aim Gaming, Eastern Stars, MUERTE, Unicorns of Love likely to go out that way. At least half the lobby is already crunching in on that eastern side. And there's a lot more space on that west.
Yeah, and I think for HVVP, it's not the worst thing in the world for them, considering most teams won't be edge guarding towards the bridges. They'll already be making their way up towards that top side. They know typical rotations for a lot of these teams. So heading up there on that west, as you mentioned before, John, safe rotation-ish, I'd say. You know, you are rotating through, I assume Pioneer have made their way back up towards South George, towards those crates. So happy days overall. Shockwave will be in the path towards Gatka. Big currently alongside the guys from Take Aim Gaming.
Actually very, very close by. Look at that. Right around the edge of the hill. And it looks like they want to take the fight as well. Urge gets away from that, just sends out towards the buildings. Disengages from Big almost fully, but they're on the chase. They really want this one, Blank. They do not want to have to share this hillside. He goes up the hill, tries to hop out and get the challenge. It's good for one. Trade off. Can he find a second as two more of the big players pour out of the buggy? There is backup from towards the compound as Toffees tries to get some answer, but not quite finding the knock onto SHOCKWAVE, has to reload, and in comes Mazzaro. They pour down that hill and challenge out yet again. Take Aim Gaming, they're not out of this fight just yet as the backup has arrived. 3 players now in the compound as Mazzaro is down. Out of the window, a really nice drive-by on the approach, and that leaves Big with 2. Mihi and SHOCKWAVE try to hold it out. Mihi catches one, jumping out of the window. A nice little find, but there's still more to go.
Still, Mihi's just throwing him for a loop here. Nate goes through, but a little bit too late there on the toss. Maybe just had the gun out, would have been able to take down Happy J, who was very low on HP. Last player alive. In the meantime, SHOCKWAVE off in the distance, leaves his 2 players on the ground here. Able to assist, maybe coming in to try and finish up.
Oh, okay, hang on a minute. There is some backup. Swings out. Will he know that he's hopped out? Don't think so. Happy J has got that nade. SHOCKWAVE putting them into the building. Spotted SHOCKWAVE on the back. Knows exactly where he is. He's got some time on his teammates. SHOCKWAVE does not have the same sort of luxury. Happy swings out. SHOCKWAVE has the challenge. No reses came through, so only the 1 gun in line, and it will not be enough to slow them down. Take Aim Gaming, though, now need to be worried about HVVP because they're sailing straight on past.
Don't even spot this, though. Move up towards shooting range, which is typical rotation spot for HVVP, and actually managed to get the way across the Ruins Bridge. So really nice stuff there for HVVP to get into position. QODEX terrifyingly close, though. 1 steps out, and Tixie has to send away. Moneyken not able to hit those shots. In the meantime, Matic gets behind cover.
Getting all the way up there. Nicely rotated up. Nice and fast for HVVP. This is somewhat of a stomping ground for them whenever they've had to push out east. But they're not stopping at shooting range. They keep going.
MADBULLS up towards Severny. Pretty damn central. For Big, though, really was no reason to flex out from Severny itself, but they're kind of on a self-destructive spiral at the moment. Fight was messy between them and Take Aim Gaming. The backup wasn't there. SHOCKWAVE was practically not in the fight the entire time, so some kind of miscommunication going on between the team or just not playing on the same mindset.
TJB are north of the river as well. The circle pretty much locking everyone onto that north side now. Teams looking to find their opening. QODEX have their compound. They back Take Aim Gaming off of it. Not wanting to go for the crash with 3 players. Reasonable response here for Take Aim Gaming. The central is MADBULLS and VP challenging. Taken Gaming could actually have just run straight on into it.
Just the 3 players now able to get back up after that pretty severe engagement they had between them and Big, which could have gone very wrong, but fortunately for them, did have Happy J, who was able to come in clutch at the end. Just leaves his 2 teammates. SHOCKWAVE, in fact, tries to go for the res, but not confident in himself in that 1v1, and unfortunately puts himself in a position where Happy J has all the information to rotate around the other side. Now just towards the south of shooting range. HVVP keeping themselves nice and locked away up towards shooting range. They do so send Kitsune out for a little bit of a scouting mission. Bit dangerous, though.
3 players alive for Take Aim Gaming after their engagement with Big. SHOCKWAVE not really finding any openings to needle at them, not just yet. So they will get a little bit further through. Now coming up to bat against Pioneer. You can see them out on the east there. The grey circles on the minimap on the east side, but Take Aim Gaming, again, unhampered. HVVP, now the main challenge on that side.
Kitsune coming back as well. Matic now picking himself up. Loot crate. Take Aim Gaming getting into position. Matic takes a couple of shots.
In comes the circle. Matic taking a couple of shots is interesting to me. I mean, you're next to the crate. You don't want really too much attention, so you can regroup. But now, HVVP, really, really solid spot on the north of shooting range. Can guard out quite a lot of these teams on the western side, force them down into the melee that exists to their south side. That is, unless they stay that split up and allow Pioneer to just move straight through the middle.
Pioneer has made their way in, like you say. Tixi, waiting on this off angle, though, plays these positions really, really well. It's kind of reined in that aggressiveness we've seen from him before. Able to play these off angles much more effectively, just because, you know, when he does pull the stopper on the engagement, he really is quite astonishingly good, but it's kind of actually finding themselves in some awkward scenarios. And MUERTE, though, steps out the door into a vehicle.
That's really unfortunate, to be fair. Yeah, and it's something that you just cannot expect to get run down as soon as you step out for a peek. You think they're going to crash into the wall, you might be able to get them as they hop out, but no. Those tires just run you down. That is unfortunate. That AF last player for the MUERTE. Playing in an okay spot. But under the fire of MADBULLS, that's not the place you're going to last long.
MUERTE pretty much propped up by their 2 Sanhoks so far, in which case they got second place in both. That AF will fall there to VP. Old boy spots him and will not let him get away lightly. MADBULLS still... Yeah, nil point. Not good at all. MADBULLS still in a fairly decent position, have some really good sightlines outwards and high ground to play with too. Tixi still holding on the coast, worried that there might be more teams rotating through that area to get the drop on them from the north side.
Unicorns of Love moving past Death Machine. As the Eastern Stars struggle against MADBULLS to their south. No one out of the circle just yet. As the ground starts to clear, the southwest side probably the next major point of contestation. Potential for Death Machine to come into contact with the Unicorns of Love, but I think they aren't really moving towards one another just yet. QODEX holding out Take Aim Gaming, potentially needing to move into TJB, or do Take Aim Gaming swing out to Ruthless or towards SHOCKWAVE?
Yeah, not many necessary movements as of yet, and I think we're waiting for that zone 4 where it will really center up on our finishing ground. The fact that it does go down to Eastern Stars there, that's a really long shot from them up towards Severity itself, taking shots down towards them. Unfortunately, there's no real likelihood of a flush. Miji gets back to cover. Teams just playing off the back of one another there. MADBULLS very good at this 2-2 split.
I mean, speaking of 2-2 splits, HVVP sticking to it, but they will have to move south here. You can imagine they regroup, try and push through either Pioneer or swing down south to come in on that western side. Everybody migrating in.
Be pretty difficult for HVVP, actually. I think the major benefit they have at the moment is understanding where those rotations came through from Pioneer and maybe be able to take out one of their backstops, one of their anchors, where the 2 players are still in the blue. SHOCKWAVE takes the tumble. That's from Xiao. TJB with a central position in the circle. We said we'd like to see these guys kind of turn up the performance just a little bit so they could continue their push and secure a position maybe in the regionals, because they were slipping down just slightly throughout the rest of the day.
QODEX do come across Ruthless on their adventures, on their travels on that south side, but there's shots coming through, and it's actually TJB to move in for a third party on this engagement. Backed off by Pocus. He wants some space to take this fight against QODEX, and he'll be able to claim that as well. Rez potentially coming on through, but won't be peeking that again in a hurry. Push forwards from Pocus with the DBS close range. We've seen how effective it is. Maniken doesn't quite get the nade he was looking for. Pocus is in, but there's a player behind the door that they haven't seen. Is he on the swivel? No, Vito shuts him down. And now his teammate left high and dry. Will try and fall as well, but it's all chaos all day. Salazar falls to boot, and Vito plays spoiler to Pocus's push.
HVVP still have a player down. That was from Eastern Stars. Eastern Stars taking a fight on two fronts between them and Pioneers, as well as HVVP. Ruthless now moves up, but immediately gets shut down by a very long angle from Death Machine down below. TJB just kind of shepherd these two teams towards certain death. QODEX luckily able to keep all four players alive, though don't get most of the elimination points as TJB kind of swipe a lot of those. TJB though now against Shockwave.
Or are they? I mean, they are taking them down pretty effectively. Nightmare, last standing for Shockwave, but you still got everybody else to worry about. Eastern Stars still struggling as Pioneer chime in onto the fight. HVVP, they have lost one, but they do look for these reses. Hang on a minute, is that both of them down? There for HVVP on the hillside, I'm not entirely sure. Looks like one of them might be healthier. But hang on a minute, I think they have both fallen there. Yeah, look, 2 knocks over to HVVP. Kitsune and Tixi, the only 2 left standing, but they're further towards the circle. Eastern Stars not so lucky.
Yeah, I think it was a case of needing that regroup to come through, and it never eventually did. Kitsune and Tixi take the low road, move down just underneath Pioneer. So with 2 players, not looking likely that HVVP is going to be able to get a huge amount of points. Survival now very much key. 7 eliminations so far for Pioneer. Only 2 on top of the first 5 they got at the beginning of the game. HVVP looking with a sad 0, and 1 gets knocked again.
That's not good for them right now. Pioneer turning their attention to Kitsune. They should be able to get this flush if they go for the push. Tixi last standing. But in the meantime, MADBULLS have got a side angle on to the Pioneer position. If the MADBULLS take this fight out to the west, it could prove to be a little bit of an opening for Tixi to stand up for the squad. We've been waiting for Tixi supremacy. We haven't seen a mad flash come through from him just yet. We've seen some good performances, but we haven't seen that dominance that we've seen previously. As a player from Eastern Stars rolls on up, they roll straight in towards Tixi, cuts 1 down really, really fast, and Tixi hits the deck, survives as Eastern Stars fall.
At least 2 eliminations on the game. It's better than nothing. Now the nades will start to pour on over towards Tixi's position. Has to immediately step up, drop some smoke, maybe looking for a little bit of util on the bodies of Eastern Stars and moved in, but they did deliver him a vehicle.
That's true. You've got to think for Pioneer. Do you just try and hit that vehicle, try and blow it up there? Game Lord suffering on the southeast side. Double MADBULLS prediction and a Pioneer wildcard from Kalaris. Game Lord, last player standing. Now Valo against the Unicorns of Love, and they do not know he's here. Drops a smoke out to give himself a little bit more cover. There is third parties coming on through as well from the north side VP.
Crypto is swinging in.
No way is he going to be allowed.
Fast and furious. Actually is going to go for the res here. Getting Robs back up on his feet. Donzo's close. Takes him down, but there's immediately refrag there.
There's that answer that you're looking for. Unfortunate that Gonzo goes down and actually flushed out away by the VIRTUS.PRO squad on the north side. Unicorns are up with 3, have to rotate in on this south edge. TJB hold the high ground right now, but QODEX are looking to move up. Unicorns of Love are looking to push in the back as well.
So difficult for Pioneer to actually invest any more into this, with Tixi actually taking down Fash there. That is rough. That is really rough. Luckily, Izumitsu backs him up, able to take down Tixi. They go down very early into this match. Not a lot of points found. And with MADBULLS with a full 4 on the northeast side, it's looking unlikely that we'll see Na'Vi kind of come into touching range between them and MADBULLS at the end of the day. May be able to catch them up tomorrow, but it won't be on this match.
Not just yet. It's all on the MADBULLS to try and extend that lead. On the game, 3 points for HVVP, and these placement points, I think, already take MADBULLS over that barrier. So they're going to be laddering up. You don't imagine that they're going to be going down anytime soon. Shots over towards Mine. Death Machine taking the fight with Take Aim Gaming. Ultra down underneath the buggy. Toffee's rattling off a couple of good shots, but Ultra the only one to fall for it. And Take Aim Gaming collapse in the face of Death Machine.
Death Machine absolutely hungry for these regionals. Making a big step up today. Nusa tries to carry his teammate through, but gets shot off the back of his shoulders. That's effect coming through from MADBULLS.
And they still need to go a little bit closer. Hamodi, last standing, Death Machine full. TJB spread out and take control over this top of this hillside. They need to maintain it and move towards the north because Pioneer are going to try and slow them down, and the MADBULLS have the back edge.
Goodness me, MADBULLS are in such a good position to take this game. Again, though, there's still VP as a 4 down towards the southeast. A real good chance for them this game, too. Pioneer with 12 eliminations. This was really a game that they absolutely needed. But if they want to pump up those points and try and get into a position where they are secure, they are safe, it needs to be a second or a first place here with a chicken dinner.
Tingska spotted as well. TJB crumbling now. It's really difficult to make this push. Just Lin remains standing, rolling around in the buggy, trying to find a little bit of peace, but not going to be afforded such. Nades, damage, a lot of damage over towards VIRTUS.PRO actually, as MADBULLS come in for the backstab on the engagement between them and Unicorns of Love. Crypto and Rollkiss, 2 players standing for the Unicorns of Love. They're already getting these reses on board. VIRTUS.PRO down to just Corker. They fell fast. Pioneer 14 eliminations now on that western side. They are really racking up a tally.
A massive game here. It's impressive that MADBULLS can happily send Zerich on his own down towards this east side to take shots towards VP and Unicorns of Love and trust in him that he's going to find these shots, going to find these knocks, find these eliminations. It is astounding stuff here.
Oh, there's the roll down to take down TJB. Unicorns of Love find that one on their way in towards the circle. Good news for them. VP really caught outside in the cold now. Need to wrap up warm, but it's not going to work out for them, most likely. MADBULLS did take a knock in the meantime, but they've already moved forward with Zerich.
Again, it's all about that delay, keeping them on the edge of the circle. Now Pioneer can move back to position. They've been clearing on this south side. They move back up, have some smokes, look towards Unicorns of Love before they take this fight to MADBULLS, who currently have a really good firing range from this position. So much cover to play around with too.
They've already kept up the appearance for MADBULLS. 4 eliminations, guaranteed 4th place. That's 12 points, no matter what happens now. Unicorns of Love, 3 players alive. VP, only the 2.
Still, good play from Pioneer here. They take the south side, understanding that it's an uphill battle for MADBULLS and pretty open ground in front of them. So they just need a couple of players to be watching this spot. Meantime, Effect actually running under.
This is difficult terrain for pretty much everyone in this scenario. MADBULLS with their hard cover, probably the only team that has some sort of safety. Zerich moving in with the buggy. Stays alive out in the open. Crypto crawling through. Knows he can't stand up. I see suppressing fire. Crypto, oh, he does hop up, but gets into cover.
Circle moves down towards Zerich and again provides an anchor point for the rest of the team. Difficult to leave though, and Pioneer are very aware of this position. Continue to leave players down here, isolate the position between them. Unicorns of Love, understanding that the true threat is coming from the south side, north side, sorry.
Oh, they're going to try and hold off against Pioneer, but an aid in the back really blows things apart from them. And Unicorns of Love torn up by VIRTUS.PRO with the 2 players on that south side. Pioneer swing through. They're wondering, hang on a minute, wasn't there a team just there? Guess not. Unicorns of Love fall down, but in comes the swing from the MADBULLS, and they hold off again. Oh boy. On form, he's on the swivel for now. 2 players down for the MADBULLS there. There was a player at the back, did manage to get that res. They are back up now, but 3 players for Pioneer, 3 players for MADBULLS, and they have to both push the same way. Corker down, it's up to Old Boy.
You think they're down and out, and it feels like there's people flying in to take him out, but Old Boy still continues to hold them at bay, and now Pioneer, they've lost their angles down towards MADBULLS, and they might be able to get out of this position into hard cover, up towards Zerich. The smokes are through, DBS in hand for Black White, tries to move up, but Not really help in the long-range fight here. Corker will be finished.
Not just yet. Still has a little bit of time to be playing with, but Pioneer have not got Izumitsu up just yet. Old Boy just hoping against hope that he's not the one who gets spotted. Izumitsu is taken down by the play zone there. No reses. Corker finally flushed. But in this whole time, MADBULLS have managed to establish a little bit of a line.
The fact that the MADBULLS have been able to get away with this is completely unreal, and a lot of it is down to Zerich and just little tiny angles found here and there. They even found the knock over towards Izumitsu on the eastern side, who was trying to hold them out, and it just fell apart on that push over towards Unicorns of Love. Pioneer thought it'd be much cleaner than it actually was. I think they could have waited.
Old Boy needs a miracle now to make this one work. Fash ducking behind the vehicle. Monkey emptying the magazine, making it go up in flames, forcing the engagement from Fash. They're not in this next zone, and Old Boy does have a chance if he gets a good side swipe here. Fash up the hill. They've got to be thinking, where's this other player as well? And you know the MADBULLS, they will be cognizant of that.
Zerich still trying to spot here. And Old Boy keeping an eye on the scenario. MADBULLS have to move up towards that south side. This does work in the favor for Old Boy, but again, Zerich is just really that dude that just makes these things happen. I mean, the fact that the team can feel so safe behind him is the really big thing. He is just the complete guardian of the team and allows Effects and Monkey to really just go out on a whim and start doing some big damage.
They all know where Fash is, but Old Boy is still a wild card out in the zone. You saw Zerich trying to isolate some of those angles with a Molotov. Out wide, Fash has to peek out to the left and already goes down. Hang on a minute, Monkey is knocked in the meantime. Old Boy has a chance. There's smoke in the way. If he can find Zerich, it could be up for grabs. Old Boy needs to stand tall if he wants to make this one happen. What a way for VP to close it down, but time is ticking away. Monkey crawling forwards. They're playing for the 2v1. Spotted. One Effect under the pressure will get knocked. Stands up. Oh, there is an answer. It was close, but VIRTUS.PRO finally taken down, and MADBULLS put a third on the day. It's a 50% chicken dinner rate for this team in the finals so far. We expected nothing less.
Just pretty disgusting overall from MADBULLS today. This team, even with the bonus points, it wouldn't have mattered coming into the finals. They were clear head and shoulders above anyone else so far at the moment. Again, though, Old Boy really sets the standard for us, right? I mean, I look at this guy and I think to myself, he is just an unbelievable player. And I mean, the fact that he was able to hold off so long on that east side, crazy, crazy stuff. Again, I will put this into perspective just because it really does matter, but the fact that Zerich is able to go out all on his lonesome a lot of times, hold out the east edge for MADBULLS whilst they hold us three, the amount of confidence they have in this lad is unreal. Yes, we've seen huge step-ups from Monkey today. We've seen Effect just being a ridiculous player overall. Skills is a great scouter, but it's Zerich who is that guardian for the team a lot of times. He's not over-aggressive. He's not enough aggressive. It is crazy to see, but he just makes these moments pop. And you even saw on that Sanhok, he's at the back of the team. He's the one that finishes it out here for them again. Like, it is crazy how I feel like we don't appreciate Zerich for these final moments and just the positions he takes enough, because he truly is that anchor for the team. He keeps them grounded and he keeps them in place when it matters most.
Such a powerhouse, right? Such a presence being felt in those final circles, as you say, for the MADBULLS. And once again, they do it with 3 players, Blank. It's just, yeah, it's kind of crazy. It doesn't matter if they lose a player. In fact, it's better if they do, because they seem to operate phenomenally well with just 3.
Yeah, I mean, there were 4 for a long, long while towards the beginning there. I think Pioneer was able to find 1 towards the end. But again, it's tough. And with Izumitsu being eliminated on that top side, I think Pioneer just let it get away from them. I think if they'd waited out just a little bit longer and kept eyes down towards MADBULLS and just left Unicorns of Love to do what they need to do on that edge with VP, I think Pioneers could have had a much better game there. Unfortunately, you do see this thing where I think Pioneers maybe got a little bit too big for their boots, thought they could take on the world on that western edge instead of just holding. And I think that Pioneers really were that X factor in that game, which you had to eliminate early. I loved their 2-2. Fortunately, it doesn't come to pass as MADBULLS have their eye on the prize once again.
They are unstoppable. 3 out of 6. Only time will tell if anyone can stand up to beat them. It seems like as soon as they do, we can do it one better. Boy, MADBULLS once again one up the lobby.
Max and Claris, do you guys remember me saying something earlier today about I'm a little bit concerned for MADBULLS because no one can replicate that kind of performance they had in league stage into finals. You can't expect a team to maintain that level of play after like 4, 5, 6 weeks. Do you remember that?
Well, that's your goof right there, Jason, because they do. They do keep it up. When you are consistent over the course of like, an entire, how long was it? Like, 5 weeks of like league stage? You're going to be able to convert that to some extent into the finals, right? And it gets to the point where I almost want to apologize to all the other teams being in the same lobby as MADBULLS because they're just so dominant. 3 wins on the first day, 22 points, and that was not even, like, they were on the low position on the circle. It was not the easiest one, and yet they just convert it again. And I don't know what to say. I think, like, everything's been said about them by now.
Exactly. It's bizarre to me that you come into a finals after having, that ridiculous moment where they get 5 out of 6 games, chicken dinners, and then I'm like, well, nothing can top that. And this obviously hasn't quite topped that, but the fact that they get 3 wins in 6 games in a final against all the best teams in the lobby, and them trying to kind of, again, solve the MADBULLS problem. Like, nobody's solving the MADBULLS problem. It's unsolvable here in Western Europe, and I don't know how anybody's going to stack up against it when it comes to this final.
Well, maybe no one will be able to stack up against it here in the finals, but maybe in the European regionals, that's where they could have a real challenge approaching. But we'll obviously see when we do potentially get there. Looking down the list, though, MUERTE, we can see in 15th place, getting second for the majority of the day, but unfortunately falling here at the very end. But they still made a very good climb here throughout the day. But I don't think there is anything to be said about MADBULLS that we haven't said before. Like, this is the CCT, this is the AALT, the Championship Caliber team, the Avenger level threat team. This is the team that has a legitimate chance if they can keep playing like this at PMGC.
I agree, and also I think we were talking about it. Well, that was aggressive. Me and Max were talking about it during this game as well. If they can show this consistency in the European Championship, I'd be hard-pressed to pick a Turkish team that's able to compete with the level of play that MADBULLS is currently exerting on the rest of the lobby.
I think Fireflux is one name that comes to mind. It's like, a team that could potentially have some fun interaction, but when you look at the Turkish teams and what they excel at, they're all about micro, those big 4v4 fights, and they like popping off that situation. You have one team that's strong micro, one strong macro, such as, your MADBULLS, and also have really strong micro. If they get better positions every single time, they should win the fight. So I said it earlier, and I'm going to say it again here, I think this is the most hype I'm going to be for this regional championship in EU, because the level of competition is so high for now the Western European/CIS teams don't. It's going to be tough to compete with MADBULLS there.
And just thinking about them next season as well. And we think about the broader spectrum of things, like having better teams in these lobbies means everyone else should be able to level up around them. Well, hopefully, ideally, they'd be able to. So I'm curious to see how teams will come back next season as well, kicking off next year, and just how much better they can be themselves. But you know what? Speaking about being better, who is our best player on the day when it comes to our MVP? Wow. And I'm pretty sure we're all going to be going the same team, the same player. It's going to be Crypto. No, I'm just kidding. It's going to be Effect. No, what's up, Claris? You feel like you're not going to agree with that?
I think it definitely will be Effect, but I would actually say that maybe Old Boy's close to second.
Are you are you cheating right now?
No. I just know that he's had quite a few pop-off games. I think he had a 7-elim game, a 5-elim game, and also and stuff like that. But I think Old Boy technically would be close, but it's probably Effect.
I think it's Zerish. I think Zerish did more for MADBULLS actually today.
Oh, so maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we'll see.
Well, let's see who is going to be our MVP of the day. I'm going to be going with Effect as well, let's be honest, because he's been kicking butt. It's actually Tixie? What? 19
Let's go. My Tixie
big pop-offs across the board.
19 Whoa, okay, yeah, that was... Wait, what? Wait a minute. When did that happen? I didn't see him
the chain. Combo breaker.
Okay, real smelly boys right there. Just popping off. Look at that.
Can't say that, Max.
I mean, it's what they're like. What does it already mean? Like the team name, like HVVP.
Smell good, look good, or something.
Look good, smell good.
Yes. There you go. Smelly boys. That's what we call them, Colaris.
Oh,
Come on,
I
Max,
mean,
talk about Tixie.
yeah, talk about Tixie. Talk about your boy. Tixie Nation, what were you saying?
Tixie supremacy! It's, yes, it's good. No, I mean, every time, even though...
Yes, let's go.
Yes, okay, a little bit too far, but it's Tixie, right? Okay, that's my point. Really, the thing is, the team setup around him is always really strong. Like, every single one of the players around him can do well. Kitsune is leading the team in a really good fashion, but Tixie, the thing is his gun accuracy every single time is absolutely staggering. Look at that. The recoil, is that recoil? What is that? I don't know. He doesn't know what it is very clearly. M4, so. It's an M4 too, but also it is Tixie and an M4, which is a deadly duo. He can just manage every single situation, and he's just a player that I remember impressed me 2 years ago, and he's still impressing me today. I think he did have a little bit of a downfall last year, but man, he's back on top. He's where I expect him to be, and I'm just happy to see Tixie popping off there.
Max literally has not stopped talking about Tixie for 2 years.
Yeah.
Every day, Tixie, he texts me. We're not even doing a show. He's like, did you hear about the Tixie supremacy? I'm like, yes, Max. This is
I got Tixie
4 o'clock in the morning for me.
In my room.
Yeah. I heard he goes from door to door trying to sell people into the ways of Tixie, but, you know.
I heard he has a Tixie body pillow.
That is also true.
It's in mail. It's arriving tomorrow, actually. Yeah, so.
Okay, let's not be mean to Max anymore. You know what? Actually, that jacket he's wearing, it's actually the Tixie biker gang, Tixie Supremacy biker gang. It just doesn't want to show the back because
I'm gonna have it embroidered on the back. Yeah, Tixie Supremacy on the back. Yeah, it's cool.
Well, you know what? Maybe we can get a tattoo of Tixie Supremacy. That would be cool.
Too far.
Maybe. No. Oh, I forgot to tell you, actually, the loser prediction game at the end of all of this does have to get a tattoo. So have fun. Anyways, let's move on from this. Let's be a little bit more serious and wrap up the day here and take a look at our results from all of our matches. We had 6 in total, though it looks like MADBULLS, well, I don't know what it is to say. They won 50% of it, Kalaris, and that's I don't even have words.
Yeah, they did. Very, very strong showing from them overall. I mean, the Erangel was a little bit quieter as a win, but the Sanhok, I mean, the first Erangel, of course, but that is a little bit eye-opening as well. They won both Erangels on the day. Never mind the Sanhok that they come off the back of. Not a huge amount of eliminations, and that's probably why we're not seeing any one particular player from them being the MVP, as HVVP just were able to shine a little bit more in that regard. But yeah, very, very impressive stuff by MADBULLS.
Yeah, I'm especially happy with you know, also your TJB lads. Questions a little bit like potentially finals. How are they going to do that? A good step up in the finals. Seemed like we saw the entire team do well, not just GKFS, right? GKFS got, of course, some presence. We saw Tingskru doing really well. Xiao also, good step up. But wait, 172. When they started off with 75, they got 97-point day. What? Okay.
Oh no, it's getting bad boys already.
I'm more impressed at Max doing math on the fly like that.
I did it before it came up. I knew it was 97. I just played it. Like, I wanted to impress you under like,
nice.
Okay, whatever.
You just ruined the illusion. You just went along with him, Max. Stop being so honest, man. HVVP second place at 139. But as you look down the list, though, there are some big drop-offs. Obviously, like the 40 points between first and second, but then you get another 30 points between third and fourth, and that goes down to, well, only like a 20-point difference between fourth and eighth. So Death Machine in 86 points, 8th place overall. I'm curious where that bubble is going to be, though. Like, how close are people to that bubble at the moment to them? But nice to see TJB and Unicorns Love at least able to make top 8 to represent, you know, the old Western European teams.
Yeah, I still feel like that Sanhok match of earlier, the second Sanhok, could have potentially been a win if they were a little bit more controlling and decisive. It did slip away from them, and they were dealing with the Tixie supremacy, so that was very complicated to deal with. But yeah, we got at least some Western European teams. I would like to see at least a few make it, hopefully, in the championship. But there's some other CIS teams below that could still try and climb up there. So it's not sealed just yet. There's a chance that they could fall off.
Okay, well, let's see at page number 2. Get an idea. 86 to 83, so it's really not that far off, actually, between the rest of the teams. Actually, it's a really huge pack. 86 down to 72 is 8th through 13th. There's a lot of teams in contention still. Even NEXUS in 14th should be in contention. Even Take Ape Gaming, technically even big, but they just cannot afford to have another bad day. Period.
Yeah, it's for all of these teams, right? It's gonna be rough. I think it's fair to say. The kind of redeeming factor is that there is still I'm so passionate about this. There's still redeeming potential across 12 games for any of those teams down towards the bottom to get into the top 8. That will be the most important factor here for them. So, and the fact is that a lot of them have good quality to be able to get into the top 8 as well. So let's see who does it.
I'm looking at Shockwave and their stats. They got 30 placement points and 13 eliminations, most of those coming out from Azza alone. I think it would be cool for Shockwave in terms of experience for them to make in a championship, but it can't just be Azza. Like, I need to see more of the entire team. If they make it, Shockwave could be in top 8, but Azza can't be the solo carry here.
Yeah, I mean, you can't depend on one player to solo carry when you get to European regionals, period. It's just not going to happen with the caliber of teams we have, and it only gets more difficult as the events go on with PMGC right around the corner. But that will wrap up here our first day of the finals of PMPL Western Europe Fall 2022 season. But we have 2 more days of action. We'll be back at the exact same time tomorrow for some more PUBG Mobile.